Chapter 21:12. Shut up. Madman slapped village chief's face with the back of his hand. He was already annoyed, but the village chief didn't know what was good for him and kept nagging at the side. Wasn't he looking for a beating? Little bastard, you hit me? Just you wait, you're dead. Even if the heavens come down, they won't be able to save you. The village chief roared. The white-haired old man looked at the village chief curiously and asked, "Frenzy, where did you bring this mad dog back from?" "Old thing, what did you say? A guard dog dares to be so rude to me. Do you know who my son is? Do you believe that I'll get my son to kill you later?" The village chief stared at the white-haired old man and roared. Seeing this scene, Frenzy and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. He actually scolded. He must be tired of living. The white-haired old man looked at the village chief and then at Frenzy. "I'll make an exception this time and let you bring him in." "Thank you." Frenzy laughed and immediately grabbed Frenzy and flew up. Qin Feiyang led Long Tianyu to the white-haired old man and asked, "Senior, what about this child?" "Him." The white-haired old man sized up Long Tianyu and pondered for a moment before saying, "At most 1 day." "Thank you, Senior." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude. Then, he gave Long Tianyu a meaningful glance. Long Tianyu might be young, but he was very sensible. He immediately understood and bowed to the white-haired old man. "Thank you, Grandpa." The white-haired old man gave a rare smile and then closed his eyes, ignoring Qin Feiyang and Frenzy. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang pulled Long Tianyu and walked up the stairway. The moment Long Tianyu walked up the stairway started to give off a warning. And the higher they went, the louder the sound became. Finally, the sound of the stairway was like a bell that resounded in the sky above the 9-heaven palace. What's going on? This is the stairway's warning. Did someone barge into the 9-heaven palace? That's not right. The stairway to heaven is guarded. How could anyone break in? Let's go and take a look. In an instant, the 9-heavens palace was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the people outside or inside, they all rushed towards the stairway. Because the master of the stairway to heaven was the vice-palace lord. Therefore, even if the white-haired old man agreed, the warning would not disappear. This is 9-heaven palace. So big, how magical, the beasts over there are so strong. When he reached the top of the stairway to heaven, Long Tianyu's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw the majestic scene before him. The village chief was also dumbfounded. Because this was also his first time entering the 9-heavens palace, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. "Lunatic! Jiang Haotian!" A surprised voice was heard. Following closely, a familiar figure broke through the air and landed on the square. It was Cheng Li. The outer sanctum was the closest to the stairway to heaven, so as an outer sanctum elder, he was the first to rush over. "Who are they?" Cheng Li asked with a frown when he saw the village chief and Long Tianyu. "It has nothing to do with you, scram to the side." Lunatic grabbed the village chief and flew into the air. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He brought Long Tianyu and followed behind Madman, flying towards the inner sect. Looking at the attitude of the two, Cheng Li's eyes flashed with a cold light as he angrily said, "Lunatic, Jiang Haotian, you guys are too presumptuous. You actually dare to bring outsiders into the 9-heaven palace. If you speak any more nonsense, this daddy will kill you." Lunatic turned around and stared at Cheng Li. Cheng Li's pupils immediately shrank as a chill appeared in his heart. Qin Feiyang pointed below the stairway to heaven and smiled. "Elder, this matter has already been approved by that old man." "What?" Cheng Li was stunned. "It's senior brother Lunatic and Jiang Haotian. Who are that man and child? Why were they brought to the 9-heaven palace? Wait. Did you guys notice that senior brother Lunatic's expression is very bad?" Along the way, no one dared to block them. But looking at the back of Qin Feiyang and Lunatic, everyone was filled with suspicion. Inner sect. The crimson gold divine tower was located at the peak of the mountain, giving off a majestic and ancient aura. Lunatic and Qin Feiyang brought the village chief and Long Tianyu to the square in front of the crimson gold divine tower. Qin Feiyang glanced at the village chief and smiled. "This is where your son cultivates." "He cultivates in such a place?" One look and I can tell that this place is different. Looks like that kid didn't lie to me. He is someone with status in the Nine Heaven Palace. You guys are all dead. The village chief smiled proudly. Ignorance is scary. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Even now, he was still so proud. He was so stupid that no medicine could save him. The village chief didn't notice and shouted, "Son, come out. Someone wants to kill your daddy." Behind them, there were already many people surrounding them. Hearing the village chief's words, everyone looked at the village chief in shock. Son, what was going on? At the same time, the first level of the Crimson Gold Divine Tower. A black-clothed youth sat on the ground with a face filled with shock. This seems to be Father's voice. But isn't he at home? Why would he appear in the Nine Heaven Palace? It should be an illusion. The black-clothed youth muttered and closed his eyes, not bothering about it. Raiko, I am calling you. Do you hear me? Very soon. Another angry roar sounded. It's really Father. But what is going on? Why is Father in the Nine Heaven Palace? Wait. Was the warning from the stairway because of Father? No. Father said that someone wants to kill him. Father is asking for help. He got up and left the Crimson Gold Divine Tower with killing intent. He shouted, "Who is so bold to hurt my father?" Outside. Long Xiang's voice also came out of the Crimson Gold Divine Pagoda, echoing above the Divine Pagoda for a long time. Just you wait. Next year today will be the anniversary of your death. When the village chief heard Raiko's voice, he immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and sneered. The corner of Madman's mouth lifted slightly, full of ridicule. I understand. It's probably that Raiko's father accidentally offended Madman, so Madman brought him into the Nine Heaven Palace to find trouble with Raiko. Your guess shouldn't be too far from the truth. Is this person stupid? He actually dared to offend senior brother Madman? The most ridiculous thing is that he thought that his son Raiko can support him. What an idiot. Who doesn't know senior brother Madman's means? Even a heavenless disciple can't enter senior brother Madman's eyes, let alone a mere earthless disciple. The disciples gathered at the back slowly guessed the general situation and whispered. Their faces were full of ridicule. Boom. The door of the Crimson Gold Divine Tower opened. A black-clothed youth strode out, his face full of anger. It was Raiko. He glanced around and raised his head to look at the village chief. Seeing that Madman and Qin Feiyang were also there, he was slightly stunned. Immediately, he hurriedly flew up and cupped his hands. Thank you for bringing my father into the Nine Heaven Palace. Son, why are you thanking them? The village chief frowned. Of course I have to thank them. They brought you into the Nine Heaven Palace. This is a great kindness. Raiko said. He still didn't know about the grudge between the village chief and Qin Feiyang. He only thought that Qin Feiyang and Madman were kind enough to bring his father into the Nine Heaven Palace. After saying that, Raiko ignored the stunned village chief and turned to look at Long Tianyu who was standing beside Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, Tianyu, you're here too. Long Tianyu giggled and said, Brother Xiang, long time no see. After all, they were from the same village, so they must be very familiar with each other. Raiko looked at village chief and Long Tianyu and asked, Father, Tianyu, who wants to kill you? Hurry up and tell me, I'll take you to destroy him right away. Kill him? Madman said. Yes. How dare he bully the family of Raiko Ryang? Even if he is the god of heaven, I will not let him off. Raiko said coldly. Really? So, you want to kill me? The madman smiled playfully as he looked at Raiko. What? Raiko was stunned. He quickly looked at the madman and smiled. How could I kill you? I'm talking about the person who wanted to kill my father. Village chief cried out, Son, they are the ones who want to kill me. Them? Raiko was startled. He looked at village chief and asked, Father, who are they? In his opinion, his father would definitely not offend the madman and Qin Feiyang. Village chief pointed at the madman and Qin Feiyang and said, the two of them. What? Raiko was petrified. The people his father was talking about were the madman and Jiang Haotian. What was going on? The village was so far away from Nine Heaven Palace. How did his father offend these two? The madman crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes filled with playfulness. Raiko came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang and Jiang Haotian. He asked, "Senior brother madman, junior brother Jiang, is this true?" Qin Feiyang smiled, "Your father said it himself. How could it be false?" Long Xiang felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. His body stiffened, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. It was actually true. It was these two people who wanted to kill his father, not to mention Jiang Haotian. This madman was a lawless person. How could his father offend him? "Son, what are you doing? Teach them a lesson. They almost killed me," village chief said angrily. "Shut up." Raiko suddenly raised his head and stared at village chief. Village chief's expression suddenly froze. Then he turned to Raiko and scolded him. "What kind of attitude is this? I worked so hard to raise you. Now that you have grown up and your wings have hardened, you treat me like this? Interesting." The playfulness on the madman's face became stronger. Qin Feiyang also had a smile on his face. Looking at the smiles on Qin Feiyang and Jiang Haotian's faces, Raiko was burning with anxiety. He shouted at village chief, "Shut up, shut up. If you continue like this, you will get me killed." "What a joke. You are now an Earthroll disciple. Who dares to touch you? I think you have hardened your wings. You don't even listen to me," village chief said angrily. Chapter 21:13. Is this person from the countryside? Does he think that an Earthroll disciple is invincible? Even a Heaven-Roll disciple doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of senior brother madman. What is an Earthroll disciple? Just watch, Raiko Yang will definitely be killed by him. Everyone looked at the village chief with disdain in their eyes. Raiko Yang saw that the village chief not only didn't restrain himself, but instead became even more aggressive, making him anxious. "Pa." He raised his hand and slapped the village chief's face. The village chief was stunned on the spot. Raiko Yang wasn't in the mood to mess around with the village chief, as long as he could shut the village chief up. Immediately after, he knelt down in the air and looked at madman. "Senior brother, this must be a misunderstanding. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us, okay?" The village chief was a vain person to begin with. After being slapped by his son in public, how could he hold back his face? When he came back to his senses, he wanted to get angry, but Raiko Yang suddenly knelt down, making him dumbfounded. What was going on? His son was an Earthroll disciple, but he actually knelt down in front of this person? Misunderstanding? I don't think this is a misunderstanding. This old man of yours is more than a little arrogant. Not only has he been rude to me, but he even said that this day next year will be my death anniversary. Madman chuckled. What? He actually said such words? Raiko Yang's eyes trembled as he looked at the village chief and shouted, "Quickly kneel down and kowtow to senior brother Madman and apologize." Kowtow and apologize? The village chief began to panic. He also slowly realized that the two young people in front of him weren't that simple. "Hurry up," Raiko Yang said angrily. "The father of an Earthroll disciple kowtowing to me, I'm afraid I can't accept it. After all, an Earthroll disciple has status and place in our Nine-Heaven Palace." Madman said. No. My father only bragged because he didn't know. In front of you, senior brother, what am I? I'm not even a dog. Raiko smiled flatteringly. Looking at the lowly Raiko kneeling in front of the madman, the village chief panicked. If even an Earth-ranking disciple was so terrified, one could imagine how high the position of this madman in Nine Heavens Palace was. It seemed that this time, he had really gotten himself into big trouble. Raiko roared, "Kneel." Village chief trembled and immediately knelt down in front of madman. His face was filled with fear as he thought to himself, "Son, where did this person come from? He is someone we can never afford to offend. There are over 10 million disciples in the Nine Heavens Palace, and he is the #1 disciple. No one has ever dared to be arrogant in front of him. If he wants to kill us, even heavenly deities won't be able to stop him. Dad, you're in big trouble this time. How did you offend him? Can't you be more careful?" Raiko was furious. When the village chief heard this, He immediately collapsed to the ground. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable young man would be so terrifying? Not so arrogant anymore? Where's the arrogance from before? Madman said. I'm sorry. Village chief's expression changed as he hurriedly kowtowed and apologized. Just a word of sorry and it's over. Then where will I put my face in the future? You're really tired of being arrogant in front of me. If you're not arrogant, then I'll be arrogant. Now, I'll let you see what true arrogance is. Madman kicked the village chief's face, causing his face to be mangled. He lay in the air and howled miserably. Following that, Madman slapped Raiko's face again. Long Xiang's face was also lacerated, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Did you see that? Slapping an earth-ranking disciple in public, this is true arrogance. Who do you think you are? Madman laughed angrily. Senior brother, spare me. How could Raiko care about the injuries on his face? He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. As for the village chief, it was too late for regrets. How did he provoke such a terrifying fiend? Madman spat on the ground with a face full of disdain. He looked at Raiko and said, Raiko, I'll ask you one thing. Do you know what your father did in the village? Raiko was slightly taken aback as he raised his head and looked at Madman in surprise. Answer me. Madman shouted. Raiko trembled as he turned to look at the village chief. He shook his head and said, I don't know. You don't know? Then why are you hesitating? Jiang Haotian read his memories. I want to see if he's telling the truth. Madman said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. He formed a seal with both hands and a puppet imprint appeared. Madman said, if you dare to resist, I'll kill you now. Raiko originally wanted to resist. Although he didn't know what the imprint was, from Madman's words, it wasn't hard to guess that it should be a secret technique that could read the memories of others. Reading his memories, how could he let that happen? However, when he heard Madman's warning, he didn't dare to resist. He lowered his head and said bitterly, there's no need to read my memories. I admit that I know everything. I knew you were lying. Since you knew, why didn't you stop it? Just because you're a small disciple of Nine Heaven Palace, you and your father can do whatever you want in the village. Madman roared. It's my fault. In the past, I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. What could I do? He's my father after all. Raiko shouted. Persuaded? Why don't I believe you? Madman sneered and looked at Qin Feiyang. Control him, I want to know the truth. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the imprint turned into a stream of light and entered Raiko's head. After controlling Raiko, he immediately read Raiko's memories. Long Xiang immediately howled miserably. A moment later, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Madman and said, Senior brother, you're really good at predicting things. When Raiko heard this, he became nervous. What do you mean? Madman was suspicious. Not only did he not stop his father, but he also often bullied people in the village. There are more than a dozen girls in the village who were all harmed by him. And his methods of torturing others are better than his father. Qin Feiyang said. Raiko was in despair. He could actually read his memories. What? There are more than a dozen girls who were all ruined by him? Madman was dumbfounded, unable to believe it to the extreme. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, and after he ruined them, they were all killed by him. Bastard! You are simply the scum of scum, and the shame of our Nine Heavens Palace. For a person like you, even if you were to be cut into pieces, it would not be enough to relieve the hatred in my heart. Madman flew into a rage and slammed his palm towards Long Xiang's head. Don't kill me, senior brother, I was wrong. I will definitely change in the future, Raiko roared in horror. However, Madman turned a deaf ear and didn't show any mercy. He slapped the top of Long Xiang's head. Suddenly, a scream resounded through the sky. Along with the scream, Raiko's head exploded on the spot like a watermelon, and blood dyed the surroundings red. Son, the village chief stared dumbfoundedly at the corpse that was slowly falling down, his entire body sinking into deep fear. Madman smiled in disdain, looked at the village chief, and said, Didn't you always say that when you see your son, it will be the time of our death? What about now? The village chief quivered and hurriedly begged, Lord, please spare my life. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I'm sorry. Actually, I admire your courage, because you are the first person who dares to be arrogant in front of me. Unfortunately, you are also very stupid. Because of your stupidity, not only did you kill yourself, you also killed your son. Madman grabbed the village chief and flew towards a mountain not far away. Madman, what is he trying to do? It's definitely not a good thing. Raiko Yang was indeed killed. How pitiful. Pitiful? Didn't you hear Jiang Haotian say before that this father and son pair bullied men and women in the village? There were more than 10 girls in the village who were all ruined by Raiko Yang. This kind of scum deserves to die. I'm just curious, how did Madman and Jiang Haotian find out about this? I also know that Raiko Yang, we even drank together a few times. His village is far from our 9-heaven palace. It seems that we have to open more than 10 altars to get there. Maybe someone snitched on him. It's also possible that they accidentally bumped into him. People discussed in low voices. Madman said. He grabbed the village chief and landed in the sky above the mountain range. Fierce beasts were everywhere in the mountain range. And each of them had terrifying strength, with the weakest being a monarch god. However, these fierce beasts would not harm the disciples of 9-heaven palace. Madman glanced at the mountain range, smiled coldly, and crippled the village chief's cultivation. Then, he let go of the village chief and the village chief fell down powerlessly. Madman shouted, "Tear him apart for me." Madman's words caused the originally docile fierce beasts to become ferocious. They bared their fangs and pounced at the village chief. Damn, he wants those fierce beasts to tear him apart bit by bit. Madman, this fellow is too cruel. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the disciples present turned pale. At the same time, hearing Madman's words, the village chief's body and mind trembled. No, I beg you, let me go, who can be merciful and save me? He struggled with all his might, shouting with all his might, but no one paid any attention to him. What a joke. This was someone that Madman wanted to kill, who would dare to save him? Without any suspense, the outcome was already decided. Those fierce beasts pounced forward as if they were fighting over a delicious cake. Miserable screams resounded through the sky. Qin Feiyang also looked at this scene indifferently, but suddenly, a childish voice sounded from the side. Why is this happening? Qin Feiyang was stunned and lowered his head to look at Long Tianyu. He saw Long Tianyu looking at the dismembered village chief. His small face couldn't help but turn pale. He also had a trace of puzzlement. Long Tianyu gathered his courage and looked at Qin Feiyang. Big brother, Grandpa village chief is such a good person. Why do you want to kill him? The human heart is sinister. Some people are not as simple as they seem. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand. When you grow up in the future, you will naturally understand. Qin Feiyang smiled. However, Long Tianyu's performance made him look at him in a different light. An ordinary 12 or 13-year-old youth would definitely be scared to tears when they saw such a bloody scene. Although Long Tianyu looked a little scared, at least he wasn't scared out of his wits. This meant that he had experienced a lot in the past and his temperament had been tempered, surpassing his peers. Chapter 21:14. The village chief and Raiko had died one after another, and their fates were so miserable. But in the madman's heart, there was still resentment that he couldn't find a way to vent. Because when he thought of those girls who were humiliated by Raiko and then killed by him, he couldn't calm down. What are you thinking about? Qin Feiyang pulled Long Tianyu forward and asked suspiciously. Why do you think there is such a scum in this world? It's not an exaggeration to say that he's worse than pigs and dogs. The madman said. This kind of thing is very common. It's just that you stay in 9-heaven palace all year round and don't know. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It could be seen that the madman didn't know much about the cruelty of the outside world. But he was already used to it. Very common. The madman frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. No. This resentment is stuck in my heart. If I don't vent it out, I will definitely go crazy. The madman shook his head and turned to fly towards the sky stairway. Where are you going? Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. To get rid of evil for the people, punish evil and promote good, the madman said without turning his head. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman's back in shock. He didn't expect that this devil incarnate actually had a kind heart. Very soon, the madman disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He left just like that. What a willful fellow. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly shouted and chased after him with Long Tianyu. What? The madman stopped in the air and waited for Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang caught up, he asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Tianyu and said, "Bring this little fellow with you." "Bring him?" The madman's expression stiffened and then said, "What kind of joke is this? I don't want to bring a burden." "I'm not a burden." Long Tianyu looked at madman with dissatisfaction. "With your little bit of cultivation, I can kill you with a single breath. Aren't you just a burden? Young man, can you have some self-awareness?" Madman's face was full of disdain. Long Tianyu glared at the madman. His face was filled with displeasure, but he wasn't afraid at all. "You still dare to glare at me?" Madman raised his eyebrows. "You are very strong now, but I will definitely surpass you in the future." Long Tianyu snorted coldly. "Ouch!" Madman exclaimed and then rubbed his chin. He sized up Long Tianyu and laughed. "You have guts. Okay, since you said that, I will bring you along." A smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. He lowered his head and looked at Long Tianyu. Although he has a bad temper, he's really strong. If you learn from him, it will be of great help to your future growth. All right. Long Tianyu nodded and flew to Madman's side. Madman's face was cold. "Kid, if you follow me, you have to listen to me no matter what. Do you understand? If it makes sense, I will listen." Long Tianyu said. "Damn, you have a personality." Madman chuckled, grabbed Long Tianyu, and tore through the air without looking back. Qin Feiyang watched the two of them leave. "Qin Feiyang, why did you let Tianyu follow him? With that guy's personality, he will teach Tianyu to be a little madman sooner or later." The voice of the artifact spirit suddenly rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang laughed inwardly. A big madman and a little madman. Not bad. I'm not joking. Tianyu is like my grandson in my eyes. I don't want him to be like that madman and be crazy all day long. The artifact spirit said. I'm not joking either. Don't look down on madman. Although he is a little abnormal, his heart is very meticulous. If madman is really going to punish evil and promote good, then Long Tianyu will be able to learn a lot by following him. For example, the ugliness of human nature, darkness, and scheming. The most important thing is that in the process of madman punishing evil and promoting good, he will be able to learn what is good and what is justice. This will be very helpful for his growth in the future. Qin Feiyang thought. So it's like that. The artifact spirit was enlightened and smiled happily. I didn't misjudge you. You are a talent and a good teacher. Teacher. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and shook his head. I didn't say that I will take Long Tianyu as my disciple. Moreover, in front of you, I don't have the qualifications. Although this exalted is stronger than you, in terms of teaching, I am truly ashamed of my inferiority. Why don't you spend some effort and help me teach him a lesson? The artifact spirit said with a pleading tone. Try your best. There is a good saying, the master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. What path to take in the end will depend on his own choice. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. The artifact spirit said, this ninth heaven palace is not a good place. Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, what do you mean? I control the power of death, so I am very sensitive to evil things. The moment I entered the ninth heaven palace, I felt a terrifying evil aura in the deepest part of the ninth heaven palace. The artifact spirit said. Evil aura, the deepest part of the ninth heaven palace. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at the depths of the ninth heaven palace, his eyes flickering. What kind of evil thing could it be that even the Grey Castle was so concerned about it? Jiang Haotian. Suddenly, a hearty laughter rang out, interrupting Qin Feiyang's thoughts. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a purple-clothed youth, stepping into the air step by step. It was Mu Tianyang. A smile also appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Mu Tianyang said, "Let's go to the cave for a chat." "Sure." Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them walked together and entered the first sacred peak. Inside the first cave, the two sat opposite each other. Mu Tianyang asked, "That village chief, is it the mission that Shangguan Fenglan gave you?" "You can say so." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You're just fooling me. How could the dignified law enforcement hall master let you handle such a small matter?" Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes. "I really can't fool you." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Mu Tianyang's eyes revealed a trace of disdain, and said, "Is it related to that young man?" "En." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the tightly closed stone door, and said, "This matter is complicated. Let's go to the Black Tortoise world and talk about it slowly." Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed. To be so cautious, it seemed that it was not a small matter. Black Tortoise world. Medicine field, courtyard. Qin Feiyang did not hide anything from Mu Tianyang about what he had experienced in the past 2 days. What? He actually obtained another heaven-defying divine artifact. Mu Tianyang was dumbstruck when he heard this. The grey castle appeared and said unhappily, "I didn't get it, I was just temporarily helping him." Mu Tianyang looked at the grey castle with a trace of doubt in his eyes. "What?" The artifact spirit was suspicious. "I'm a little puzzled. You are a demonic creature, why are you so good to a human child? Don't blame me for being suspicious." "You followed Qin Feiyang. Are you up to something?" Mu Tianyang said. "Up to something." Qin Feiyang also looked at the grey castle without batting an eyelid. In fact, he also thought so. But there was no evidence, and he couldn't make an assertion. "Up to something? With my strength, if I really have some up to something, do I need to hide like this?" The artifact spirit was disdainful. "That's not necessarily true. After all, it's not the first time I've come into contact with a heaven-defying divine artifact like you. Existences like you, without a purpose, how can you help us humans?" Mu Tianyang said. The artifact spirit sneered, "Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." Good, good, good. I'm a villain. Let's not talk about this for the time being. What I want to know the most is, are Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang really in the Sky Dragon Sea? Mu Tianyang said. "If they were really there before, I can swear, but now it's hard to say, I have to go and find them to know." The artifact spirit said. Sky Dragon Sea. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Since we have a clue now, we should go to the Sky Dragon Sea as soon as possible." "I think so too. But now, we are working in the resource hall. Without a suitable excuse, we can't leave." Qin Feiyang frowned. "This is a small matter. I'll solve it. And, I have a good news here." Mu Tianyang smiled. "What good news?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. Mu Tianyang smiled, took out the image crystal, and with a wave of his hand, a picture slowly unfolded in the void above. Qin Feiyang looked up curiously, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. It was actually an image. In the video, Feng Yuan sat in the lounge on the second floor of the resource hall, and his face was extremely gloomy. Opposite, Mu Tianyang stood respectfully with his head lowered, and there was a trace of nervousness on his face. "Didn't I ask you to cooperate with them to kill Jiang Haotian and Hue Yi? Now tell me, what did you do at that time?" Feng Yuan said angrily. Mu Tianyang's face changed, and he hurriedly said, "Hall Master, you can't blame me for this. If I don't blame you, then blame me. In that situation, as long as you took action, Jiang Haotian and Hue Yi would definitely die." Feng Yuan shouted. "Hall Master, although Jiang Haotian and Hue Yi would definitely die if I took action, wouldn't I become an accomplice? If there was no one at that time, it would be different. But at that time, there were thousands of people outside the North City Gate, and they were all watching. And Madman just happened to rush over. You know Madman's character. If he saw me helping those assassins to kill Jiang Haotian and Hue Yi, then my little life would definitely be gone." Mu Tianyang's face was full of grievances. "Bastard. Compared to Jiang Haotian and Hue Yi's lives, what is your life?" Feng Yuan was furious. Mu Tianyang's face suddenly sank, and he said, Hall Master, what do you mean by this? In your eyes, I'm just a chess piece. Then what do you think you are? A cooperative relationship? You think you're worthy? You should know that right now, your little life is already in my hands. If I want to kill you, it's as simple as stepping on an ant. Feng Yuan sneered. Mu Tianyang said angrily, when I followed you, you didn't say that. Yes. At that time, this old man was very polite to you, but that was only at that time. And now, do you have the qualifications to negotiate with this old man? Feng Yuan sneered. Chapter 21:15. Mu Tianyang was furious. You're burning the bridge after crossing the river. I really regret letting you control me back then. No wonder Ji Yong betrayed you. A sinister villain like you is not worthy of our service. Slap. After Mu Tianyang finished speaking, Feng Yuan stood up angrily and slapped Mu Tianyang's face. A blood-red palm print appeared. The corner of Mu Tianyang's mouth also flowed with blood. Feng Yuan laughed. Do you believe that this old man will kill you right now? Of course. But if you kill me, you'll never get rid of Jiang Haotian. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you don't have the ability. Mu Tianyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Feng Yuan flew into a rage out of humiliation and raised his arm again, but it stopped in the air and did not slap down. Mu Tianyang did not show the slightest fear and even looked at him provocatively. Ha ha, Feng Yuan suddenly laughed and lowered his arm. He returned to his seat and said, You do have some value. It's a pity to kill you. It's good that you know. Mu Tianyang said. Feng Yuan said, Then tell me, how can we get rid of Jiang Haotian? I've already said that this matter can't be rushed. To deal with Jiang Haotian, we have to do it step by step. Mu Tianyang said. All right. This old man won't make a move for now. Find an opportunity. This old man still has things to do. You can leave now. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed. I have another question. What question? Feng Yuan looked at him in confusion. Mu Tianyang said, Who assassinated Ma Guang and those assassins? Does this have anything to do with you? Feng Yuan frowned. Of course it does. This person can kill Ma Guang and the others under the eyes of lunatic without anyone noticing. One can imagine that he must be very strong. If I can get him to help me, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Mu Tianyang said confidently. Feng Yuan was stunned and asked, You mean you want him to follow you? Listen to your orders? Yes. Mu Tianyang nodded. Haha, you're getting more and more arrogant. You actually want to order this old man around? Feng Yuan was rocking back and forth with laughter. He looked at Mu Tianyang as if he was looking at a clown. What? Are you the one who killed Ma Guang and the others? Mu Tianyang was bewildered. That's right. It's me. Who asked Ma Guang to be so talkative? Aren't you courting death? Feng Yuan sneered. You actually took action personally? Mu Tianyang was shocked. You may leave. If you want this old man to continue nurturing you, then show me your true strength and methods. Feng Yuan said coldly. Mu Tianyang took a deep look at Feng Yuan, then turned and left the lounge. The video ended there. You actually got something out of him. Impressive. Qin Feiyang gave Mu Tianyang a thumbs up. It's nothing. But that slap really hurt. Mu Tianyang touched his face, a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, Sooner or later, I'll make him pay for it. And it will be 100 times more. Mu Tianyang smiled coldly, put away the video crystal, and said, as Lunatic said, This evidence is not enough. I know. There's no hurry. Take your time. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mu Tianyang nodded and took out another interspatial ring. What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Mu Tianyang said, Soul stones. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang quickly grabbed the interspatial ring and checked it. Sure enough, it was full of soul stones. Mu Tianyang said, a total of 350 million. 350 million? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although the first 4 symbols infinite divine pill was sold for a sky-high price of 1 billion, That was because Lunatic and Feng Zihon were fighting. When the second pill was auctioned, Hue Yi and I also played with Yu Zijie. But Yu Zijie seemed to have received news that we were bidding on behalf of Feng Yuan, so he tactfully withdrew. The second pill was only sold for 400 million. As for the third pill, Hue Yi and I didn't bid. Feng Zihon also didn't bid. Only Yu Zijie competed with others. In the end, Yu Zijie got it for 200 million. Mu Tianyang said. Only 200 million? Qin Feiyang frowned. 200 million is already a lot, okay? After all, it only takes 100 million soul stones to cultivate from a perfect war god to a half-step monarch god. In other words, the price of the 4 symbols infinite divine pill has doubled. Besides, in the northern region, how many people have the ability to take out hundreds of millions of soul stones at once? Mu Tianyang said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. 1 billion, 400 million, 200 million. In total, the 3-4 symbols infinite divine pills that were auctioned yesterday were worth a total of 1.6 billion soul stones. We'll get 800 million. Then, after deducting Hue Yi's hush money, we only have 700 million left. So, the two of us can only get 350 million each. Mu Tianyang said. You really gave him hush money? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Hue Yi's hush money was 50 million per person. In other words, Hue Yi didn't do anything and took away 100 million soul stones from him and Mu Tianyang. What if he doesn't give it to us? If it really leaks out that the 4 symbols infinite divine pill was refined by us, then there will be a lot of trouble. It's better to spend some money to shut his mouth. Mu Tianyang was helpless. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mu Tianyang continued, but this person is also tactful. I guarantee that in the future, he won't come and extort us again. If a person is not satisfied, then it will bring about a fatal disaster. He is a smart person, so he will definitely think of this. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang asked, then I'll go and plan, and then set off for the Sky Dragon Sea? All right. Qin Feiyang nodded, and then brought Mu Tianyang and the Grey Castle out of the Black Tortoise realm, appearing in the cave. Mu Tianyang did not delay and immediately turned to leave. The artifact spirit looked at Mu Tianyang's back and transmitted, this person is not simple. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and asked curiously, what do you mean? The artifact spirit said, I can sense a dangerous aura on him. You're quite observant. This person is indeed not simple, because he also has a heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang said. What? The artifact spirit was shocked. When did heaven-defying divine artifacts become so worthless? Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, I have something to ask you. Is Frenz's spatial divine artifact also a heaven-defying divine artifact? Yes. The artifact spirit replied. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was just guessing, but he didn't expect it to be true. And according to my guess, that spatial divine artifact should also have a time array. And it's not a low-level time array. The artifact spirit said. No wonder he wanted to hide it from me, afraid that I would go in. It turns out that there is a time array. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Wait, low-level? There is a difference between low-level and high-level time arrays? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course there is. The artifact spirit said. How? Qin Feiyang was immediately interested. High-level, low-level. Low-level time arrays can change the rules of time, at most 10 years. 10 to 1,000 years belongs to the mid-level time array. And more than 1,000 years belongs to the high-level time array. The artifact spirit explained. What? 1 day is equal to 1,000 years. Qin Feiyang was shocked. You can never imagine the things in this world. 1,000 years is nothing. It is said that some time arrays can change the rules of time, up to 10,000 years. The artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. 1 day is equal to 10,000 years, this is too terrifying. He didn't even dare to think about it. Qin Feiyang asked, then how can one set up a time array? The artifact spirit said, an existence that has mastered the law of time can set up a time array. Master the law of time? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he thought of Mu Tianyang's bloodblade and asked, that time reversal, is it considered the law of time? Of course. The artifact spirit replied. In that case, can't the bloodblade also set up a time array? In that case, why did Mu Tianyang go to the Crimson Gold Divine Tower? Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course, things like divine artifacts can't set up a time array. For example, this lord doesn't have this ability. The artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, why? Because the power of law contained in divine artifacts is bestowed by the person who forged them. In other words, artifact spirits like us don't fully comprehend the power of law. Without fully comprehending the power of law, naturally, we can't set up a time array. The artifact spirit explained patiently. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Then this could be explained. Although the bloodblade could use the law of time, it hadn't fully comprehended it, so it couldn't set up a time array. In that case, Mu Tianyang could only think of another way. Previously, he thought that Mu Tianyang might be up to something again, but in the end, it was just him being paranoid. Being too paranoid was not a good thing. Suddenly, the artifact spirit was surprised and sent a sound transmission. Someone is coming, this lord will avoid it first. With that, the grey castle rushed into Qin Feiyang's chi-si like lightning. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the stone door. Sure enough, in less than 3 breaths, the stone door was pushed open, and a woman in light purple slowly walked into the cave. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Jiang Haotian greets Lord Palace Master. That's right. The person who came was Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, this lunatic is really too reckless, he actually brought you to the far west. Fortunately, it's not a big deal. Qin Feiyang laughed. Senior brother lunatic also wanted to bring me to see the world. Then did you see anything? Shangguan Fenglan asked. Qin Feiyang said, we have investigated the cause of death of those law enforcers, they died at the hands of the frost apes in the far west. Shangguan Fenglan said, you should know that this lord is not asking about this. Then what is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Long Tianyu has already been brought to the 9 Heavens Palace by you, don't you know? Don't play dumb in front of this lord. This lord wants to know the reason for Long Tianyu's talent transformation. Shangguan Fenglan said. Lord is asking about this. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, then lowered his head and said, to be honest, Lord, we have not investigated this matter clearly. Chapter 21:16. I didn't find out, Shangguan Fenglan murmured. She slowly walked into the living room and sat on a chair. She looked up at Qin Feiyang with an extremely unfriendly expression and said, do you take me for a fool? I wouldn't dare. Qin Feiyang hurriedly bowed. I think you don't take me seriously. Shangguan Fenglan slammed her palm on the armrest of the chair. Her face was full of anger as she shouted, you can even read Raiko Yang's memories. I don't believe that you can't read Long Tianyu's memories. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that Raiko Yang's matter would spread to Shangguan Fenglan's ears so quickly. Although at that time, when he controlled Raiko Yang, he didn't mention the name of the puppet technique, everyone was not stupid. They would definitely think that it was a kind of secret technique. Shangguan Fenglan smiled coldly and said meaningfully, I also didn't expect that you actually have such a secret technique. Qin Feiyang was a little flustered. Shangguan Fenglan shouted, I want to hear the truth. Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll tell you. I did read Long Tianyu's memories and also know that the reason for his talent transformation is because of a divine artifact. Divine artifact? Shangguan Fenglan was surprised. This answer was a little unexpected. Yes. In the deepest part of the land of the far west, there is a divine artifact. When Frenzy and I rushed there, we also saw that divine artifact. But that divine artifact was too terrifying. We were no match for it at all and could only flee in panic. Qin Feiyang said. What kind of divine artifact? Shangguan Fenglan asked curiously. It's a grey ancient castle. It controls the power of death and can seize vitality and erode the divine soul. Qin Feiyang said. Seize vitality, erode the divine soul, Shangguan Fenglan murmured. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, her body trembled slightly and she asked, "Are you sure it's the power of death?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "How could it be?" Shangguan Fenglan suddenly stood up, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said in a deep voice, "This matter, only you and Frenzy know. Don't tell anyone else, understand?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang replied. However, he was a little puzzled. Did Shangguan Fenglan know the origin of Grey Castle? And, Shangguan Fenglan originally wanted to leave, but she suddenly stopped. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "When Madman returns, have him bring Long Tianyu to see me, forget it. I'll personally send a message ISSS without ATTT what T Qin Feiyang frowned. TSTT Fens. A blurry grey figure appeared. It was the spirit of the Grey Castle. The spirit looked at Qin Feiyang and said anxiously, "Qin Feiyang, don't let her see Tianyu." "Why? You really know her?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "I do know her. And we have a grudge. If Tianyu falls into her hands, he won't have a good time," the spirit said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Then why didn't you tell me just now?" If the spirit had told him earlier that he had a grudge with Shangguan Fenglan, he wouldn't have told the truth. For example, he could have fabricated a divine weapon and then told Frenzy, and Shangguan Fenglan wouldn't be able to find out. "It's been too long. I didn't think of it just now. When I heard her last words, I realized something was wrong, so I thought about it carefully and remembered the grudge with her." The spirit sighed. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, "Then what's the grudge between you two? Why are you so flustered? This grudge isn't ordinary. Let's put it this way, you two can be considered life and death enemies." The spirit said. "Life and death enemies? How could you forget such a serious matter? I really admire you." Qin Feiyang was speechless to the extreme. "We'll talk about this later. Quickly think of a way to inform Frenzy to hide Tianyu," the spirit urged. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "I didn't establish a contract with Frenzy." "Then what should we do?" "Tianyu can't enter Ninth Heaven Palace again," the spirit said. "Don't worry. This matter hasn't reached the point where it can't be resolved." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Although the spirit was anxious, it didn't disturb Qin Feiyang. A moment later, Qin Feiyang finally raised his head and looked at the spirit with a smile. "Let Long Tianyu come back." "Are you kidding me?" the spirit said angrily. "Don't be anxious. Let me finish. Although your relationship with Long Tianyu isn't shallow, only Frenzy and I know about this matter. Shangguan Fenglan doesn't know anything. The people in the village also don't know anything. So, as long as Frenzy and I don't say anything, no matter how Shangguan Fenglan investigates, she won't know the true relationship between you and Long Tianyu." Qin Feiyang smiled. The spirit pondered for a moment and asked, "And then? When Long Tianyu comes back, Shangguan Fenglan will interrogate him. At that time, we'll secretly tell Long Tianyu that you've only met him once and don't know why you're helping him. He's still a child. Shangguan Fenglan won't think that he would lie. This way, Shangguan Fenglan won't be able to do anything to him. At most, she'll send someone to secretly monitor him. And as I expected, Shangguan Fenglan will definitely make an exception and let Long Tianyu stay in Ninth Heaven Palace. Because it's easier to monitor him in Ninth Heaven Palace." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Not only can we resolve the crisis, but we can also stay in Ninth Heaven Palace. Hearing you say that, it's not a bad idea." "Okay, I'll listen to you." The spirit pondered for a moment and nodded. "Thank you for your trust in me. You go and recuperate first. I'll go to the stairway to heaven now and wait for Frenzy and Long Tianyu," Qin Feiyang said. The spirit disappeared in an instant. Qin Feiyang also turned and flew out of the cave, heading towards the stairway to heaven. It was evening when they came out of the far west land. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy stayed in the village for a while before returning to Ninth Heaven Palace. In other words, it was still night time. The sky of Ninth Heaven Palace was different from the far west land. The full moon was in the sky and the stars were shining brightly. Just as Qin Feiyang left the cave, another figure flew out from cave number 4. It was Hu Yi. Why are you still running out in the middle of the night? It shouldn't be anything good. Let's follow and see. Hu Yi looked at Qin Feiyang's back suspiciously. He muttered a few words and silently entered the mountains below, following behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, someone is following you. In the sky. Qin Feiyang didn't notice Hu Yi following him. However, the tall spirit immediately discovered it and secretly informed Qin Feiyang. What? Someone is following me? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Don't look back. He's hiding in the mountains below. But this person's cultivation seems a bit weak. He's a perfect war god. The spirit said. Perfect war god? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Sneaky. And he's a perfect war god. A figure immediately appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind. He thought, where did he come from? The artifact spirit said, it's the 4th abode next to yours. It's really him. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have a headache. You know him? The spirit asked. His name is Hu Yi. We entered Empyrean Palace together. Our relationship, it's okay. Qin Feiyang thought. But you still have to be careful. Although this person's cultivation is weak, he gives me a great sense of crisis. This sense of crisis is not inferior to Mu Tianyang's heaven-defying divine artifact. The spirit said solemnly. What? Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. He knew that Hu Yi wasn't simple, but he didn't expect him to hide so deeply. The spirit said, I'm a bit puzzled now. Puzzled about what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I'm puzzled. Why is it that the people you know are all mysterious and unfathomable? The spirit was confused. Frenzy, Mu Tianyang, Hu Yi, each one was more mysterious than the other. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly when he heard this. Actually, I'm also quite puzzled. By the way, do you have a grudge with Shangguan Fenglan? A mere Shangguan Fenglan is nothing. The spirit immediately smiled disdainfully. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was curious. It's a secret for the time being. The spirit said. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Wasn't this deliberately whetting his appetite? But since the spirit didn't want to say, he couldn't force it. After all, it was a heaven-defying demonic being and had a temper. Angering such an existence wouldn't do him any good. Not long after, Qin Feiyang rushed to the top of the sky stairway and looked down. He didn't go down and just waited at the top. Time passed quietly. Junior brother Jiang, why are you standing here? During this period, many disciples came back from the outside and saw Qin Feiyang standing here alone. They couldn't help but ask. Looking at the scenery. This was Qin Feiyang's answer. No matter who asked, this was the answer. Those disciples were a little speechless. What scenery was there to look at? But now, Qin Feiyang was also a famous figure in Empyrean Palace, and he even had Madman's protection, so no one dared to ask more. They greeted him, showed a little friendliness, and then left. Unknowingly, it was midnight. What's going on? It's been so long, why hasn't he come back? Qin Feiyang gradually furrowed his brows. The spirit said worriedly, could he have encountered some danger? It's not dangerous. After all, this is Empyrean Palace, who doesn't know the name of Madman? Touching him is tantamount to courting death. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Suddenly, he patted his head and smiled bitterly. I should have thought of it. Thought of what? The spirit said. With Madman's character, how could he come back just because we asked him to? He's not such an obedient person. And he's not stupid. Shangguan Fenglan is in such a hurry to find him, she will definitely be suspicious. Don't worry about it for now, go back and cultivate. Qin Feiyang shook his head, turned around, and flew away. After returning to his cave residence, he directly entered the ancient castle to cultivate in seclusion. What's going on? Hu Yi, who followed all the way, stood at the entrance of Qin Feiyang's cave residence with a dumbfounded face. He ran to the sky stairway, did nothing, and ran back. Was he bored? Chapter 21:17. The next day. Early morning. As usual, Qin Feiyang entered the resource hall early in the morning to work. Junior brother Jiang, what have you been doing these 2 days? Did you ask for leave from the hall master? The one who spoke was a woman in white, called Wang Yun. She was about 1.8 meters tall, had a tall figure, and looked pretty good. When Qin Feiyang and the other two first entered the resource hall, it was this woman who was responsible for leading them. And she was the only woman in the resource hall. Moreover, Wang Yun's usual attitude towards people was also very good, so she was very popular with everyone. Leave. Qin Feiyang was organizing the accounts. Hearing Wang Yun's words, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at Wang Yun suspiciously. Don't you know? No matter where we go, the people of the resource hall have to ask for leave from the hall master in advance. Wang Yun said. This, Qin Feiyang was startled, and shook his head. I really don't know. Wang Yun was startled, and sighed, it's my fault, I didn't tell you in advance. Qin Feiyang frowned. This shouldn't be a big deal, right? This matter can be said to be small, but it can also be said to be big. It depends on whether the hall master will pursue this matter or not. I was also wondering why the hall master's expression was so ugly these 2 days. Now I finally understand. It's because you ran out with madmen without saying a word. Wang Yun shook her head and laughed. I'll pay attention next time. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Yes. Wang Yun nodded. At this moment, 4 inner court disciples walked in together. One of them took out a medicinal herb and handed it to Wang Yun with both hands. He asked with anticipation, look at this medicinal herb, how many soul stones can it be exchanged for? Wang Yun took the medicinal herb and looked at it carefully. This golden flower was the size of a palm. Every petal looked as if it was cast in gold, dazzling and dazzling. What was even more strange was that the stamen in the middle of the petals was arranged in a pattern that looked like a divine dragon. Qin Feiyang unintentionally glanced at the golden flower, but with just a glance, he was unable to shift his gaze away. It was actually the flower of the dragon god, one of the ingredients to refine the dragon soul primordial spirit pill. Wang Yun observed for a while and also recognized that it was the dragon god's flower. A trace of surprise crept into her bright eyes. She looked at the 4 disciples and smiled. Dragon god's flower, 100,000 soul stones. There are actually 100,000 of them. The 4 of them were wild with joy. Qin Feiyang put down the account book in his hand and walked to Wang Yun's side. Without batting an eyelid, he smiled and said, Senior sister Wang Yun, can you let me take a look? Wang Yun handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and looked at it curiously. After repeated confirmation, he confirmed that this was indeed the dragon god's flower. Immediately, his heart began to burn. This dragon god's flower could not enter the resource hall. This was because once they entered the resource hall, they would be kept in the resource hall's treasury. At that time, it would be very difficult to take it out. The 4 of you, I offer 400,000 soul stones for this dragon god's flower. If you are willing to sell it to me, then come find me at the cave tonight. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission. The 4 of them were happy. Suddenly, they heard Qin Feiyang's voice in their minds, and their expressions couldn't help but be stunned. Qin Feiyang thought to himself, 400,000 soul stones and 100,000 soul stones, which one is more worth it? I don't need to say it, you all should know. Clear, clear. Since senior brother Jiang wants it, then we will naturally sell it to senior brother Jiang. The man in the lead thought. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed, and said, all right, come find me at the cave tonight. All right. The man replied, then coughed dryly and extended his hand. I suddenly don't want to sell it, please return the dragon god's flower to me. Wang Yun was startled, and asked in confusion, why don't you want to sell it? The man said, if you don't want to sell it, then you don't want to sell it, why do you have so many reasons? All right. Wang Yun sighed helplessly, reluctantly looked at the dragon god's flower, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Junior brother Jiang, return it to them. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and handed the dragon god's flower to the man. After the man put away the dragon god's flower, he secretly said, Senior brother Jiang, this matter is settled, we will look for you tonight. En. Qin Feiyang secretly replied. The four of them looked at each other, then turned around and left quickly. What a pity. Wang Yun's face was filled with regret. It's indeed a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. After all, our resource hall doesn't force people to buy or sell. Qin Feiyang laughed. Wang Yun nodded. You guys came really early. At this time, Mu Tianyang and Hue Yi walked side by side into the resource hall with smiles on their faces. It's not that we came early, it's that you guys came too late. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said indifferently. Mu Tianyang said, there's a reason why we came late. Yes. Hue Yi nodded. What's the reason? Qin Feiyang and Wang Yun looked at the two of them suspiciously. The other staff members who were busy also came over curiously. Mu Tianyang laughed. Early in the morning, we received news that the Sky Dragon City is in chaos. Sky Dragon City is in chaos? Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. Hue Yi smiled mysteriously. You guys will never guess why the Sky Dragon City is in chaos. Don't keep us in suspense, hurry up and say it. Wang Yun said angrily. Hue Yi chuckled and said, Madman. Madman? Everyone was stunned. Yes. I heard that he killed hundreds of people in one night. Hue Yi said. What? Kill so many people? What is he going to do? Everyone looked at each other. Mu Tianyang and I went to investigate. The people he killed were basically rotten people who like to be arrogant, despotic, and bully others. Mu Tianyang said. He really went to punish evil and promote good. Everyone was stunned. The news of Madman saying that he would eliminate evil for the people had already spread in the Nine Heaven Palace. But everyone thought that he was just joking. But they did not expect that he would really do it. Let me tell you guys, the people in Sky Dragon City are in a panic. Those arrogant people in the past, especially those playboys, are like mice, obediently hiding in their homes, not daring to go out, afraid that they would bump into Madman. Hue Yi laughed. Actually, this is good. I understand those playboys in Sky Dragon City too well, each of them is more arrogant than anyone else, they should have been extinguished long ago. Wang Yun snorted coldly. Mu Tianyang said suspiciously, Senior Sister Wang Yun, listening to your words, could it be that you are also from a family in Sky Dragon City? No. Wang Yun immediately waved her hand and laughed. How could I have such a family background? It's just that before I entered the Nine Heaven Palace, I worked in some restaurants in Sky Dragon City and saw many playboys. So that's how it is. Mu Tianyang suddenly understood. The places that playboys frequented were undoubtedly the big restaurants, so it was normal for Wang Yun, who had worked in a restaurant before, to understand. What are you all doing? Do you all have nothing to do? Suddenly, a stern voice sounded. Everyone's face changed as they hurriedly returned to their posts. Because the owner of the voice was Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan walked into the resource palace in large strides, and looked at everyone gloomily. Everyone lowered their heads, busy with the things in their hands, not daring to look at Feng Yuan. Jiang Haotian. Suddenly, Feng Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang. Palace Master. Qin Feiyang immediately stood up and looked at Feng Yuan. Not bad, how many days have you been in the resource palace? You actually dare to ignore my existence. Feng Yuan said angrily. Disciple doesn't dare. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said. It seemed that this old thing was going to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. You call this not daring? I asked you to go to the treasure pavilion to bid for the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, but what about you? You actually left your post and fooled around with Madman? What do you think my resource palace is? You come and go as you please. Feng Yuan shouted. Palace Master, this matter is due to Disciple's lack of consideration, but Disciple had no choice. It was Madman who insisted on dragging Disciple there. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. He told you to go, so you went. Are you a dog by his side? So obedient. Feng Yuan said. Qin Feiyang's face turned cold, and said, Palace Master, this matter is indeed Disciple's fault, but please don't hurt others. What a joke. As the Palace Master of the Resource Palace, don't tell me I don't have the right to teach you a lesson. Feng Yuan laughed angrily. Of course Palace Master has the right. But what am I going to do with Madman? I believe Palace Master also knows in his heart. Even if you don't know, you must be clear that this matter is related to Shangguan Fenglan. Qin Feiyang said. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you use Shangguan Fenglan to suppress this old man? Feng Yuan was furious. Disciple didn't mean that. What I said was just the truth. If Palace Master insists on pursuing the matter, you can go to Shangguan Fenglan or the Great Elder. Because this is also the Great Elder's order. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Hearing this, Feng Yuan's old eyes suddenly had a trace of surprise. It was actually related to the Great Elder? Seeing Feng Yuan's reaction, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. It seemed that Feng Yuan didn't know about the matter between Long Tianyu and the Grey Castle. Wang Yun. Suddenly, Feng Yuan shouted. Lord Palace Master. Wang Yun's delicate body trembled, and she quickly ran to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan immediately slapped Wang Yun's face fiercely. Qin Feiyang stared at Feng Yuan. Why did he hit Wang Yun? Wang Yun covered her burning cheeks with a puzzled look on her face. Mu Tianyang and the others were also suspicious. Feng Yuan looked at Wang Yun and said, when Jiang Haotian entered the resource palace, you were in charge of leading him, right? Wang Yun nodded. Slap. Feng Yuan slapped Wang Yun's face again, and said, then did you tell him that before leaving the resource palace, he had to ask for leave from me first? Wang Yun shook her head. Slap. Feng Yuan slapped her again, and said, then tell me, do you deserve to be punished? Yes. Wang Yun nodded, not daring to resist at all. She didn't even dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Seeing Wang Yun being beaten, Qin Feiyang's face became more and more gloomy. Feng Yuan was obviously venting his personal anger. With Shangguan Fenglan and the Great Elder, these two mountains, Feng Yuan didn't dare to do anything to him. But if he gave up like this, then he, as the palace master of the resource palace, would lose face, so he went to find Wang Yun. In other words, Wang Yun became his punching bag. Chapter 21:18. And Wang Yun was not Qin Feiyang. Facing the powerful Feng Yuan, she did not have the slightest courage to resist. She could only let Feng Yuan slap her face one after another. After more than a dozen slaps, Wang Yun's cheeks were already bleeding. The anger in Qin Feiyang's heart became more and more intense. Qin Feiyang, don't be impulsive. Be careful or he will reward you with a slap. With his current state, he will definitely not be merciful. At that time, you will definitely bleed. Mu Tianyang saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly transmitted his voice. So what if I bleed? Do you want me to watch a woman get beaten for me? Then am I still a man? Qin Feiyang secretly snorted and rushed forward like lightning, grabbing Feng Yuan's wrist. Jiang Haotian. Everyone's expression changed. Especially Wang Yun, who looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. She never thought that this man would stand up for her and offend Feng Yuan. Looking at Feng Yuan, she also had a look of disbelief. How dare he be presumptuous in front of him? The dignified resource hall master, with a high position and power, actually made things difficult for a disciple. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Qin Feiyang sneered. A strand of dense flames of rage instantly appeared in Feng Yuan's eyes. This was clearly provoking him. Jiang Haotian, don't be rude. This is my fault to begin with. It is only right that I be punished. Leave now. Wang Yun's expression suddenly changed and she hurriedly shouted. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and looked at Feng Yuan. If there's anything, come at me. Don't make things difficult for unrelated people. Good. Very good. Very good. Feng Yuan laughed out of extreme anger and said, just based on your actions of offending your superior, it's sufficient for you to die a graveless death. Offend? I just said a few words of justice and it's called offending. Can't I speak the truth in Ninth Heaven Palace? Qin Feiyang said. What a sharp tongue. However, no matter how eloquent you are, you won't be able to escape punishment today. Now, I will punish you according to the law. Feng Yuan's eyes surged with killing intent. This is bad. Mu Tianyang felt a chill in his heart. Feng Yuan already had a murderous intent, and no one could persuade him otherwise. This guy was really stupid. Knowing that Feng Yuan had been looking for an opportunity to get rid of him, he still took the initiative to bump into him. According to law. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, a woman in a light purple dress slowly walked into the resource hall. It was Shangguan Fenglan. Greetings, Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Everyone immediately bowed. Qin Feiyang also quickly released Feng Yuan's wrist and turned to salute Shangguan Fenglan. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. Why was it this woman again? Every time he wanted to attack Qin Feiyang, this woman would always jump out and interfere. Hall Master Feng Yuan, law enforcement is the power of our law enforcement hall. It doesn't seem to have much to do with your resource hall, right? Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Qin Feiyang and smiled at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan said, "Don't I have the right to punish the people of my resource hall who made a mistake? It depends on how you look at it. Privately, they are your subordinates. You do have the right to punish them. But publicly, as long as the disciples of Jotian Palace, no matter where they are, no matter what mistakes they have made, they should be handed over to my law enforcement hall." Shangguan Fenglan said. Feng Yuan said angrily, "Are you deliberately going against me? I wouldn't dare. I just have something to ask Jiang Haotian, but I didn't expect to see this scene. Speaking of which, what exactly made Hall Master Feng Yuan so angry?" Shangguan Fenglan looked curious. Feng Yuan's face was gloomy. Qin Feiyang said, "Hall Master, this matter was caused by me. It has nothing to do with senior sister Wang Yun." Jiang Haotian, shut up. If you say it, it will definitely make Hall Master Feng Yuan angrier. Wang Yun hurriedly transmitted her voice. "Don't be afraid. We are disciples of Jotian Palace, not his slaves. Why should we be bullied by him?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly, looked at Shangguan Fenglan, and said respectfully, "Hall Master, this is what happened. The day before yesterday, I went out with senior brother Fengzi and didn't ask Hall Master Feng Yuan in advance, so he was very dissatisfied. But before that, I had taken the initiative to admit my mistake, but Hall Master Feng Yuan just didn't let it go. He even threatened to kill me." Qin Feiyang's face was full of grievance. "So it's because of this." Shangguan Fenglan suddenly understood, turned to look at Feng Yuan, and said, "This is my idea." Feng Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang coldly, then looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, "Jiang Haotian is a member of my resource hall after all. You let him go out to do things, out of courtesy and respect, shouldn't you tell me in advance? This is indeed my lack of consideration. But I can't help it. It was the Great Elder who urged me. I didn't think so much. I also thought that this was just a small matter, but I didn't expect Hall Master Feng Yuan to care so much." Shangguan Fenglan said. The meaning was obvious. If you are unhappy, go find the Great Elder. Don't use this as a pretext to make a fuss. And he even mocked Feng Yuan. It was such a small matter, yet he was still fussing over it. He was too narrow-minded. Good, good, good. Since it's the Great Elder's order, then I won't say anything more. But Wang Yun, she didn't fulfill her duty to teach the newcomers well, so she can no longer stay in the resource hall. Wang Yun, from now on, you are no longer a member of the resource hall. After handing over the work in your hands, you can leave on your own. After Feng Yuan finished speaking, he turned and walked to the second floor. Wang Yun's face was pale. She never thought that because of such a small mistake, she would be kicked out of the resource hall. Qin Feiyang just blamed himself. Although it was Frenzy who forced him to go to the Far West, in the end, Wang Yun lost her job because of him. What a pitiful person. How about this? I happen to be short of people in the law enforcement department. After the handover, you can report to the law enforcement hall. But just when Qin Feiyang was thinking about how to make it up to Wang Yun, Shangguan Fenglan's voice suddenly sounded. What? Feng Yuan's body stiffened and turned his head to stare at Shangguan Fenglan angrily. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also raised his head and looked at Shangguan Fenglan in surprise. Wang Yun herself had a look of disbelief. Go to the law enforcement hall? One must know that entering the law enforcement hall was more difficult than entering the resource hall. As long as one was smart enough, one would have a chance to enter the resource hall. But the law enforcement hall. Not only must one have a strong cultivation base, but also extraordinary courage and loyalty to the Nine Heavens Palace. After all, the people in the law enforcement hall had the power to kill the disciples. In short, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to enter the law enforcement hall. And the treatment in the law enforcement hall was better than the resource hall. Therefore, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace were extremely afraid of the law enforcement hall, but they were also very eager to enter the law enforcement hall. Wang Yun had felt that she had lost hope in life, but she did not expect that immediately after, an even bigger pie would fall down. It made her feel like she was dreaming, unreal. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Senior sister Wang Yun, why don't you quickly thank Hall Master Shangguan?" Wang Yun quivered and hurriedly knelt down on one knee, solemnly saying, "Thank you, Lord Hall Master. This disciple will be loyal to the death and will not disappoint Lord Hall Master's appreciation." Shangguan Fenglan smiled and said, "You have to be loyal to the Nine Heavens Palace, not me." "Yes. This disciple will remember." Wang Yun respectfully replied. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Get up." Wang Yun got up. The joy on her face could not be concealed. However, there was one person at the scene whose face was extremely ugly. This person was Feng Yuan. After driving Wang Yun out of the resource hall, Shangguan Fenglan immediately took Wang Yun into the law enforcement hall. Wasn't this clearly refuting his face? "Stinking woman, just you wait." He secretly snorted coldly, and with a stomach full of anger, he disappeared from the second floor without looking back. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Feng Yuan's back, then looked at Wang Yun and said, "You can hand it over." "Yes." Wang Yun nodded respectfully, turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and smiled. "Junior brother Jiang, let's go and hand it over." Shangguan Fenglan said, "You go and hand it over to someone else. I have something to ask Jiang Haotian." "Ah." Wang Yun looked at Shangguan Fenglan in surprise. Mu Tianyang sent a sound transmission. "Brother Hua, this woman doesn't seem to have good eyesight." Indeed. Obviously, Shangguan Fenglan helped him because of Jiang Haotian, but she didn't see through it. Hua Yi secretly said. Wang Yun indeed didn't see through it at first, but when she heard Shangguan Fenglan's words and thought of how Shangguan Fenglan protected Qin Feiyang before, she immediately understood. She looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully, then turned and walked towards Hua Yi and Mu Tianyang. "Jiang Haotian, come out," Shangguan Fenglan said, then turned and walked out of the resource hall. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly, and followed with large strides. He didn't need to think to know that Shangguan Fenglan came to find him because of Frenzy and Long Tianyu. Walking out of the resource hall, Qin Feiyang followed Shangguan Fenglan and flew to a nearby mountain peak with no one. Shangguan Fenglan said, "You must have heard about what Frenzy did in Sky Dragon City." "I've heard a little." Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Fenglan said meaningfully, "After receiving my message, he actually didn't bring Long Tianyu back. This shouldn't be simple." "How would I know?" Qin Feiyang was a little innocent. "Keep pretending." Shangguan Fenglan looked at him playfully. "I didn't." Qin Feiyang's face was full of helplessness. Shangguan Fenglan couldn't hold it in anymore and said angrily, "Weren't you the one who told Frenzy not to bring Long Tianyu back?" "When did I inform him?" "Senior brother Frenzy and I didn't establish a contract bridge," Qin Feiyang said. "You two have known each other for so long, and even went to the Far West together. Do you think I will believe that you didn't establish a contract bridge?" Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. "I really didn't. Why don't you believe me?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "I can believe you if you want. But before evening, you must find Frenzy and Long Tianyu for me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Shangguan Fenglan sneered, and flew away like lightning, disappearing from Qin Feiyang's sight. Chapter 21:19. Why am I so unlucky? Qin Feiyang stood alone at the peak of the mountain, wanting to cry but no tears came out. Everything could be related to him. Sigh. Where can I find him? Qin Feiyang sighed and flew towards the resource hall. To find Madman, he had to leave the Nine Heavens Palace. Therefore, He had to inform Feng Yuan in advance, lest he use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Returning to the resource hall, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone was there, but Mu Tianyang was nowhere to be seen. Qin Feiyang walked to Hu Yi's side. Hu Yi and Wang Yun were talking. Junior brother Jiang, thank you, but I really didn't expect your relationship with Hall Master Shangguan to be so good. Wang Yun smiled gratefully. I'm just a small disciple, what relationship can I have with her? She must have taken a fancy to your talent to let you enter the law enforcement hall. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wang Yun was also a smart person. She just smiled and didn't ask anymore. Qin Feiyang looked at Hu Yi and asked suspiciously, "Where's Mu Tianyang?" Hu Yi pointed to the second floor and said in a low voice, "After you left, he was called up by Feng Yuan." Qin Feiyang looked at the second floor. Why was he in such a hurry to call Mu Tianyang up? "You guys are busy, I'll go to the second floor too." Qin Feiyang said to the two of them and turned to walk to the second floor. Second floor. In the lounge. Feng Yuan sat beside the tea table, and Mu Tianyang stood respectfully opposite him. Feng Yuan asked, "The day before yesterday, madmen took Jiang Haotian away from the treasure pavilion. You were there, right?" En. Mu Tianyang nodded. Feng Yuan said, "Then do you know where they went?" "What did they do?" "I don't know. I asked madman at that time, but he didn't reveal anything." Mu Tianyang said. "So mysterious. It's really strange." Feng Yuan frowned. Mu Tianyang suddenly said, "Hall Master, didn't you ask the Great Elder?" This old man never thought that this matter was related to the Great Elder. Since it has something to do with the Great Elder, this matter is definitely not ordinary. That little bastard Jiang Haotian definitely won't tell me the truth. I'll have to rely on you for this matter. This old man will also find an opportunity to sound out the First Elder's intentions. Feng Yuan said. "Yes." Mu Tianyang nodded. Feng Yuan waved his hand and said, "Leave." Mu Tianyang hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, there's something I want to discuss with you." "What is it?" Feng Yuan was doubtful. Mu Tianyang's gaze flickered slightly, and he said, "I want to make a trip to the Heavenly Dragon Sea." "Why are we going to the Sky Dragon Sea?" Feng Yuan was stunned and asked in surprise. Mu Tianyang moved closer to Feng Yuan's ear and whispered a few words. "So that's how it is." Feng Yuan came to a realization when he heard that and said with a nod, "All right, you arrange this matter well. This old man will also let Wen Hai and Jin Yunchang they all assist you. Many thanks for Hall Master's trust. This time, I'll definitely bury him in the Heavenly Dragon Sea," Mu Tianyang said with a cold smile. "If you can really make him die in the Heavenly Dragon Sea, then you'll be this resource hall's next Hall Master," Feng Yuan said. Mu Tianyang was overjoyed and said with a bow, "This subordinate definitely won't let down His Excellency Hall Master's expectations." "Ha ha," Feng Yuan laughed loudly and waved his hand, saying, "Go and get busy. This subordinate takes his leave." Mu Tianyang bowed and withdrew. After Mu Tianyang withdrew from the lounge, Feng Yuan immediately laughed coldly. "Do you really think that this old man will let you be the next resource hall's hall master? Truly an out-and-out fool. When Jiang Haotian dies, that will also be the date of your death." Outside in the corridor. When Mu Tianyang closed the door, he just happened to see Qin Feiyang coming upstairs. "What are you running up for now?" Mu Tianyang was taken aback and hurriedly walked over. "Shangguan Fenglan asked me to find Frenzy and Long Tianyu. What can I do? I can only come and report first. You, on the other hand. Why is Feng Yuan in such a hurry to find you?" Qin Feiyang transmitted. "Isn't it because he wants to know about you and Frenzy going to the Far West Land? But I didn't say anything. In addition, I have already obtained his consent. We can set off for the Heavenly Dragon Sea at any time," Mu Tianyang secretly said. He would agree so easily. Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Do you understand my methods?" Mu Tianyang waved his fist and smiled smugly, then walked straight past Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang's back view, a hint of light flickering in the depths of his eyes. Although he and Mu Tianyang were currently in a cooperative relationship, Regardless of whether it was him or Mu Tianyang, they were actually well aware of it in their hearts. This kind of relationship could collapse at any time. Therefore, going to the Heavenly Dragon Sea not only had to be careful of Feng Yuan's plot, but also had to be wary of Mu Tianyang. Sigh. This scheming is really tiring. Qin Feiyang suddenly shook his head, turned back, walked to the door, and knocked lightly. Come in. Feng Yuan's voice came from inside. Qin Feiyang pushed open the door. Seeing that it was actually Qin Feiyang, Feng Yuan's face immediately turned gloomy and asked, "What's the matter?" "Hall Master, Shangguan Fenglan asked me to find Madman. What do you think we should do?" Qin Feiyang said awkwardly. "What? She asked you to find Madman?" Feng Yuan was stunned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Is she sick? There are so many people in the law enforcement hall, is there a need for you to go?" Feng Yuan immediately became angry. "I think so too. But she just wants me to go. She even said that if I don't find Madman before evening, I will bear the consequences. Hall Master, why don't you go and intercede for me? I still have a lot of work, how can I leave?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly. "You really don't want to go?" Feng Yuan asked, sizing up Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "I really don't want to go. I'm very curious. Why are you so close to Madman and Shangguan Fenglan? Could it be that there is some kind of unknown relationship between you two?" Feng Yuan asked. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "I knew Hall Master would think so, but I can tell you responsibly that there really isn't." "No. You're ignoring me. It doesn't matter, how can they take care of you like this?" Feng Yuan sneered. "This," Qin Feiyang hesitated and said, "there's something I want to say, don't be angry." "Say it." Feng Yuan said. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said, "I think they might not like how you bullied me before." Feng Yuan suddenly slammed his palm on the tea table. Crack. The tea table shattered. Qin Feiyang's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, "You said you can't be angry." Feng Yuan smiled coldly and said, "After getting along with you for so long, I finally heard the truth from your mouth, how can I be angry?" Qin Feiyang was terrified. "Get lost!" Feng Yuan shouted. Qin Feiyang asked cautiously, "Then should I go or not? Shangguan Fenglan has spoken, how can I dare you not go? Get lost!" Feng Yuan shouted angrily. "Disciple will take his leave," Qin Feiyang said, then turned around and ran out in a hurry. "Can't stand me bullying him? Humph. Shangguan Fenglan, lunatic, when did you become so kind? But no one who goes against me will have a good ending. Just like the son of the great elder." Feng Yuan sneered, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Qin Feiyang walked out of the resource hall and looked up at the sun in the sky. When he thought of Feng Yuan's expression, his mood was incomparably happy. Then he soared into the sky and flew toward the sky stairway. After leaving the Ninth Heaven Palace, he directly opened the portal and descended outside the North City Gate. So cruel. Yeah. But it's also very satisfying. The Zhong father and son are usually arrogant and domineering, and I've long been unhappy with them. Isn't that so? And that hedonistic son of the Li family, always acting like a tyrant. He should have been killed long ago. Lunatic really did a good thing this time. With this bloody lesson, let's see if they dare to bully honest people like us in the future. As soon as Qin Feiyang walked to the city gate, he heard countless people talking about Lunatic. Lunatic really made a name for himself this time. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. But suddenly, behind him, he felt a great sense of danger. Without hesitation, he directly entered the Black Tortoise world. Just as Qin Feiyang disappeared, a black arrow flashed with a shocking sharpness, cutting through the sky like lightning and entering the back of a burly man's head. This burly man was walking in front of Qin Feiyang. The moment Qin Feiyang disappeared, the burly man naturally became a ghost. Accompanied by a painful scream, the burly man died on the spot. What's going on? The sudden scene caused the crowd at the city gate to be in an uproar. Everyone scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. The 4 guards at the city gate were naturally alarmed. 2 of them immediately rushed over to observe the burly man's situation. This arrow pierced through his sea of consciousness and directly shattered his divine soul. And there's poison on the arrow. Who is it? Who dares to commit murder at the city gate of our Sky Dragon city? The two guards scanned the crowd around them. I don't know. We didn't see it either. Just now, we suddenly heard this person scream and then saw him fall to the ground. The few people standing in front opened their mouths. The perpetrator must be among you. From now on, without our orders, no one is allowed to leave. Seal the city gate, the two guards shouted. The two guards guarding the city gate immediately mobilized their divine power and sealed the city gate. Then, they soared into the sky and monitored everyone present. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also in the Black Tortoise realm, scanning the people on the plains. Only he knew that the perpetrator's target was not the burly man, but him. But he did not find the perpetrator. Everyone present looked very innocent. However, in such a short period of time, this person could not have escaped. He must still be here. But who wanted to kill him? Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan had suffered many losses, so he should not send people to assassinate him again. Moreover, Mu Tianyang had already mentioned to Feng Yuan that he wanted to go to the Sky Dragon Sea. So, even if Feng Yuan wanted to kill him, he would definitely wait until he went to the Sky Dragon Sea before taking action. But other than Feng Yuan, who else could it be? During his time in Sky Dragon City, it seemed that he had only offended Feng Yuan. Chapter 2120. No. There seemed to be Guozueki. However, Guozueki was now following Mu Tianyang, so it was not possible to assassinate him. Besides, Guozueki certainly did not have the courage to do so now. It was a mess outside. The eyes of the four guards were filled with piercing cold light. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang, its senior brother Jiang. Jiang Haotian? Why is he here too? I seem to have seen him just now, but I didn't pay much attention to him. Wait a minute. Could he be the one who shot the man in the dark? It's impossible. Why is it impossible? He hid in the space divine object, assassinated the burly man, and then ran out without anyone knowing. The crowd immediately became restless. Hearing these discussions, the four guards looked at each other. One of the guards walked up to Qin Feiyang. With a respectful expression, he asked, "May I ask young Master Jiang, when did you arrive here?" Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and then at the guard. Obviously, the guard was also suspicious of him. This was funny. He was the real victim, but now he was the target of suspicion. No. It seemed that someone was deliberately fanning the flames. He glanced at the crowd again, his eyes flickering. Who just said that he might be the one who shot the man in the dark? If he was really fanning the flames, then the person who said this must be the murderer. Because this person wanted to confuse the public and make the scene more chaotic. In this way, he could find a chance to escape. He still remembered the voice. It was very strange. But unfortunately, he did not pay attention to the person who spoke before. Now, if that person did not speak, it would be difficult to find him in the crowd. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, the guard frowned and said, "Young Master Jiang, please answer my question." His suspicion of Qin Feiyang became more and more obvious. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he said, "Actually, the arrow just now was aimed at me." What? It was aimed at him? That is to say, that burly man died unjustly? The crowd was bewildered and clamorous. The four guards also looked at each other. What was going on? Nonsense. You are a disciple of the Nine Heavens Palace. Who would dare to assassinate you? A discordant shout rang out once again. Qin Feiyang immediately looked towards the source of the voice. His eyes instantly locked onto a black-robed middle-aged man in the crowd. This person was about 40 years old. He was short and had an ordinary appearance. At first glance, it was hard to notice him. However, Qin Feiyang's eyes were shining. The reason for that was because that person's voice was exactly the same as the voice from before. This person had pointed the spearhead at him twice. It was obvious that they wanted to cause chaos. The person who would do such a thing was undoubtedly the culprit. "What are you looking at?" The middle-aged man was dissatisfied when he saw Qin Feiyang staring at him. Who are you? Why did you assassinate me? Qin Feiyang walked towards the middle-aged man. I'm assassinating you. The middle-aged man was stunned and said angrily, don't slander me. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and said to himself, in my memory, I don't seem to have seen you. You should be ordered to assassinate me. Who is this person? What nonsense are you talking about? The middle-aged man shouted angrily, but he seemed to be a little flustered. What should we do? The four guards secretly communicated with each other. Jiang Haotian doesn't look like he's joking. Maybe it's really that person. Whether it is or not, we can't let the suspect go. Quickly surround him. The four of them immediately performed teleportation and landed around the middle-aged man in an instant, surrounding him. What are you doing? He's slandering me. Do you really believe it? The middle-aged man saw this and the panic in his eyes became more obvious. Do you know? Your acting skills are very bad. Not only are your acting skills bad, but your brain is also very stupid. If you didn't say anything, I definitely wouldn't have noticed you. But you thought you were smart and fanned the flames twice, trying to divert everyone's attention to me. This just happened to expose yourself. Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. Nonsense, nonsense. Everyone, don't believe his nonsense. He's a thief pretending to be a thief. The middle-aged man roared in exasperation. Who's the thief pretending to be a thief? We'll know soon. I believe everyone has already received the news of what happened in Jiutian Palace last night. Qin Feiyang laughed. What happened? Everyone was suspicious. Suddenly, someone in the crowd said in surprise, could it be the matter of killing Raiko Yang? That's right. It's the matter of killing Raiko Yang. Now many people know that I have a secret technique that can read other people's memories. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the middle-aged man and sneered, do you dare to let me read your memories? The middle-aged man's panic was immediately exposed. Look, he's panicking. It's really him. There must be someone behind him. Otherwise, why would he dare to assassinate Jiang Haotian? Catch him, don't let him escape. Everyone roared. The four guards pounced on the middle-aged man at the first moment. Jiang Haotian, you're really not easy to deal with. But with these ants, you want to keep me here? Dream on. Seeing this, the middle-aged man no longer concealed his ferocity. Boom. An aura suddenly erupted. He instantly attacked, and the four guards had no room to resist and died on the spot. What? So strong. This aura seems to be a great success, Divine Lord. Seeing this situation, everyone immediately retreated in horror. Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. It was actually a great success, Divine Lord. In the future, you must always pay attention to what's behind you, because I will continue to find opportunities to assassinate you. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang with a sinister smile, and then used teleportation, rushing toward the mountain outside the plane like lightning. Continue to assassinate me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and a sneer appeared on his face. Using the walk formula, he quickly chased after him. What? Jiang Haotian actually chased after him? He's crazy. His opponent is a great success, Divine Lord, and he's just a perfect realm war god. Not to mention whether he can catch up, even if he does, he'll only be courting death. Everyone was discussing and they were all in disbelief. This person's guts are too big, isn't it? Isn't Madman in the city? Let's quickly find him. Yes, let's find Madman. Jiang Haotian is under Madman's protection. When he finds out about this, he'll definitely immediately go to rescue him. Although Madman can save Jiang Haotian, it's not easy to find him. That's true. This person has changed his appearance since last night and is hiding in Sky Dragon City. Only after killing people will he reveal his identity and then continue to hide. Then what should we do? Jiang Haotian is a good person. We can't just leave him to die. How about this? Although I don't know what Madman has changed his appearance to, he's definitely in Sky Dragon City now. Let's quickly spread the news. When Madman receives the news, he'll naturally immediately go to rescue Jiang Haotian. Yes, everyone, let's be quick. For a moment, The people outside the city took out their image crystals and spread the news. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Not long after, not only did the news spread throughout Sky Dragon City, but it also spread to Ninth Heaven Palace. What? His being assassinated? Resource Hall. Mu Tianyang and Hua Yi looked at each other. No matter where he went, there were people who wanted to kill him. Was this person born to be hated? Treasure Hall. Shangguan Qiu, who was sitting in the study, heard the news and suddenly stood up and shouted, "Men!" A guard ran in. Shangguan Qiu said in a deep voice, "Immediately bring people to rescue Jiang Haotian. Remember, he must not die." "Yes." The guard responded respectfully. Then, with a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Sky Dragon City. On a certain street. An old man with mottled white hair walked shakily with a walking stick in his hand. His old eyes were cloudy. But if one looked closely, there was a shocking sharpness in those cloudy eyes. He scanned the people on the street like a hunter looking for prey. Beside him, there was a teenager who was wearing tattered clothes and had some dirt on his face. The teenager supported the old man and listened to the people's discussion. He whispered, "Brother Crazy, are they talking about Brother Haotian? Who else could it be other than this unlucky guy?" The old man chuckled. The teenager was shocked and quickly asked, "Aren't we going to save him?" "Save him? Kid, you're underestimating him. A mere large success Divine Lord is not a threat to him." The old man said and looked at a restaurant next to him. He laughed hoarsely and said, "Let's go in that restaurant and see if we can find prey. Now that everyone knows that we're hiding in Sky Dragon City, they shouldn't be able to find us." The teenager mumbled, "That's not necessarily true. What if there are a few people who aren't afraid of death?" The old man said with a smile. Outside North City, deep in the mountains, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, flew across the sky. It was Qin Feiyang and the middle-aged man. So fast." The middle-aged man turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. But then, a cold smile appeared on his face and he mumbled, "Have they caught up? Just what I want." He scanned the mountains and rivers in front of him and suddenly turned in the air and flew to the left. Behind. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He also changed his direction and continued to chase. Chapter 21-21. About half an hour passed. Even the two of them didn't know how far they had gone into the mountains. Finally, the middle-aged man stopped in the void. In the mountains below, there were countless beasts. Many of them were monarch god-level beasts, but the middle-aged man didn't care about them at all. He slowly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. And Qin Feiyang had also stopped. Their eyes met, and invisible sparks seemed to collide in the void. Qin Feiyang said, "Can you tell me now? Who sent you? When you go to hell, the king of hell will tell you." The middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. With a flash, he instantly landed in front of Qin Feiyang and slammed his palm toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang moved his feet and activated the Xing character art, calmly dodging. And he used a thunderous method. A wisp of blood-red light streaked across the sky and instantly arrived in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he quickly dodged to the side. Puff! The blood-red light was like a sharp arrow, sinking into the middle-aged man's left shoulder, and a bloody hole appeared. Blood spurted out like a fountain. "What is this? It can actually hurt me." The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his shoulder, his face full of disbelief. One had to know. He was a monarch god. And the other party was just a mere perfection war god. Even if he had a legendary-level deity art, he couldn't hurt him, because deity art was a barrier that couldn't break through to the next realm. In other words, even a beginner monarch god could easily kill a perfection war god. And now, instead, he was injured. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Do you think I dare to chase after you without any ability? To tell you the truth, countless monarch god have died in my hands." These words were not false. A few days ago in the land of the Far West, he had indeed killed many monarch god puppets. However, although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually very vigilant. Because puppets and living people were two completely different concepts. Puppets were controlled by people and didn't have thoughts. But living people not only had their own thoughts, but they could also use deity arts and activate their fighting soul. And they might even have a powerful deity weapon. So you are confident. But I have to admit, it's really amazing. But today, you will still die. The middle-aged man shouted. Divine power rolled out, and a barrier was formed, enveloping Qin Feiyang. Following closely, the middle-aged man formed a seal with both hands, and a palm-sized square seal appeared. The square seal was golden in color, and there was a white tiger engraved at the bottom. It exuded a powerful aura. Let's see how you're going to hide now. Perfect deity technique, tiger taming seal. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the taming tiger seal shot up into the sky and expanded in size. In an instant, it was like a towering mountain. Golden light shone in all directions, releasing an aura that could destroy the world. Kill. A murderous aura erupted from his body. He waved his hand and the taming tiger seal came crashing down. Perfect deity formula. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. This was the difference between a living person and a puppet. For example, the person in front of him could pose a fatal threat to him just by relying on the cultivation of a large success divine lord and the perfect divine art. However, since he dared to come, he must have some confidence. Clang. Murderous aura rolled out from his palm, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. A blood-red sword appeared in the sky. He grabbed the blood-red sword and slashed at the air. However, his target was not the taming tiger seal. It was the barrier that trapped him. The middle-aged man had set up the barrier to prevent him from escaping. As long as the barrier was broken, it would not be difficult for him to dodge the taming tiger seal with the deity formula. Crack. The blood-red sword's radiance tore through the sky. There was no suspense. The barrier was shattered on the spot. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang used the deity formula and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Boom. The taming tiger seal came crashing down. The void was instantly destroyed, and the ground below collapsed and sank. What? It shattered my barrier so easily? The middle-aged man was tongue-tied again. The blood-red sword, what was that? How could it have such terrifying destructive power? Clang. Just as the middle-aged man was in a daze, a blood-red sword aura came from behind him. The middle-aged man shuddered and dodged to the side without hesitation. However, the speed of the sword aura was beyond his imagination. His left arm, which was already injured, was directly cut off as the sword energy fell. The heart-wrenching pain made the middle-aged man scream like a pig being slaughtered. If you have the ability, don't hide. Fight me head-on. The middle-aged man turned around and glared at Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the air opposite him. Your cultivation is so much higher than mine, and you still want me to fight you head-on? Is there something wrong with your brain? Qin Feiyang sneered. The middle-aged man was burning with anger. That's right. His cultivation was a few levels higher than his opponent's. Moreover, there was the huge gap between the god of war and the divine lord. However, in these few rounds, he was the one who was injured. What about his opponent? He was unharmed. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to endure such humiliation. Boom. The middle-aged man's body trembled. An even more terrifying aura broke out from his body. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. This person was not a great success divine lord. Yes. This is my true strength, great perfection divine lord. The middle-aged man grinned again and again, his aura fully released. This level of aura, Qin Feiyang was not unfamiliar at all. This was a great perfection divine lord. Do you know why I hid my cultivation? It's because I want to lure you here so that I can kill you without anyone knowing. The middle-aged man laughed. Who the hell are you? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Haha, it hasn't been long since the last time we met. Have you forgotten me? The middle-aged man took out a facial restoration pill. Qin Feiyang looked at the facial restoration pill and then looked at the middle-aged man. It hasn't been long since the last time we met. Let me give you a hint, martial arts treasury. The middle-aged man said. Martial arts treasury. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and said in surprise, "You are Nai Kong." The middle-aged man smiled without saying a word and took the facial restoration pill in his hand. Very soon, a familiar face appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Who else could it be but Nai Kong? I see. You were afraid of arousing the lunatic's dissatisfaction, so you changed your appearance and came to assassinate me. After the assassination failed, you hid your cultivation and lured me here. In order to kill me, you really used all kinds of tricks. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. When I tried to assassinate you, I thought I could succeed, but I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. You even managed to dig him out. However, I was unwilling, so I came up with this idea at the last minute. Because I expected that with your conceit and arrogance, you would definitely come after me. Sure enough, you came after me. Do you still remember what I said back then? I will definitely avenge my brother, my father, my grandfather, and my family. And today is the day you die. Nai Kong's face was full of resentment and once again evolved the perfect divine art, tiger taming seal. Without hiding his cultivation, the power of the tiger taming seal reached its peak state. Feeling the aura of the tiger taming seal, at this moment, Qin Feiyang's heart did not have any luck. He was afraid that even the blood-colored longsword could not match it. Because Nai Kong's cultivation was one realm higher than his, he could only activate the slaughter zone. But now, it was too late to activate the slaughter zone. After all, there was no ready-made blood. Moreover, as early as the beginning of his fight with Nai Kong, the beasts in the mountains below had already fled upon hearing the news. In other words, at this moment, within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, there was only him and Nai Kong. Are you afraid? Are you desperate? This is what you deserve. Nai Kong laughed. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, I have already said that your father and the rest were not killed by me. Besides you, who else could it be? Actually, after the bet with you last time, I also thought about it carefully. With your cultivation, it should be impossible to kill my Nai family. Because of this, I hesitated for a long time. However, just earlier, when I saw that trace of crimson light and the long sword in your hand, I finally understood that you do have the ability to do so. So, the executioner who slaughtered my Nai family is definitely you. Go and be buried with them. Nai Kong roared. The tiger taming seal descended from the sky, carrying the power to destroy the world. It shattered the sky for hundreds of thousands of miles and headed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He hurriedly used the walk formula and quickly dodged. The tiger taming seal blasted into the ground below. The air billowed. In an instant, everything within the range visible to the naked eye was razed to the ground. Qin Feiyang's back was drenched in cold sweat. If he did not dodge, then he would definitely be a corpse now. No. I'm afraid that not even a corpse would be left. You think you are the only one who has mastered the auxiliary divine technique? Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to recover, Nai Kong's angry roar sounded again. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly looked over. He saw Nai Kong using a strange and unpredictable footwork, rushing towards him. Compared to his previous speed, it was on a completely different level. Perfect auxiliary divine technique, ghost step. Nai Kong laughed sinisterly. It could be said that his current speed was even faster than Qin Feiyang's walk formula. It was not to say that Qin Feiyang's walk formula was inferior to Nai Kong's ghost steps. It was because Nai Kong's cultivation was too much higher than Qin Feiyang's. How could Qin Feiyang compare with the cultivation of a consummate Sir God and the perfect auxiliary divine technique? This time, he also truly experienced the difference between a puppet and a living person. They were completely incomparable. Chapter 21-22. He could kill puppets in seconds as if he was cutting vegetables. But for a living person, unless it was an unexpected assassination, he had no chance of winning. In the blink of an eye, die. Nai Kong laughed sinisterly. The tiger taming seal appeared again and blasted toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He held the blood-colored sword in his hand and attacked. He definitely could not avoid it. As Nai Kong's speed was faster than his, he could only give it his all. As for the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm, he did not intend to enter them. If he did not get rid of a powerful enemy like Nai Kong as soon as possible, there would be endless trouble in the future. Therefore, no matter what, he had to kill this person today. Even if the purple gold dragon blood was exposed, he would not hesitate. Clang, clang. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the blood-colored sky and the tiger taming seal met. True enough. The blood-colored sword shattered instantly. As for the tiger taming seal, there was only a crack. And this crack was difficult to see with the naked eye. This was a completely overwhelming situation. The tiger taming seal was full of murderous intent as it charged toward Qin Feiyang. In the nick of time, Qin Feiyang quickly activated the battle word manual. Once the blood-colored armor appeared, the tiger taming seal blasted onto Qin Feiyang. Fart! Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the ground below. As for the armor formed by the battle word manual, it shattered into pieces. Too powerful. This is the strength of a perfected Sir God. Compared to this, the puppets are too weak. Qin Feiyang muttered. Not only was the armor shattered, but his entire chest was also caved in. His bones were broken and his flesh was badly mangled. Even his internal organs were fatally injured. It turns out that without lunatic's protection, you are just a piece of trash. Nai Kong's face was full of disdain. But suddenly, he noticed the blood that Qin Feiyang spat out and his eyes widened. What was going on? Why was the blood purple gold? He went forward in shock and took a closer look. His body trembled. It actually had a dragon's aura. This is the legendary purple gold dragon blood. Nai Kong's face was filled with disbelief. How could there be purple gold dragon blood flowing in this person's body? It was passed down from generation to generation. 7,000 to 8,000 years ago, there was also a human with purple golden dragon blood flowing through his veins. This person was the monstrous genius who was famous in the northern region at that time, but then disappeared. Until now, he was almost forgotten by people. Qin Batian. Nai Kong looked up at Qin Feiyang, who was slowly standing up, and asked in surprise, "What is your relationship with Qin Batian?" "He is my ancestor." Qin Feiyang grinned. "Your ancestor?" Nai Kong was extremely surprised. "It seems that my ancestor was quite famous in the northern region back then. No matter who it is, they all know of his existence." Qin Feiyang said. "Although the name Qin Batian has disappeared for thousands of years, many people still remember it. Especially those from our Nine Heavens Palace. But it's really surprising that you're actually his descendant. But you still can't avoid death. Fighting soul, open." Nai Kong laughed sinisterly. With a low roar, a golden domain appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the domain appeared, it was infinitely enlarged and enveloped Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang suddenly felt an invisible force pressing down on him. His cultivation instantly dropped by a small realm. Qin Feiyang was shocked. "This is my body talent. It can deprive the opponent of a small realm of cultivation. Now that your cultivation has dropped to perfect war god, you have no chance of winning. Obediently accept your death, so that you won't suffer any physical pain, but in the end, I'll let you see my true strength." Nai Kong laughed arrogantly. He placed his hands in front of his chest and quickly formed seals. First, a golden square seal appeared. It was the tiger seal. Immediately after, another golden square seal appeared. At the bottom, there was a living golden dragon. Tiger seal, dragon seal. These two deity skills are my strongest techniques. It's your honor to die under these two deity skills. Now, you can go to hell, Nai Kong said proudly. Then, killing intent burst out from his eyes. The two divine seals cut through the sky like two mountains, one in front and one behind, attacking Qin Feiyang. That terrifying oppressive force caused Qin Feiyang to practically be unable to breathe. Sigh. However, there was a trace of regret on his face. He sighed, "I never thought of killing you. If you didn't take the initiative to provoke me, I would have even forgotten about your existence." "Why? Are you trying to gain sympathy?" Nai Kong sneered. "Sympathy? I'm not trying to gain your sympathy, I'm sympathizing with you. Isn't it good to be alive? Do you have to court death? Qin Feiyang said. Haha, at this point, you still dare to be so arrogant. You're really stupid. Nikong laughed again and again. His face was full of contempt. Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He muttered, although I don't want to rely on you, there's no other way. Please make your move. Sure. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, a grey figure swept out from his body. It was the spirit of the grey castle. Nikong looked at the spirit in surprise. Because the moment the artifact spirit appeared, he felt a great sense of danger. The spirit still couldn't see its face, but the disdain for Nikong, whether it was Qin Feiyang or Nikong himself, they could clearly feel it. The spirit raised its hand and pointed in the air. Boom! A force of death suddenly roared out. Catcher! The tiger subduing seal and dragon subduing seal shattered in an instant. What? Nikong was dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he quickly turned around and fled. His previous arrogance was gone, and his face was full of fear. His perfect divine technique was shattered so easily. How strong was this person? Qin Feiyang shouted, don't let him escape. Nikong already knew his true identity. Once Nikong escaped, he would definitely report it to the higher-ups of Ninth Heaven Palace. If I can't even keep such a small character, then what qualifications do I have to accompany you to the Sky Dragon Sea to find Qin Batian and Lu Zhengyang? The spirit sneered. The force of death suddenly turned into waves, sweeping across the sky and quickly drowning Nikong. My life force, my divine soul, damn it, what the hell is this? I can't accept this. Nikong roared angrily. His body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in 3 breaths, his life force completely disappeared. Only skin and bones remained of his physical body as he fell to the ground. This kind of trash doesn't even have the qualifications to be my puppet. The spirit said disdainfully. With a wave of its arm, the force of death retreated back into its body like a tide. Qin Feiyang swallowed a divine life pill and looked at the spirit with a smile. Strong enough. Of course. The spirit smiled proudly, then asked in confusion, why didn't you activate the slaughter domain just now? I wanted to. But you also saw that there is not a single murderer nearby. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Anyway, no matter what, he must not let the spirit know that the slaughter domain had a time limit. Although your slaughter domain is heaven-defying, its drawbacks are obvious. In a battle of life and death, the opponent will not give you the chance to absorb blood. The spirit said. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Under normal circumstances, I will not activate the slaughter domain. Indeed, it is a little too bloody. All right. The matter has been settled, I will leave first. After saying that, the spirit returned to Qin Feiyang's Qi. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath. The people of the Nai family were finally all eliminated, and there was one less threat in the future. He stepped forward and landed in front of Nikong's body. He took Nikong's yin and yang ring, and a smile appeared on his face. This Nikong's family was really rich. There were all kinds of elixirs. For example, there were hundreds of divine life pills. There were at least billions of divine gems and more than 100 million soul stones. A large part of the 100 million soul stones should be what he gave to Nikong. At that time, he used 100 million soul stones to exchange for the soul-gathering divine technique with Nikong. Originally, Nikong could have enjoyed the 100 million soul stones. But unfortunately, because of his stupidity, it was now back in Qin Feiyang's hands. Sure enough, it's like the old saying. It's you who can't run away, not you who can't force it. Qin Feiyang gladly put away the yin and yang ring, and then immersed his mind into Nikong's body. This Nikong must have a divine artifact. In the end, he really found a divine artifact in Nikong's Qi, but it was only a high-grade divine artifact. No wonder Nikong did not take it out before. After all, a high-grade divine artifact was not very helpful to a perfect Sir God. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to take it, and casually threw it into the yin and yang ring. Be a good person in your next life. Looking at Nikong's body, Qin Feiyang muttered. With a wave of his hand, the soil rolled and buried Nikong's body. He then entered the Black Tortoise world, washed the bloodstains on his body, changed into a clean set of clothes, and flew back to Sky Dragon City. Do you think that madman went to save Jiang Haotian? Although I didn't see madman, with his relationship with Jiang Haotian, he should have gone. Moreover, now that this matter has spread to Nine Heavens Palace, the upper echelons of Nine Heavens Palace will definitely not sit back and do nothing. That might not be the case. Don't you know how Nine Heavens Palace works? Once a disciple leaves Nine Heavens Palace, no matter what difficulties they encounter, they will not help. This Jiang Haotian is a good person. It would be a pity if he died like this. Yes. Back then, when Feng Wenhai framed him, he was still able to let bygones be bygones and forgive Feng Wenhai. It can be seen how kind he is. I just don't understand, such a kind child, why are there so many people who want to harm him? You don't know? A kind person will be bullied. Outside the North City Gate. At this moment, there was a sea of people. Everyone looked at the mountain in front of them and discussed. Time passed little by little. Suddenly, a white figure flew out from the mountain and gradually appeared in front of everyone. That is, Jiang Haotian. He's not dead. Wait, why don't I see madman? Did he not go? If madman didn't go, then how did he escape back? Everyone quickly went up to greet him. Qin Feiyang looked at the vast and mighty crowd with a stunned expression. He was too popular now. Chapter 21-23. When did he receive such treatment in the Great Qin Empire and Forgotten Continent? He was either scolded or hunted down. Of course. He had to thank the Feng family. It was the Feng family that made him who he was today. During this period of fighting with the Feng family, not only did he gain enough benefits, but he also gained a good reputation. It could be said that he gained both fame and fortune. Qin Feiyang flew over and said shamefully, "What did I do to deserve everyone's concern?" Child, don't say that. We know that you are a good person. Some people just can't bear to see others doing well, so they always play tricks behind their backs. Don't worry, no matter what happens, we will support you from behind. Everyone laughed. Thank you. Qin Feiyang bowed deeply to everyone. You're welcome. Actually, we can't help you much. We can only support you mentally. Back to the topic. How did you escape back? Everyone was curious. Escape back? Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking carefully, he suddenly understood. Indeed. Nai Kong's cultivation was much higher than his. It was normal for him to think that he escaped back. That person's speed was too fast. I lost him after chasing him out of the plains. Thinking about it, I really overestimated myself. I actually chased after a great perfection divine lord. Even if I could catch up with him, I was not his match. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. A perfect divine lord died in the hands of a perfect divine lord. If this matter were to spread out, how shocking would it be? Therefore, he still had to hide it. So that's how it is. You were indeed a little too impulsive at that time. Don't do this again in the future. Fortunately, that person had some reservations. Otherwise, you would definitely be in trouble this time. Everyone advised. I will remember. Thank you again for your concern. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. All right then, let's disperse. It's a pity that those 4 guards died too innocently. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Guards. Qin Feiyang looked down and soon saw the corpses of the 4 guards outside the city gate. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang flickered and landed in front of the 4 corpses. He fell silent for a moment. Don't blame yourself. This is not your fault. The fault lies with the perpetrator. Sooner or later, he will suffer retribution. A few people beside him consoled him. Qin Feiyang sighed. He turned to look at the crowd and asked, "Do any of you know their families?" Everyone shook their heads. I know him. Also, I've already informed their families. They should be here soon. A black-clothed man said. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed man and nodded. Fu Yong, not long after. A sorrowful cry rang out from within the city. Following closely, a group of people rushed out of the city gate. There were women, children, and the elderly. Everyone's face was filled with grief. A group of people rushed out of the city gate and headed straight here. Qin Feiyang and the others stepped aside. They are the family of these 4 people. There are old and young at home. How pitiful. The black-clothed man sighed. The others also had sympathetic looks on their faces. Fu Yong, why are you sleeping? Get up. Don't leave me and the children behind. What will we do in the future? Who the hell is it? How could he be so cruel? A few women lay on the bodies of the 4 guards, crying to the heavens and the earth, becoming a person of tears. The elderly and children next to them were also crying silently. Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people and couldn't help but sigh. He transmitted his voice, Old Zhao, prepare 4 Chenkuan bags for me. Each Chenkuan bag contains 10 million soul stones. Understood. Zhao Tailai replied. Soon. Zhao Tailai did it. Qin Feiyang walked forward, looked at the 4 women, and said, 4 sisters-in-law, please restrain your grief. Jiang Haotian. The 4 women looked up at Qin Feiyang. They hadn't noticed him before. When the children saw Qin Feiyang, besides sadness, there was also a trace of worship in their eyes. This matter happened because of me. I really don't know how to make it up to you. There are 10 million soul stones in each of these 4 Chenkuan bags. Take it as my apology to you. If you need any help in the future, you can come to the 9 Heavens Palace to find me. As long as it's within my ability, I won't refuse. Qin Feiyang said as he took out the 4 Chenkuan bags and stuffed them into the hands of the 4 women. What? 10 million soul stones? The 4 women were all dumbfounded. The family members beside them also had looks of disbelief. 10 million soul stones was nothing to Qin Feiyang, but for such an ordinary family, it was a huge sum of money. They probably wouldn't be able to earn so much in their lifetime. The people around were all dumbfounded. 10 million in one go. The 4 families added up to a total of 40 million. Wasn't this a little too generous? My condolences. Qin Feiyang smiled at the 4 women and turned to enter the city. Young Master Jiang, this is too much. We can't take it. The 4 women came back to their senses and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang's back. Qin Feiyang didn't respond and disappeared into the crowd without looking back. The 4 women looked at each other, completely at a loss for what to do. This is Jiang Haotian's goodwill. Just accept it. Moreover, you all have children. These soul stones can be left to your children. That's right. With these soul stones, your children will definitely become outstanding in the future. The people around them laughed. The 4 women looked at each other, looked at the city gratefully, and finally put away the Chenkuan bags. Actually, soul stones aren't much. What? 10 million soul stones aren't much? Are you dreaming? Of course not. Actually, the most important thing is Jiang Haotian's final promise. Jiang Haotian said that if these 4 families need help in the future, they can go to the Empyrean Palace to find him. Do you think that such a promise is not worth 10 million soul stones? That makes sense. This is Jiang Haotian's promise. Not to mention 10 million soul stones, even 100 million soul stones might not be worth it. This Jiang Haotian is really a good person. I really admire him. In the future, if anyone dares to plot against him, they will be going against us. Yes. We must protect such a good person. The people exclaimed. Qin Feiyang's actions this time won the hearts of the people. When the news spread, countless people praised him. The treasure pavilion. In a study. Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang standing outside the door with a surprised expression and said, "What wind blew today? Why did it blow you here?" Qin Feiyang entered the VIP room and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Miss Shangguan to like to joke." Ha, Shangguan Qiu laughed dryly and pointed to the tea table beside him. He said with a smile, "Please take a seat." Qin Feiyang did not stand on ceremony. He walked over and sat on the chair. "You don't come here without a reason. What do you need? Tell me." As Shangguan Qiu spoke, he took out a can of tea leaves from the cabinet beside him. When Shangguan Qiu opened the lid, a whiff of fragrance immediately rushed to his nose. "This is..." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. The fragrance of the tea leaves was exactly the same as the tea leaves that the deputy pavilion leader had given him. The deputy pavilion leader gave this to me some time ago. He said that you like tea, so he told me that whenever you come to the treasure pavilion, I must serve you with this tea. Others don't get such treatment. Shangguan Qiu said with a smile. Then shouldn't I feel honored? Qin Feiyang said. Of course. The deputy pavilion leader's tea leaves are priceless. Even the 10 elders of the Empyrean Palace don't have a chance to taste it. Shangguan Qiu said with a proud smile. I'm really flattered. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. At this moment, a guard ran in hurriedly. When he saw Qin Feiyang, he was stunned. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at the guard suspiciously. The guard came back to his senses and waved his hand with a smile. Nothing, nothing. Steward, since young Master Jiang has escaped safely, I'll take my leave. Okay. Shangguan Qiu nodded. The guard turned and left, closing the door behind him. Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Qiu in confusion and asked, Steward, what's going on? I heard that you were attacked not long ago. I was a little worried, so I asked him to bring some people to see if he could help you. Apparently, my worries were unnecessary. Shangguan Qiu said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He did not expect Shangguan Qiu to care about him so much. Don't get me wrong. I care about you because you're now the treasure school's patron. Shangguan Qiu said. Haha, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, even if that's the case, I can still brag about it for a while. Shangguan Qiu rolled his eyes and said, Tell me, what's the matter? I want to find Lunatic. Help me. Qin Feiyang said. Find Lunatic? Shangguan Qiu was stunned and frowned. Aren't you close to him? Why do you need my help? It's a long story. Anyway, I have to find him before dark. You have many spies in the treasure school. Help me. Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and nodded. Okay. Men. The guard pushed the door open and entered again. Shangguan Qiu said, Bring some people to find Lunatic. Yes. The guard answered respectfully and turned to leave quickly. Shangguan Qiu looked away and asked Qin Feiyang, Is there anything else? Yes. You haven't replied to me about the divine dragon's soul, the ultimate spirit lotus, and the dragon god's flower last time? Qin Feiyang said. I've asked my master and the deputy pavilion leader about this, but they haven't given me any orders yet, so I can't make a decision on my own. Shangguan Qiu said apologetically. Qin Feiyang was a little depressed. He said, Is it really that difficult? The dragon god's flower and the ultimate spirit lotus are small matters. I can give them to you now. But the dragon's soul, to be honest, is not a child's play. Shangguan Qiu sighed. Chapter 21-24. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Although the divine dragon was indeed noble and rare, it was nothing to the treasure pavilion. Shangguan Qiu fell silent. Qin Feiyang observed for a while and asked, Is there anything you can't tell us? Sigh. Shangguan Qiu sighed and shook his head. It's not anything I can't tell you. It's just that many people don't know about the dragons. Dragons? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Dragons. That's a super terrifying existence. Even the treasure pavilion can't afford to offend them. Shangguan Qiu said. Dragons? Qin Feiyang frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this term. It's really inconvenient for me to reveal anything about the dragons. Moreover, I don't know much about them. If there's a chance, you can ask the deputy pavilion master, Shangguan Qiu said. Qin Feiyang asked, Does anyone in the Ninth Heaven Palace know about this so-called dragons? Of course. For example, my sister, Feng Yuan, the 10 great elders, the palace master, and the deputy palace master know about them. But you'd better not ask around because the dragons are also a taboo. Shangguan Qiu said in a low voice. Taboo. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It seemed that the dragons were extraordinarily terrifying. Otherwise, the treasure pavilion and the Ninth Heaven Palace would not be so wary of them. Shangguan Qiu pondered for a while and suddenly said, Actually, there are dragon souls. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Shangguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang and said, The treasure pavilion has ready-made dragon souls. Ready-made dragon souls? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. After all, the treasure pavilion has been around for a long time. Although we haven't hunted divine dragons, many people have brought dragon souls to trade with us. And we've bought all these dragon souls. They're now kept in the treasure pavilion. Shangguan Qiu said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, since there are ready-made ones, then there is no need to hunt anymore. What are you afraid of? Because you are using the dragon soul to refine pills. This kind of offensive behavior will anger the dragons. Once they receive the news, not only will it bring you trouble, even our treasure pavilion will be implicated. Shangguan Qiu said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Qiu thought for a moment and asked, should I ask the deputy pavilion master again? All right. Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Qiu took out the image crystal. Very soon, a white-haired old man appeared. The old man sat on a chair with a walking stick beside him. There was a kind smile on his aged face. Greetings, Vice Pavilion Master. Greetings, Senior. Qin Feiyang and Shangguan Qiu stood up and bowed at the same time. Little friend, you're here too. The Vice Pavilion Master looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang said respectfully, Senior, please forgive us for disturbing your cultivation. It's okay. The Vice Pavilion Master waved his hand and said with a smile, you asked little Qiu to send a message to me. It must be about the dragon soul, right? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Vice Pavilion Master fell silent. Qin Feiyang said, if this matter really makes things difficult for you, just pretend that I didn't say anything. The Vice Pavilion Master laughed hoarsely and said, this matter is indeed a little difficult, but I really can't bear to refuse your request. Qin Feiyang was delighted. The Vice Pavilion Master said, but I have a request. Please say it. Qin Feiyang said. The Vice Pavilion Master said, you must not mention the fact that you used the dragon soul to refine pills to outsiders. Even if you die, you must keep it to yourself. No problem. I can guarantee it. Qin Feiyang nodded without hesitation. In fact, even if the Vice Pavilion Master did not say anything, he would not take out the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill. That was because this kind of pill was too shocking. Once it was exposed, there would be endless trouble. The Vice Pavilion Master said with a smile, I still believe in your promise. Little Qiu, you can make the deal with him. Yes. Shangguan Qiu replied respectfully. The Vice Pavilion Master looked at Qin Feiyang and said, then let's have tea together when we have time. Okay. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The Vice Pavilion Master's shadow disappeared. Shangguan Qiu put away the image crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang. Is there something on my face? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. I'm just puzzled. Did you drug the Vice Pavilion Master? He actually helped you so much. Shangguan Qiu frowned. Haha, this is charm. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Shameless. Shangguan Qiu rolled his eyes and said, since the Vice Pavilion Master has spoken, then let's talk. There's no need to talk. You can name the price. I only have one request, the more the better. Qin Feiyang said. Do you think dragon souls are cabbages that can be picked up from the ground? Shangguan Qiu was speechless. 10 million, 10 million. This Jiang Haotian is really generous. Jiutian Palace, Outer Sect. Inside a cave. Jiao Xiaolong was amazed. Next to him. Jiao Xiaohui said with a smile, Big Brother Jiang is a very generous person, otherwise he would not have helped us. Jiao Xiaolong looked at Jiao Xiaohui and found that there was an inexplicable emotion in her eyes. He said, Xiaohui, are you interested in Jiang Haotian? Jiao Xiaohui was stunned and said, Brother, what are you talking about? Girl, I've watched you grow up. Do you think you can hide your thoughts from me? Jiao Xiaolong said. I'm not. Jiao Xiaohui lowered her head and couldn't help but blush. If you're not, why are you blushing? But thinking about it, a capable person like Jiang Haotian is indeed very attractive to girls like you. Jiao Xiaolong laughed. Jiao Xiaohui's face turned even redder. Especially the way Jiao Xiaolong looked at her made her feel uncomfortable. Looks like my little girl is really in love. Jiao Xiaolong laughed. Brother. Gao Xiaohui looked at Gao Xiaolong coquettishly. Okay. I'm not joking. But there's something I have to say to you. You have the right to like Jiang Haotian, I can't do anything about it. But I want to say, don't have too much hope. Because Jiang Haotian is not from the same world as us. His future achievements are something we can never reach. Do you understand? Gao Xiaolong said. I know. Gao Xiaohui nodded, and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. It's good that you know. Gao Xiaolong nodded and comforted her. Of course, this kind of thing depends on fate. If you and him are fated, then no matter how big the gap between you two is, you can still walk together. In any case, let nature take its course. Gao Xiaohui pouted. That's right. Let nature take its course, don't force it. Gao Xiaolong said. Gao Xiaohui nodded. Time flew by. In the afternoon, Qin Feiyang followed behind the guard and quickly walked out of the treasure pavilion. His face was full of smiles as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. The guard asked curiously, Young Master Jiang, what did you talk about with the steward that made you so happy? It's a secret. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Where's Frenzy? He's in a restaurant, disguised as an old man. Our people have been keeping an eye on him. The guard said. Good. Activate the altar immediately. Qin Feiyang said. Activate the altar? The guard was stunned, shaking his head. There's no need for that, it's very close. Qin Feiyang laughed. With Frenzy's ability, your treasure pavilion's people won't be able to keep an eye on him, so we need to race against time. That's true. The guard nodded, activating a transmission altar. Since it's a direct transmission, there's no need for me to lead the way, I won't cause trouble for you. Okay, thank you. Qin Feiyang stepped onto the altar. The guard smiled. You're too polite, young Master Jiang, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang disappeared. Just as the rumors say, he's humble and easygoing. It's hard to find someone like him in this world. No wonder even the steward was so polite to him. The guard shook his head and returned to the treasure pavilion. East City District. Inside a small restaurant. 4 young men and women were lying on the ground with a bloody hole between their brows, fresh blood flowing out. On the side, a white-haired old man and a young man stood side by side. There were many people inside and outside the restaurant, looking at the old man and the young man. Their faces were full of awe. The white-haired old man looked at the 4 young men and women and asked the young man beside him, Kid, are you used to it? I'm used to it. The young man nodded, looking at the blood on the ground without the slightest fear. You got used to it so quickly, it seems that you're really a promising kid. Let's go, let's continue. The white-haired old man smiled, pulled the young man, and turned to walk outside. The crowd blocking the door hurriedly retreated to the side. Wait a minute. But at this moment, a voice sounded. Ian. Who is it? He actually dares to ask Frenzy to wait a minute. Everyone was surprised. Although Frenzy had changed his appearance, everyone present could guess his identity. Why did he find us? At the same time, Frenzy frowned and pulled Long Tianyu. Kid, let's go quickly, don't let him ruin our mood. But Long Tianyu also heard Qin Feiyang's voice and was a little unhappy with Frenzy's attitude. Why was it that seeing Brother Haotian was like seeing a god of plague? There's no buts. Hurry up. Frenzy dragged Long Tianyu and rushed outside. Shua. At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared in the restaurant and said angrily, Why are you running? I have something to do. So it's Jiang Haotian. The more I look at this kid, the more I like him. Yeah, if it was someone else, who would care about you? But he gave 10 million soul stones to the family of the 4 guards. Everyone began to discuss. They looked at Qin Feiyang with friendliness and praise. Frenzy looked at this scene and couldn't help but pout. He turned to Qin Feiyang and frowned. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 young men and women lying in a pool of blood, then looked at Frenzy and said, Follow me back to 9 Heaven Palace immediately. Are you crazy? Can't tell the situation? Frenzy raised his eyebrows. The others didn't know what Frenzy was talking about, but Qin Feiyang was well aware. Obviously. Frenzy also realized that something was wrong and didn't want to bring Long Tianyu back. Chapter 21-25. I already have an idea on this matter. Let's go back, Qin Feiyang said as he activated a teleportation altar. Frenzy was taken aback. Really? Qin Feiyang nodded and stepped onto the altar. Okay, let's go back. Frenzy's eyes flashed as he took a facial restoration pill and jumped onto the altar with Long Tianyu. Everyone, sorry for the disturbance. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled at the people in the restaurant. The three figures quickly disappeared. 9 Heaven Palace. On the stairway to heaven, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy walked side by side in front while Long Tianyu obediently followed behind. The stairway to heaven rumbled. This was a warning. Because Long Tianyu wasn't a disciple of 9 Heaven Palace yet. What is going on? This daddy has never seen Shangguan Fenglan care so much about someone, let alone a child. Frenzy secretly asked. This matter actually doesn't have much to do with Long Tianyu. It's the Grey Castle that attracted Shangguan Fenglan's attention. Qin Feiyang transmitted. What? Frenzy frowned. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. So that's the case. I didn't expect this demonic creature to have such a deep grudge with 9 Heaven Palace. Frenzy muttered. So as long as Long Tianyu doesn't say anything, Shangguan Fenglan won't do anything to Long Tianyu? Qin Feiyang secretly said. Frenzy nodded. Then we have to tell this kid in advance. Qin Feiyang responded. The two immediately turned to look at Long Tianyu. Is there something? Seeing Qin Feiyang and Frenzy suddenly turn to look at him, Long Tianyu was a little confused. Do you want to die? Frenzy laughed. Of course not. Long Tianyu shook his head. Frenzy said, all right then, we will bring someone with you later. You have to listen to our arrangements, understand? Understood. Long Tianyu nodded. But in fact, he had no idea what the madman was talking about. As Qin Feiyang and Long Tianyu walked, they secretly instructed Long Tianyu. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at Lotus Lake. Madman glanced at a pavilion by the lake and stopped in the air. He looked down at Long Tianyu and asked, do you remember what we taught you? Yes. Long Tianyu nodded. Let's go then. Madman waved his hand and brought Qin Feiyang and Long Tianyu across the sky, landing on the balcony of the pavilion. Qin Feiyang looked into the room and said respectfully, Hall Master, this disciple has fulfilled his mission and brought senior brother Fengzi and Long Tianyu back. Wait. Shangguan Fenglan's voice came from inside. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He looked at Madman and smiled bitterly. Then let's wait. In the room, Shangguan Fenglan took out the image crystal. A short while later, the phantom of the Grand Elder appeared. Shangguan Fenglan said, Madman and that child have arrived. The corner of the Grand Elder's mouth twitched as he said unhappily, it seems that Jiang Haotian's face is big. He called him back as soon as he went. Shangguan Fenglan was taken aback, then covered her mouth and laughed. You can't be jealous, right? Shouldn't I be? I've been so good to him, when has he ever given me a good face? When I talk to him, he ignores me. When I send him a message, he directly ignores me. You're saying that I, the dignified Grand Elder of 9 Heavens Palace, can't compare to a Jiang Haotian? The Grand Elder's face was full of displeasure. Shangguan Fenglan smiled and said, it's normal for young people to be a little rebellious. He's still young. The Grand Elder was speechless. Shangguan Fenglan said, although he's not young, in your eyes, he's just a child. Sigh. The Grand Elder sighed and said, interrogate them. I'll just watch from here and won't go over. All right. Shangguan Fenglan nodded and put away the image crystal. She said indifferently, come in. Qin Feiyang and Long Tianyu quickly walked in with Long Tianyu. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Madman angrily and said, you're getting more and more powerful now. Even Grand Elder and I can't persuade you. You flatter me. Madman pinched his nose and looked indifferent. He directly sat down on the chair next to Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan's face darkened and said angrily, did I ask you to sit? Madman was stunned and asked, I can't sit? Yes. Shangguan Fenglan gritted her teeth and glared at him. Madman pursed his lips, got up, and sat on the ground again. He said, "I'll sit on the ground, okay?" Shangguan Fenglan was furious. This was simply a scoundrel. Madman said impatiently, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't dawdle, okay?" "Shut up!" Shangguan Fenglan shouted. Madman shrugged and looked indifferent. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He was still a little afraid of Shangguan Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan glared at Madman and raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang. She said, "You also retreat to the side." Qin Feiyang was stunned and then obediently retreated to the side. Then, Shangguan Fenglan ignored the two of them and looked at Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu was a little nervous. Because Shangguan Fenglan had been in a high position for a long time, she naturally gave people a strong sense of oppression. And Long Tianyu was only a 3-star combat emperor and a child. How could he not be nervous when facing such a terrifying existence? A moment passed. Shangguan Fenglan nodded and finally said, "Not bad. At such a young age, you're already a 3-star combat emperor. In time, you will definitely surpass Madman and Jiang Haotian." "Him?" Madman smiled disdainfully. Shangguan Fenglan suddenly stood up and said angrily, "I told you to shut up. You don't remember? Don't. Continue, I won't say anything anymore." Madman quickly waved his hand. "Phew." Shangguan Fenglan glared fiercely at Madman and let out a long breath. She returned to her seat and looked at Long Tianyu. She said, "Answer me, do you have the confidence to surpass them?" "Yes." Long Tianyu nodded seriously. "Very good." Shangguan Fenglan nodded and said, "Then now, can you answer a few of my questions?" "All right." Long Tianyu said. Shangguan Fenglan said, "You can't lie to me. You have to tell me the truth." "Of course. Because grandfather taught me since I was young that children can't lie." Long Tianyu said. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. What a sensible and cute child. Next. Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand. Divine power surged and a shadow slowly condensed. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at the shadow and their pupils suddenly shrank. Because this shadow was the Grey Castle. And the shadow that Shangguan Fenglan condensed was no different from the real Grey Castle. In other words, it was exactly the same. What did this mean? It meant that Shangguan Fenglan did know the Grey Castle, and she was not just familiar with it. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Long Tianyu and said with a smile, "Do you know it?" "Yes. He is the mysterious Grandpa Grey." Long Tianyu nodded. "Grandpa Grey?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. "Yes. It helped me, and I am very grateful to it, so I call it Grandpa Grey." Long Tianyu said. "I see." Shangguan Fenglan nodded in realization and said, "Are you very familiar with him?" "Not familiar. I have only seen him once." Long Tianyu shook his head, his small face full of regret. "Only once?" Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. "Yes. It was that time. I fainted in the far west. Grandpa Grey saved me and took care of me for a few days. When I woke up, Grandpa Grey sent me out. Since then, I have never seen Grandpa Grey again." "Beautiful sister, do you know where Grandpa Grey is? Can you tell me? I really want to say thank you to him in person." Long Tianyu looked at Shangguan Fenglan innocently. "This." Shangguan Fenglan did not know how to answer for a moment. "You haven't seen it either?" Long Tianyu said with disappointment. "I really haven't seen it. I don't know where it is. If you know, can you tell me?" Shangguan Fenglan asked with a smile. "I really don't know." Long Tianyu shook his head. Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows and asked, "Then why did it help you?" "I don't know." Long Tianyu said. Shangguan Fenglan said, "It helped you so much. How can you not know?" Long Tianyu lowered his head and said with grievance, "I really don't know. I also want to ask Grandpa Grey." This, Shangguan Fenglan was a little at a loss. She vaguely felt that this matter was not so simple. But thinking back, Long Tianyu was only a 13-year-old child. How could he lie? She pondered for a while. Shangguan Fenglan smiled again and said, "Tianyu, do you want to stay in Jiutian Palace?" Of course. There are a lot of novel things here. And I heard from Brother Madman that there are a lot of treasures here that can make my cultivation stronger. Long Tianyu said with a face full of yearning. Then your Brother Madman really didn't lie to you. I can also let you stay in Jotian Palace, but you have to tell me the truth. Do you know where your Grandpa Gray is now? Shangguan Fenglan said. You actually used this kind of temptation to confuse a child. How despicable. Madman's eyes were full of contempt. In fact, he and Qin Feiyang had always been very nervous. Although they had clearly explained to Long Tianyu on the way, Long Tianyu was only a child after all. How could a child fight against Shangguan Fenglan? Let's talk about Long Tianyu. Hearing Shangguan Fenglan's words, he glanced at Qin Feiyang and Madman, then looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, Beautiful sister, are you doubting me? Ah. Shangguan Fenglan froze, and her expression was a little unnatural. She was actually seen through by a child and questioned in public. It was too embarrassing. Beautiful sister, I really don't know where Grandpa Gray is. I only remember that when I saw him that time, he was in the far west. Why don't you go to the far west to look for him? Long Tianyu said. Okay, I believe you. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. This kid is good. Madman snickered inwardly. Indeed, his mind is very flexible. No wonder Grey Castle likes him so much. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Looking at Long Tianyu, who was at ease, the worries in their hearts were finally relieved. Chapter 21-26. After asking for a long time, she still couldn't get an answer. Shangguan Fenglan was very helpless. Palace Master, if you don't believe us, you should at least believe a child. After all, such a young child can't possibly lie to you, right? Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan frowned and lowered her head in silence. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a smile in their eyes. This woman must be very conflicted now. Should they believe Long Tianyu's words? After a long time, Shangguan Fenglan seemed to have made a decision. She looked up at Qin Feiyang and Madman and said, I want to keep Long Tianyu by my side. What? Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. Although they had expected that Shangguan Fenglan would make an exception and keep Long Tianyu in Nine Heavens Palace, they didn't expect that she would keep Long Tianyu by her side. The nature of this was completely different. Although Long Tianyu was smart, he was still a child. But Shangguan Fenglan was different. As an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years, he was shrewd, experienced, and had terrifying means. If Long Tianyu stayed by her side, he would be exposed sooner or later. Why? Do you have any objections? Shangguan Fenglan looked at the two and asked. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, This kid can stay by your side because of his ancestors. How would we dare to have any objections? Yes. We can't be happier for him. Madman also nodded repeatedly. Is that so? But looking at your expressions, why do you seem a little unhappy? Shangguan Fenglan said. No. It's just a little too sudden and unexpected. However, for such a big matter, Senior Brother Madman and I don't have the final say. After all, we are not Long Tianyu's guardians. So, we have to ask Long Tianyu's opinion on this matter first. He's a child, we can't force him, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Shangguan Fenglan nodded, looked at Long Tianyu with a gentle smile, and asked, Child, are you willing to stay by my side? I promise that no matter what happens in the future, I will give you the best. No. Long Tianyu shook his head without hesitation. Rejected. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and asked suspiciously, why? One had to know. With her identity and position in the Nine Heavens Palace, who knew how many people would want to follow her? I'm not familiar with you. Long Tianyu said. This reason made Shangguan Fenglan unable to refute. Because it was the truth. Even though she had long known of Long Tianyu's existence, this was the first time they had met, so they weren't familiar with one another. Madman, what do we do? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. I think it doesn't matter. After all, whether Long Tianyu follows Shangguan Fenglan or stays in Nine Heaven Palace as an ordinary disciple, He is still under Shangguan Fenglan's surveillance. Madman thought. That's true. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. Then, he said worriedly, but Long Tianyu is still so young. I'm afraid that he won't be able to withstand Shangguan Fenglan's seduction. Speak the truth. For us to be able to help to this extent is already considered extremely benevolent. Besides, it's impossible for us to stay by his side and protect him forever. So in the future, it will depend on his own ability. Madman transmitted his voice. That makes sense. Qin Feiyang muttered. He glanced at Shangguan Fenglan and transmitted his voice to Long Tianyu. You can stay by her side, but you have to remember, no matter what she promises you, you can't reveal anything. You can't reveal any information about your grandpa Hui, do you understand? Long Tianyu glanced at Qin Feiyang. He was a little hesitant. Follow her and you will have a good future. You don't need to do anything more. You just need to keep your grandpa Hui's secret. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice again. All right. Long Tianyu secretly responded. He looked up at Shangguan Fenglan and said, Pretty sister, I thought about it and decided to follow you. Why? You didn't agree just now. Shangguan Fenglan was surprised. Because you can protect me, and I can sense my mother's scent on you. Long Tianyu blinked his big eyes and said, Mother's scent. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Although she was in a high position and had great strength, she was still very unfamiliar with the matter of giving birth to children. Suddenly, a child ran to her and said that he had the scent of a mother. If it were any unmarried woman, they would definitely find it difficult to adapt to this situation. Long Tianyu looked at Shangguan Fenglan suspiciously and said, Pretty sister, are you unwilling? I'm willing, I'm willing. Shangguan Fenglan came back to her senses and hurriedly nodded. After chatting for a while, Shangguan Fenglan gave the order to leave. Qin Feiyang and Madman were also very tactful. They secretly exhorted Long Tianyu a few times before turning to leave. They had done everything they could. The rest was left to Long Tianyu to face. There was a saying that flowers in a greenhouse could not withstand the wind and waves. If he wanted to stand out, he had to rely on himself. After Qin Feiyang and Madman left, Shangguan Fenglan looked at Long Tianyu and said with a smile, Tianyu, I have something to do. You go outside and play first. Okay. Long Tianyu nodded and turned to run out. He looked here and there, his little face full of curiosity. Shangguan Fenglan stood at the door and watched for a while before returning to the room and taking out the image crystal. Soon, the first elder's image appeared. Shangguan Fenglan asked respectfully, Did you see anything? What about you? The first elder asked. Shangguan Fenglan pondered for a while and said, To be honest, it's full of loopholes. This old man thinks so too. Long Tianyu is just a young and ignorant child. However, when faced with your questions, he was able to answer them fluently. Why is that? It must be Jiang Haotian and Madman who are teaching him. There's something unusual about this. The first elder sighed. What's going on with these two brats? You and I both know Madman's character. He never puts anyone in his eyes. He doesn't even spare a glance for those heaven roll disciples. But now, he's actually hanging out with Jiang Haotian. Shangguan Fenglan frowned. The first elder thought for a while and said with a smile, Maybe they hit it off. Is that so? Shangguan Fenglan muttered. The first elder suddenly asked, Do you still remember their sparring on Turtle King Island? I remember. Although we didn't see it with our own eyes, I went to ask Feng Zihon later. Because at that time, only Feng Zihon had been to Turtle King Island. But Feng Zihon didn't know much. Shangguan Fenglan said. Then who won and who lost? The first elder asked. I'm not sure. I heard from Feng Zihon that from the conversation between Jiang Haotian and Madman, it seems that the winner is Jiang Haotian. But Madman didn't admit it. But one thing is undeniable. Madman took special care of Jiang Haotian after their sparring. Shangguan Fenglan said. If Jiang Haotian really won, then we really underestimated his ability. But thinking about it, it's not very likely. After all, you and I both know Madman's methods. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, there's definitely no one in Jotian Palace who can defeat him. Headache. The first elder rubbed his forehead. He really couldn't understand what kind of relationship there was between Madman and Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang returned to the cave abode, the sky had already darkened. He didn't go to the resource hall. Because he had more important things to do, refining the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill. When he left the treasure hall during the day, the reason why he was so happy was because he got the herbs for the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill from Shangguan Qiu. And there was more than one set. After all, he couldn't just take care of himself. There was also Zhao Tailai, White-Eyed Wolf, Mermaid Princess, Tang Hai, and the others. Everyone had to have a share. So during the day, he coaxed Shangguan Qiu in the treasure hall and finally got 20 sets of herbs. Although Shangguan Qiu seemed reluctant, Qin Feiyang could see that 20 sets of herbs wasn't the limit of the treasure hall. They must be holding back. Of course. The treasure hall also had its rules. He couldn't get to the bottom of it. Moreover, he was already very satisfied to get 20 sets of herbs. But these 20 sets of herbs also cost him a lot. After all, it was a dragon soul. And it was a dragon soul above the perfection god of war. After discussing for half a day, the two finally reached a consensus. One set of herbs, 10 million. Not divine crystals, but soul stones. Shangguan Qiu also learned to be smart. No matter what he traded with Qin Feiyang in the future, he would use soul stones to trade. In other words, these 20 sets of herbs cost Qin Feiyang 200 million soul stones. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang took out 2 jade boxes and an iron box and opened them one by one. Inside the 2 jade boxes were the flower of the dragon god and the primordial spirit lotus. The primordial spirit lotus was the size of a baby's fist. It was snow-white and emitted a hazy divine light with a holy aura. Inside the iron box was a golden dragon. But it was very small. It was about the size of an adult's palm. It lay quietly in the iron box, motionless, and no emotional fluctuations could be felt. This was the dragon soul of the golden dragon. However, this dragon soul's consciousness had already been erased. A dragon soul with its consciousness erased was just like a human with its consciousness erased. It had no lethality at all and was just a pure herb. Qin Feiyang wasn't in a hurry to refine the elixir. First, he opened the elixir scripture and carefully read the steps of refining the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill. About half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang finally memorized the elixir recipe. For elixirs like the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill, he didn't allow any mistakes. Because once he made a mistake, a set of herbs would be wasted. These herbs were all very hard to find, and one wasted set was one less set. Closing his eyes and calming his mind for a moment, when his heart was as calm as water, Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes. He revived the nether devil flame and opened the furnace to refine the elixir. Every step was extremely careful. His spiritual force was also highly concentrated. In less than 10 breaths, his forehead was covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. Fire Lotus, White-Eyed Wolf, Mermaid Princess, and the others also woke up from their seclusion. But from beginning to end, no one made the slightest movement. They silently got up and then quietly looked at Qin Feiyang. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Chapter 21-27. Time passed quietly. About an hour later. Suddenly, a bright golden light bloomed from the Qingluan cauldron. Following that, pieces of pill qi rose up like auspicious light from the heavens, filled with a sacred aura. There was also a strong pill fragrance. Success. Zhao Tailai and the others stared at the Qingluan cauldron excitedly. Whoosh. With a piercing sound, a pill flew out of the cauldron and floated above it. It was a dazzling golden pill. 9 pill patterns, bright and dazzling. And it also had a strong divine dragon aura. Qin Feiyang looked at the pill, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and then smiled happily. Whether it was the 4 symbols infinite divine pill or the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill, he was very happy that he could successfully refine them on his first try. Of course. This was also due to the alchemy scripture. Without the alchemy scripture, no matter how high one's attainments were, there was a possibility of failure. Not bad. This is the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill. A grey figure appeared, looking at the pill and said. It was the artifact spirit. Qin Feiyang was stunned, turned to look at the artifact spirit, and said, You know about the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit Pill? Yes. I've seen it with your ancestor. The artifact spirit nodded. Qin Feiyang nodded, but his expression suddenly froze, and he frowned. Wait, so my ancestor opened the door of potential because he took these pills? He originally thought that his ancestor relied on his own ability to open the door of potential. But now, he suddenly thought that since his ancestor also had these pill formulas, he should have also taken the pills to open the door of potential. Wrong. Before the artifact spirit answered, Tantai Li spoke first. Wrong. Qin Feiyang was stunned, scratching his head, and looked at Tantai Li in confusion. Tantai Li said, When your ancestor opened the door of potential, he never took any pills. No. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. I don't know what happened after he entered the ancient world, but before he entered the ancient world, he never took any pills like the potential pill. Tantai Li said. Impressive. Qin Feiyang was amazed. It turned out that he really relied on his own ability to unlock the door of potential. How outstanding was this talent? He had seen many monstrous geniuses. However, as far as he knew, Zhuge Mingyang was the only person who had unlocked the door of potential on his own. However, he had only opened the second level. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. He shook his head and said, The ancestor relied on his own ability to open so many doors of potential, while I can't even open the first one. The gap between me and the ancestor is really big. Don't say that. It's because you had the potential pill from the very beginning. If you don't, you will definitely try to find an opportunity to unlock the door of potential. Who knows, he might succeed. Tantai Li consoled her. Maybe. Qin Feiyang shook his head and grabbed the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit pellet. He looked at the artifact spirit and said, Let me borrow your aura. After saying that, he sat cross-legged on the ground and consumed the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit pill. The artifact spirit released its aura. One must know that the artifact spirit was a heaven-defying artifact. How terrifying was its aura? Qin Feiyang was shrouded by the aura. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his body, making it difficult for him to breathe. Moreover, he had to endure the pain of the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit pill's energy on his body. This was even more painful than when he took the Great Creation pill. He felt that his body was about to be torn apart. And his body was indeed about to be torn apart. His skin broke apart inch by inch, and blood flowed out. If he took off his clothes now, he would be shocked to see that his entire body was covered with cracks, like a spider web. Boom. A moment passed. A muffled sound suddenly exploded in his body. Following closely, under the clothes on his chest, a dazzling bloodlight burst out. That bloodlight, even the blood-stained clothes, could not hide it. It was also at this moment. The pain on Qin Feiyang's face dissipated, and was replaced by joy. He said, You can withdraw your aura. The artifact spirit withdrew its aura. Qin Feiyang immediately tore open his clothes, and saw that the potential imprint had shockingly turned into a blood-red color. The mermaid princess and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. The scene from before was too terrifying. They were afraid that Qin Feiyang's body would be torn apart by the Dragon Soul Primordial Spirit pill. Wait. Zhao Tailai seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the mermaid princess and the others, he said in surprise, Young master's body has been tempered by the heavenly tribulation, and even it can't withstand it. Then wouldn't we, hearing this? Everyone looked at each other. That's right. After being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, they were about to explode. Then wouldn't their untempered bodies be even more dangerous? It seems that we have to go all out to open this door of potential. Tang Hai sighed. Everyone nodded. Not to mention anything else, before opening the door of potential, they had to at least prepare some life-saving things. For example, the Life Divine pill. While opening the door of potential, they were also recovering from their injuries. Qin Feiyang stood up, glanced at everyone, and said helplessly, You haven't broken through to the perfect war god yet. Is there a need to think so much? Hurry up and cultivate. After saying that, he took the artifact spirit and entered the Black Tortoise realm. Then, he found a pool and swallowed a divine life pill. While healing his injuries, he washed the bloodstains on his body. Qin Feiyang suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned his head to look at the artifact spirit standing by the pool and asked, I remember you said that you saw my ancestors more than 2,000 years ago. When you saw them, what was their cultivation level? Very strong. The artifact spirit only said these two words. Very strong? How strong were they? Qin Feiyang was curious. The artifact spirit thought for a moment and said, stronger than the current Shangguan Fenglan. Damn, amazing. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Back then, they were stronger than the current Shangguan Fenglan. Now that thousands of years had passed, wouldn't the cultivation level of the two ancestors have far surpassed Shangguan Fenglan? After Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, he smiled and said, it seems that this matter can't be told to madmen. Why? The artifact spirit was suspicious. Madmen and my ancestors are from the same period. Maybe at that time, my ancestor's cultivation level was lower than his. And now, Shangguan Fenglan is stronger than him. Think about it, with Madman's personality, wouldn't he go crazy after learning this news? Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. The artifact spirit nodded and smiled. However, Madman is to blame for this. For 7,000 or 8,000 years, he has been wasting time. Otherwise, he would be more than a half-step god now. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, indeed. Although I don't understand Madman, his talent is not inferior to yours. And he also has a spatial divine object with a time array. If he is willing to cultivate seriously, his achievements will be unimaginable. But I am a little puzzled, why did he waste all these years? Is there a special reason for this? The artifact spirit said. Who knows? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. During the conversation, Qin Feiyang's injuries had all been healed. After all, the effect of the divine life pill was far from comparable to the healing pill. Moreover, his bloodline power had the ability to repair itself. Then he jumped out of the pool, changed into clean clothes, and left the Black Tortoise realm. Sitting on a chair in the cave residence's living room, he lowered his head and pondered. As for the artifact spirit, it returned to his Qi. Dawn. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked up at the stone door. With a wave of his hand, the stone door slowly opened and 4 young men stood outside. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, it's you, come in. It was the 4 people who went to the resource hall in the morning to sell the dragon god flower. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. The 4 entered the cave residence and cupped their hands. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, I don't dare to accept this title, because in terms of experience and strength, you are the senior brothers. No. Experience and strength are useless, it depends on one's ability and status. Senior brother Jiang's status and ability in the 9th Heaven Palace has obviously surpassed us, so we should call you senior brother. The 4 smiled flatteringly. Qin Feiyang smiled. Without any more pleasantries, he took out 400,000 soul stones from his universe ring and piled them on the ground like a small mountain. The 4's eyes immediately lit up. However, they didn't take out the dragon god flower. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 suspiciously and said with a smile, I'm a man of my word, give me the dragon god flower and these 400,000 soul stones are yours. Hearing this, the 4 looked at each other. One of them smiled and said, Senior brother Jiang, we have brought the dragon god flower, but we have a small request. Request? Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. The 4 of you, when we were in the resource hall this morning, we didn't mention any additional request. That person said, this is something we thought of at the last minute. Then let's hear it. Qin Feiyang said. Although he already had 20 sets of medicinal herbs now, the more medicinal herbs for this kind of pill, the better. As long as the request of the 4 wasn't too excessive, he would consider it. We want to raise the price. The 4 of us, 1 million soul stones each. That person smiled. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. This request was actually to raise the price. And it was increased by 10 times at once. Originally, it was 400,000. But now, 1 million soulstones each was 4 million. What a big appetite. The four of you, when doing business, you have to keep your word. How can you raise the price at the last minute? Qin Feiyang said. We also know that a last-minute request is a bit excessive. But a mere 4 million soulstones is nothing to Senior Brother Jiang, right? You have to know that this morning, Senior Brother Jiang, you gave someone 40 million soulstones at the North City Gate. You are so generous even to outsiders. Do you have to be so stingy with us, your fellow disciples? Right. The four of them laughed. This is not a matter of generosity or stinginess, it's a matter of credibility. I, Jiang Haotian, have always been a man of my word, and I am also very disgusted by the other party going back on their word. Since the four of you are not happy, then please go back, Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The four of them froze. Originally, they thought that Qin Feiyang was very easy to talk to, but they didn't expect that he would directly turn hostile and ask them to leave. However, the four of them quickly calmed down and had no intention of leaving. Chapter 21-28. Why? Do you want me to chase you out? Looking at the four of them standing in front of him motionless, Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. Ha ha, the four of them laughed. Not only were they not afraid, they even sat down. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Did I ask you to sit? Senior Brother Jiang, don't be angry, listen to us first. One of them laughed. Qin Feiyang said, we don't have anything to say. No. Senior Brother Jiang works in the resource hall. Don't you know the rules of the resource hall? The four of them were all smiling. What rules? Qin Feiyang frowned. Any disciple who enters the resource hall to exchange for soul stones, the staff of the resource hall are not allowed to make private transactions. In other words, this morning, you secretly asked us to make private transactions with you, which is already against the rules of the resource hall. And if we tell Hall Master Feng Yuan about this, what do you think the consequences will be? I'm afraid not only will we be punished, but we will also be chased out of the resource hall. The four of them laughed happily, as if they had Qin Feiyang under their control. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The resource hall did have such a rule. When he first entered the resource hall, Wang Yun first said this to him. However, he did not expect that the four of them would use this to threaten him. Senior Brother Jiang, we're just looking for money. And we don't want much. For these soul stones, is it worth it to fall out with us? The four of them said one after another, their faces full of playfulness. Qin Feiyang glanced at the four of them and nodded with a smile. It's indeed not worth it. That's right. Harmony brings wealth, that's the right way. One of them laughed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and smiled. That makes sense. All right, I'll give you 4 million, but I want to take a look at the Dragon God flower. No problem. The four of them smiled proudly. One of them immediately took out a jade box, opened it, and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the jade box and saw that it was indeed the Dragon God's flower. Wait a moment, I'll give you the rest of the soul stones right away. Qin Feiyang smiled and touched the interspatial ring on his index finger. The four of them stared at Qin Feiyang's interspatial ring with greed in their eyes. There must be a lot of soul stones in that interspatial ring. What a pity. If we knew it would be so easy, we would have asked for more. Someone said telepathically. More. The other three stared blankly for a moment before their eyes lit up. It's not too late to raise the price. That's right. We have something on him, so aren't we the ones who have the final say? All right. Then we'll raise the price. The four of them immediately agreed. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, wait. What is it? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and looked at the four of them suspiciously. We've changed our minds again. Each of us wants 100 million soul stones. Yes. Not a word less. The four of them said 100 million? Qin Feiyang was stunned. They were really 4 wolves that couldn't be fed. Then he smiled. The four of them also smiled. They thought that Qin Feiyang had agreed. They couldn't help but feel excited. 400 million soul stones, ordinary disciples like them didn't even dare to think about it. Okay. I'll satisfy your request. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. The four of them laughed. But 400 million soulstones is not a small number. I don't have that many on me. I put the rest in the interspatial divine item. Why don't you come with me to get it? Qin Feiyang said. Interspatial divine item? The four of them were stunned. There's no need for that. The interspatial divine item is an independent space after all. If anything happens, then we won't be able to help. Jiang Haotian, don't play tricks. Just take the soul stones out of the interspatial divine item. The four of them sneered. They were also afraid that Qin Feiyang would kill them, so they didn't dare to go to the interspatial divine item. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I didn't expect the four of you to be so careful. We can't be careless. After all, you're Jiang Haotian. The four of them said. All right, I'll give you the soul stones now. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. But the next moment, a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he waved his big hand, and 4 streaks of blood streaked across the sky like lightning and entered the glabella of the four of them. The four of them screamed and died on the spot. Threatening me? Qin Feiyang took a step forward and looked coldly at the four of them who died with their eyes wide open, and said, You dare to threaten me? You guys are really tired of living. After saying that, he bent down and picked up the jade box containing the dragon god's flower, and took away the 4 universe rings. Although the four of them were dead, their screams could be heard. What's going on? Who's screaming? The disciples of the first sacred peak ran out one after another and looked at the cave where Qin Feiyang was. Because they all heard clearly that the screams came from the first cave. What happened? Suddenly, a figure broke through the air. It was Jin Yunchang. Although Madman was an inner sect elder, he basically didn't care about anything, so he was still the one in charge. Elder Jin, there were a few screams coming from the first cave. Someone said, What? Jin Yunchang's face changed, and he quickly flew to the door of the cave. As he knocked on the door, he shouted, Jiang Haotian, are you inside? Open the door. So fast. Inside the cave. Qin Feiyang looked at the stone door and couldn't help but frown. There was still some distance between the 10 sacred peaks and the inner sect's Deacon Hall. Moreover, although the screams of the 4 people were heard, the stone door of the cave also had a certain degree of soundproofing. Logically speaking, Jin Yunchang shouldn't have heard it. But now, Jin Yunchang actually rushed over so quickly, as if it was premeditated. Jin Yunchang roared, Jiang Haotian, if you don't open the door, I will break it by force. Could it be that Jiang Haotian is not in the cave now? He is. In the evening, I saw him come back with my own eyes. I think something shady must have happened in the cave, so he didn't dare to open the door. Everyone whispered. Boom. But at this moment, the stone door slowly opened. Qin Feiyang stood behind the stone door, full of murderous intent. Why is there such a strong murderous intent? Everyone was surprised. Jin Yunchang glanced at Qin Feiyang and rushed into the cave. Qin Feiyang also ignored Jin Yunchang. Bastard. Soon. Jin Yunchang's angry roar sounded in the cave, followed by Jin Yunchang walking out gloomily with 4 corpses. What? 4 people died? What the hell is going on? Everyone was bewildered. Jin Yunchang walked out of the cave, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said in a deep voice, Jiang Haotian, please give me an explanation. Qin Feiyang said, previously, they hid in the cave and wanted to plot against me, but I discovered them, so I killed them. Plot against him? Is that so? Everyone muttered. Since it was a plot, then their deaths are not to be regretted. Drag them away and bury them. At this time, Madman flew over and looked at Jin Yunchang. Elder, this is only Jiang Haotian's side of the story. No one knows what happened before, how can you be so rash? Jin Yunchang looked at Madman and said. Madman said, then tell me, what is going on? Jin Yunchang glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, we can't rule out the possibility that Jiang Haotian killed them on purpose. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, Elder Jin, do you want me to die that much? What a joke. I'm just stating facts. You said they ambushed you, then why don't you take out the evidence? Jin Yunchang said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, "They ambushed me, how would I have the time to find evidence? Then what you said might not be true." Jin Yunchang sneered and looked at Madman. "Elder, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. Perhaps Jiang Haotian is really innocent, but without evidence, we can't be so arbitrary. All right, I'll leave it to you to investigate." After Madman finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to return home. "Madman, please wait a moment." But suddenly, a faint laugh sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man appear out of thin air in the void above. This person held a folding fan in his hand and wore a white robe. His long hair draped over his shoulders and he exuded a scholarly aura. "It's you." Madman turned around and frowned. "Yes, it's me." The young man in white nodded. "This person looks so familiar, I seem to have seen him somewhere before." Everyone looked at the young man in white suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in white with a trace of doubt in his eyes. This person's voice sounded familiar. "Right. I remember now. His Yu Zijie, the second on the heaven roll, the number 1 alchemist, and the disciple of the second elder." Someone exclaimed in shock. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. "So it's him," Qin Feiyang muttered. No wonder he felt that this person's voice sounded familiar. Yu Zijie glanced at Qin Feiyang and smiled at Madman. "Madman, there is indeed a mystery behind this matter." Madman was taken aback and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Then why don't you tell me?" Yu Zijie smiled. "If I say it, you can't be biased. After all, you are now an inner elder. Of course. As long as you can produce evidence, I will deal with it impartially." Madman said. "I'm waiting for you to say this." Yu Zijie smiled and glanced at the disciples around, saying, "Actually, Jiang Haotian killed them to silence them." "What?" Everyone was surprised. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank slightly. This person was so calm, could it be that he really had evidence? "Let me show everyone a video." Yu Zijie took out the image crystal and with a wave of his hand, a video slowly unfolded in the night sky. "What?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. This video was actually the scene when he was talking with the 4 people in the cave. In other words, when the 4 people came to find him, Yu Zijie also sneaked in. "Understood." Qin Feiyang muttered. No wonder the 4 people were so bold and dared to threaten him. It turned out that they had Yu Zijie backing them from behind. Moreover, Jin Yunchang was definitely an accomplice of these people. In other words, this was a killing trap set up by Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang. Chapter 21-29. When the video ended, the crowd was in an uproar. He really killed people to silence them. As a member of the resource hall, he actually used his authority to make private transactions with others. This is already against the rules. When I heard that he let Feng Wenhai go and gave 40 million soul stones to the family of the deceased outside the city this morning, I thought that he was really a good person. But I didn't expect that all of this was just an act. He really hid his strength well. At this moment, looking at Qin Feiyang, everyone's eyes were filled with disgust. Seeing this scene, Madman couldn't help but frown. Yu Zijie, on the other hand, was full of smiles. He put away the video crystal and looked at Madman. Jiang Haotian used his authority to fill his pockets and even killed the innocent. "May I ask how to deal with such a mistake? Kid, what are you doing? Even if you made private transactions with them and violated the rules of the resource hall, Feng Yuan wouldn't dare to do anything to you after learning about it. At most, he would only give you a small punishment. But why did you kill them? What do you want me to do now?" Madman thought to himself, extremely angry. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "You also saw it. It was them who kept pushing their luck. If it were you, would you tolerate it?" Madman was slightly stunned and thought to himself, "Indeed, I can't tolerate it. That's right. I don't regret killing these 4 people. But this Yu Zijie actually did such a thing behind my back. I can't tolerate it." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Madman asked suspiciously, "But then again, why did this Yu Zijie harm you?" "How would I know?" Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out either. He didn't seem to have any grudges with this Yu Zijie. Last time at the auction house, When he bid for the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, it was also Madman who humiliated him. The second 4 symbols infinite divine pill was also played by Mu Tianyang and Hue Yi. Logically speaking, even if Yu Zijie was angry and wanted to find trouble, he should find trouble with Madman and Mu Tianyang. But why was he targeting him now? Madman, you haven't punished him yet. Don't tell me you want to bend the law and protect him, Yu Zijie said mockingly as he looked at Madman. What a joke. I am a selfless man. Why would I cover up for others? Jin Yunchang, send him to the law enforcement hall immediately and hand him over to Shangguan Fenglan for her to decide. Madman shouted. Yes. Jin Yunchang was overjoyed. He turned to Qin Feiyang and sneered, let's go. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yu Zijie, then looked at Jin Yunchang and said, lead the way. You can't walk by yourself. Jin Yunchang shouted as he kicked Qin Feiyang's body. Who did he think he was, asking him to lead the way? Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and stared at Jin Yunchang. I don't know where the law enforcement hall is. Are you kidding me? You've been in 9 Heavens Palace for so long, but you don't even know where the enforcement hall is? Jin Yunchang was taken aback and said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, with just one sentence, you feel like I'm playing with you. How inferior are you usually? Jin Yunchang was furious. He raised his arm and was about to slap Qin Feiyang's face. Madman's face darkened, and said, Jin Yunchang, it's not your turn to show off. Jin Yunchang's body stiffened. He glanced at Madman, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, follow me. With that, he flew towards the depths of 9 Heavens Palace. I, Jiang Haotian, rarely take the initiative to cause trouble, but I'm never afraid of trouble. This time, I admit defeat, but there's still a long way to go. Let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang glanced at Yu Zijie indifferently, then followed Jin Yunchang and left. There's still a long way to go. The corner of Yu Zijie's mouth lifted. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, he pursed his lips with a thick sense of ridicule. Yu Zijie. Suddenly, Madman's voice sounded. Yu Zijie was taken aback. He turned to look at Madman and asked, what's the matter? Madman said, I heard that 2 years ago, you snatched a few medicinal herbs from an outer disciple. 2 years ago? Snatched a few medicinal herbs? Yu Zijie was stunned. There was such a thing. As a heavenless disciple, you actually snatched medicinal herbs from an outer disciple. You really brought shame to our 9 Heavens Palace. Madman sneered, then turned and left. Yu Zijie was a little dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he hurriedly shouted, when did I do such a thing? Explain it to me clearly. You know very well. Madman said without turning his head. It can't be. This Yu Zijie actually snatched medicinal herbs from an outer disciple. It seems that it's not a good thing. The surrounding people whispered in each other's ears. Don't listen to Madman's nonsense. This is purely false. He saw that I exposed Jiang Haotian's true face, so he made up this lie to take revenge on me. Everyone, you must not be deceived by him, Yu Zijie hurriedly explained. On Qin Feiyang's side. Along the way, he lowered his head and didn't say a word. Unknowingly, an ancient hall appeared in front of them. The hall was completely black, sitting on top of a giant mountain that was thousands of feet high. It was like a giant beast, emitting an aura that made people tremble. In front of the hall, there was a square. In the corner of the square, there was a tall stone tablet. The 3 words were like iron hooks and silver strokes, vigorous and powerful. Law Enforcement Hall. That's right. This was the law enforcement hall that made countless disciples tremble in fear. On both sides of the door, 2 men in black held long spears and stood straight. Their eyes were extremely sharp. Their aura was also unfathomable. We're here, Jin Yunchang said. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the law enforcement hall. An aura that made people in awe suddenly rushed towards them. It was very quiet here. But in this quiet atmosphere, it seemed to be filled with an invisible killing intent. One could even vaguely smell a faint smell of blood. The 2 landed on the square one after another and walked to the door. What's the matter? The 2 black-clothed men looked at Jin Yunchang expressionlessly and asked. This Jiang Haotian used his power to fill his pockets and even killed 4 of our disciples. So I specially brought him here to ask Hall Master Shangguan to make a decision. Jin Yunchang cupped his hands and said, The 2 black-clothed men looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Whether it was in the Nine Heavens Palace or outside, this boy was quite well received. How could he do such a thing? Jin Yunchang said, May I ask if Hall Master Shangguan is here? No. Wait a moment, I'll immediately report to Hall Master. One of the black-clothed men said and took out an image crystal. Buzz. Not long after, Shangguan Fenglan's shadow appeared. There was a young man beside her. It was Long Tianyu. What's the matter? Shangguan Fenglan looked at the black-clothed man and asked indifferently. It's about Jiang Haotian. Hall Master, please come over immediately. The black-clothed man said. Jiang Haotian? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and said, Okay, I'll be right there. After saying that, the shadow disappeared into thin air. A moment later, swish, Shangguan Fenglan finally arrived in the sky above the square. Greetings, Hall Master. Jin Yunchang, Qin Feiyang, and the 2 black-clothed men bowed one after another. Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Qin Feiyang, landed in front of the door, and then entered the main hall, saying, Come in. Qin Feiyang and Jin Yunchang followed in. The layout of the main hall was very simple. There was only 1 chair in the entire main hall. It was placed right at the top, and it seemed extremely empty. However, the inside of the hall was a little dim, giving people a sense of oppression from the soul. Shangguan Fenglan walked straight to the front of the chair, then turned around and sat on it. She looked at Jin Yunchang and said, Speak. Jin Yunchang immediately recounted what had happened in detail. Shangguan Fenglan heard this and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, Is it true? Qin Feiyang nodded. You're getting bolder and bolder. Shangguan Fenglan suddenly said angrily. Qin Feiyang said, I know I was wrong, and I'm willing to be punished. Jin Yunchang bowed and said, Hall Master, this matter concerns 4 lives. Please punish Jiang Haotian severely. Those who have made mistakes should be punished severely. I have my own decision. You can leave. Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand. Yes. Jin Yunchang responded respectfully, then glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang, turned around, and left quickly. After Jin Yunchang left, Shangguan Fenglan said angrily, How can you be so careless? You actually let Yu Zijie have something on you? I didn't expect that Yu Zijie would work with Jin Yunchang to deal with me. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and asked, Jin Yunchang is also involved. Although Jin Yunchang didn't say it explicitly, he rushed over as soon as I killed those people. This matter obviously has something to do with him. Qin Feiyang said. Then why did Yu Zijie want to deal with you? Did you offend him? Shangguan Fenglan was suspicious. This is also the question I can't figure out. I have never been on bad terms with him. I didn't even know there was such a person before. Qin Feiyang frowned. That's not right. I heard from my sister that when you were bidding for the 4 symbols infinite divine pill in the treasure pavilion, you seemed to have humiliated him. Shangguan Fenglan said. That's true. But the one who humiliated him was Madman. Later on, I went to the far west with Madman. It was also Mu Tianyang and Hui Yi who were playing with him. I didn't say anything at all. Qin Feiyang said. Shangguan Fenglan pondered for a moment and said, It seems that this matter needs to be investigated properly. How about this, you go to the prison first. Prison? Qin Feiyang was stunned. My Nine Heavens Palace has a prison, it's right under the enforcement hall. It's specifically used to punish disciples who have made mistakes. Shangguan Fenglan nodded. Qin Feiyang suddenly said with dissatisfaction, Although I killed someone, but in the end, it was them who were aggressive. But before Qin Feiyang finished speaking, Shangguan Fenglan said, But you violated the rules of the resource hall. This is an indisputable fact. If I don't punish you now, Feng Yuan will definitely use this matter to make a big fuss. Moreover, the disciples under him will not be convinced. Qin Feiyang still had a look of dissatisfaction. Don't worry. This Highness will arrange it. At most, You will stay in the prison for a while. It won't be a big deal. Shangguan Fenglan said. All right then, Qin Feiyang said helplessly. By the way, you want the dragon god's flower. Do you want to study some kind of pill? Shangguan Fenglan asked. Chapter 2130. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. What kind of elixir? Shangguan Fenglan was curious. It's a secret for now. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Brat. Shangguan Fenglan rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and shouted, Men! A man in black outside immediately ran in. Shangguan Fenglan said, Take Jiang Haotian to the prison, but remember, it's just an ordinary prison. Yes. The man in black respectfully responded. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he politely stretched out his hand and said, Please. Qin Feiyang nodded, glanced at Shangguan Fenglan, then turned and walked out of the hall. The man in black also followed him out. Yu Zijie, Jin Yunchang. How did two completely unrelated people end up together? Shangguan Fenglan lowered her head, her brows tightly knitted together. Outside the hall, Qin Feiyang followed behind the man in black, passing through the square and coming to the cliff on the east side. There was a mountain road at the edge of the cliff, winding down to the mountainside. The man in black walked along the mountain road and said with a smile, Jiang Haotian, Lord Temple Master takes good care of you. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was curious. You also heard Lord Temple Master say that it's just an ordinary prison. Do you know what this means? It means that Lord Temple Master has no intention of blaming you at all. You may not know the situation in our prison. Let me put it this way. Anyone who enters our law enforcement hall's prison basically never returns. The man in black smiled. So serious. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. This is the reason why the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace are so afraid of our enforcement hall. We have always been cruel to those who have made mistakes. In short, once in prison, they will be tortured and abused. Even if we accidentally kill them, the higher-ups won't blame us. The man in black smiled. Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked and said, I didn't expect the power of the law enforcement hall to be so great. The law enforcement hall is the dagger of Nine Heavens Palace. We are law enforcers, also known as executioners. The black-clothed man said. Executioner. Actually, no matter what, there are two sides to everything. Although you are cruel, it is because of you that Nine Heavens Palace is so peaceful. Qin Feiyang smiled. The man in black turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. What is it? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. I was a little surprised. After being in the law enforcement hall for so many years, this is the first time I've heard someone praise us, the law enforcement hall. The man in black shook his head and smiled. This is the truth. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. The contribution you enforcers have made to the Nine Heavens Palace is incomparable. Qin Feiyang said. Ha, the black-clothed man smiled in relief and said, Now I finally understand why Lord Hall Master is taking such good care of you. You're a talent. You flatter me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he asked calmly, Elder Yin Hui, is she in the law enforcement hall now? The black-clothed man said, Elder Yin has been in seclusion these years. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and nodded thoughtfully. We're here. After a while. The black-clothed man smiled. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw that they were already halfway up the mountain. In front of them, there was a dark stone door, as if it was built with divine iron, exuding a cold aura. The stone door was closed. Next to it, there was an old man in black sitting cross-legged. The old man had his eyes closed, and there was a kind of indifference in his expression that made people not dare to approach him. Greetings to Elder Yun. The black-clothed man bowed. The old man opened his eyes, and two cold light burst out. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly bowed his head. The moment the old man opened his eyes, he felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and a sense of fear uncontrollably emerged in his heart. This old man must be an extremely terrifying existence, and his methods were very bloody. Under the orders of the Temple Master, I brought Jiang Haotian to the prison. But the Temple Master said that it's just an ordinary prison. The black-clothed man said respectfully. The old man said coldly. Got it, you can go back. Yes. The black-clothed man nodded in response, then turned around and said, Jiang Haotian, this old man has a very high status in our Nine Heavens Palace, and even the temple master has to be polite to him. Don't offend him. Understood. Qin Feiyang secretly said. In addition, you have to be careful, because Elder Yun is Elder Yin's master. After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he left without looking back. Yin Hui's master. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It was really a small world. Feng Wenhai and Yin Hui were husband and wife. Then this Elder Yun was very likely to make a move on him for Yin Hui. Then wouldn't he be a turtle in a jar in the prison? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. One had to know. If Elder Yun really wanted to harm him, then in the prison, he wouldn't be able to call for help. That wasn't right. If Elder Yun really wanted to harm him, then he believed that Shangguan Fenglan would definitely not let him come to the prison. In other words, Shangguan Fenglan trusted this old man. So it seemed that this Elder Yun should be an upright person, and would not deliberately make things difficult for him for Yin Hui. However, one had to be wary of others. It was better to be careful in the future. Boom. Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, the prison's stone door slowly opened. Elder Yun said expressionlessly, after you go in, go directly to the third row, the second cell. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and strode towards the stone door. Jiang Haotian, although Shangguan Fenglan said that it's just an ordinary prison, don't think that you have the right to be arrogant. If you dare to mess around in the prison, this old man will directly kill you. Elder Yun suddenly spoke again. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened, took a deep breath, and nodded, understood. With that, he entered the prison without looking back. Boom. The stone door also closed. Qin Feiyang stood in place, scanning the front. In front of him, there were a total of 5 corridors. Every 10 meters on the wall, there was an oil lamp hanging, flickering with faint candlelight, making this place extremely dark. On both sides of the corridor, there were iron doors. On each iron door, there was a number, and there was a small window more than half a meter wide. However, the small windows were also blocked by iron pillars as thick as an arm. One could only see the outside and could not climb out. Qin Feiyang walked into the third corridor and then stopped in front of the second iron door. This was his cell. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the end of the corridor. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked up. At the end of the corridor, there was an iron door, and it was completely closed, and the situation inside could not be seen. That miserable shriek came from behind the iron gate. Could that be the interrogation room? Qin Feiyang muttered. Crack. Suddenly, the iron door opened. 2 bare-chested brawny men in large underpants dragged a young man dripping with blood as they walked out. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man, and his pupils shrank. He was almost unrecognizable, like a dead dog, moaning weakly. At the same time, when the 2 brawny men saw Qin Feiyang, they were slightly stunned. But then, a cruel smile crept up on their faces. Here comes another one. Boy, what's your name? What did you do to get in here? The 2 brawny men threw the young man into a cell like garbage, closed the iron door with a bang, and then walked toward Qin Feiyang step by step. That look, as if staring at prey, was full of a murderous aura. Jiang Haotian. Murder. Qin Feiyang said. Jiang Haotian? The 2 of them were slightly stunned, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, So you are Jiang Haotian. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, pushed open the iron door, and walked in. Wait. Did we let you in? The 2 of them pursed their lips into a sneer. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Don't you know the rules here? Anyone who comes here has to be treated well first, just like the person you just saw. Come on. The 2 of them walked to the iron door at the end and looked at Qin Feiyang with sneers. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. What do you think? Do you still remember Elder Feng Wenhai? He was a little bit hurt by you. The 2 of them were playing. Qin Feiyang's heart sank, and said, You are Feng Wenhai's men? Don't talk nonsense. We just don't like what you did to Elder Feng, so we want you to suffer. Of course, in this prison, You don't have the right to choose. Hurry up, don't make us do it ourselves. The two of them said with a smile. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Sorry, I'm just an ordinary prisoner." After saying that, he turned around and entered the cell. The cell was about 5 or 6 meters, and there was nothing except a stone bed. No. There was blood. Whether it was the ground, the wall, or the stone bed, there were dried blood stains. Obviously. This was the blood of the people who used to be imprisoned here after being tortured and abused. Ordinary prisoner? Outside. The two strong men were a little stunned. But the next moment, their faces were full of anger. The two of them rushed into the cell angrily and pressed Qin Feiyang on the ground. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. "What are we doing? Do you think ordinary imprisonment can prevent you from being tortured and interrogated? Naive. Here, we are the heavens. We will do whatever we say." The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang condescendingly, their faces full of sneers. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes were extremely gloomy, and said, "This is Shangguan Fenglan's order, you dare to disobey her decree?" "Ha ha, of course, we dare not disobey the decree of Lord Palace Lord. But Lord Palace Lord doesn't seem to know about this. So even if we kill you, we can casually find an excuse and say that you asked for it." The two of them laughed. Chapter 21:31. Qin Feiyang's face was as gloomy as water. Obviously. These two brawny men were Feng Wenhai's men. Now they wanted to take this opportunity to avenge Feng Wenhai, which was to get rid of him. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "What benefits did Feng Wenhai give you to make you work so hard for him?" "I told you, this has nothing to do with Elder Feng, we just don't like you. Don't be so naive to think that Shangguan Fenglan's words can keep you safe. Let me tell you, as long as the two of us are here, you can forget about leaving the prison alive." The two of them grabbed Qin Feiyang and dragged him outside. Boom. But at this moment, the stone door of the prison opened. The two brawny men were shocked and hurriedly put down Qin Feiyang. Da. Accompanied by steady footsteps, an old man appeared in front of the three of them. Elder Yun. The two brawny men hurriedly bowed. Elder Yun glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the two brawny men and said, "What you said before, are you serious?" The two of them looked rather flustered. Qin Feiyang got up from the ground. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he just looked at Elder Yun silently. He wanted to see if Elder Yun was a selfless old man. Elder Yun shouted, "This old man is asking you, are you serious?" "Elder Yun." The two of them trembled and knelt on the ground. "Elder Yun, we also want to avenge Elder Feng." "Yes, yes, yes. Elder Feng was driven out of Nine Heavens Palace by this kid. We old subordinates have always been brooding about it. Elder Feng is our benefactor. We really can't stand this little bastard treating Elder Feng like this. Elder Yun, you are Elder Yin's master. Elder Feng has always treated you with the utmost respect." Hearing this, Elder Yun's eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light, and he shouted, "Shut up." The two of them trembled and did not dare to continue. Feng Wenhai was expelled from Nine Heaven Palace because he made a mistake. He deserved to be punished. As for you all, you actually dared to disregard the orders of the Hall Master and use your position to avenge private wrongs. Do you know what sort of crime this is? Old Yun said coldly. Elder Yun, the two of them were flustered. Elder Yun said, "This old man doesn't want to fight. Kill yourself. Commit suicide." The two of them quickly changed their expressions and shouted, "Elder Yun, we know our mistake. Please, let us go. We won't dare to do it again." Elder Yun didn't say a word. He just looked at the two of them. The two of them knelt on the ground and kowtowed non-stop. Their foreheads were bruised and blood flowed all over the ground. "It seems like you haven't fought for a long time. Even my words have no effect." Elder Yun's eyes turned cold. A wave of God power rolled out like a tidal wave and drowned the two of them. Accompanied by two painful screams, the two died on the spot. Not even their bones remained. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. This old man's methods were indeed bloody. After killing the two of them, Elder Yun glanced at Qin Feiyang, withdrew his God power, and turned to leave the prison. The stone door also closed. Qin Feiyang looked at the bloodstains on the ground and couldn't help but let out a breath. It seemed that this old man was indeed very upright, but he wasn't easy to get along with. He retracted his gaze and turned to enter the cell. After looking around, he directly entered the castle and went into seclusion to cultivate. He wasn't worried about this matter at all. Because Great Elder and Shangguan Fenglan wouldn't let him die. Even if Great Elder wanted him to die, he still had a life-saving trump card in his hand. And this trump card was the cause of death of Great Elder's son. The next day, late at night. St. Peak, Cave Number 4. Mu Tianyang, Hue Yi, and Madman sat opposite each other. But the three of them didn't speak. The living room was dead silent. After a while, Hue Yi raised his head and looked at Madman and Mu Tianyang. He frowned and said, "Senior brother Madman, brother Mu, say something." "Say what?" He asked for it. Madman said indifferently, "You can't say it like that. Brother Jiang was also schemed against by Yu Zijie. Indeed, Brother Jiang is also at fault, but we can't just watch him die," Hue Yi said. Mu Tianyang raised his head and looked at Hue Yi. "Have you asked Shangguan Fenglan how she dealt with him?" "I've already asked. She said that Brother Jiang is now locked in the prison," Hue Yi said. "Prison? What is this Shangguan Fenglan doing? Doesn't she know that the prison of the Law Enforcement Hall is a netherworld?" Madman frowned. "I also asked. She said that it's just an ordinary prison. But I heard that the person guarding the prison is Yin Hui's master, called Elder Yun. He's very strong," Hue Yi said in a deep voice. "What?" Mu Tianyang suddenly stood up and said in surprise, "Yin Hui's master?" "Yes. I heard that this person has a very high status in Nine Heavens Palace. Even Shangguan Fenglan has to respect him. This is the problem I'm worried about. If Elder Yun uses his position to avenge a private grudge, then even with Shangguan Fenglan's protection, his life will be hard to protect." Hue Yi sighed. Mu Tianyang said in a deep voice, "It seems that we really can't be careless about this matter. Actually, there's no need to worry. This old man also knows this old man. Although he is Yin Hui's master, he has an upright character and won't do anything to Jiang Haotian. The most important thing now is to investigate Yu Zijie. This trash, this old man has long disliked him. If it wasn't for the second elder backing him up, who knows how many times he would have died." Madman snorted coldly. "What does this Yu Zijie mean? Could it be that he holds a grudge because of that small matter at the auction house?" Hue Yi raised his eyebrows. Madman said, "This old man has thought about it carefully. His target should be this old man." "You?" Hue Yi and Mu Tianyang looked at each other. "En. In the past, he was often bullied by this old man and has long held a grudge against this old man. It's just that his strength is too weak and he doesn't dare to openly oppose this old man, so he took a step back and made a move on Jiang Haotian. Actually, this old man is also to blame. During this period of time, I have been too close to Jiang Haotian, making everyone think that Jiang Haotian is this old man's man." Madman sighed. "If that's the case, then this account really needs to be settled with him." Hue Yi's eyes flashed with a cold light. "You guys hold back first. This old man will arrange it. Damn it, to dare bully this old man, he is really courting death." After Madman finished speaking, he was about to get up. But at this moment, with a bang, something appeared out of thin air and landed in front of the three of them. Madman and the other two were startled and quickly looked down. Their faces suddenly changed. The thing that suddenly appeared was actually a corpse. And it was a corpse that was bleeding. "Who?" Madman roared and released his divine sense, enveloping the cave. But he couldn't find anything in the cave. Mu Tianyang and Hue Yi stepped forward and turned the corpse over. When they saw the face of the corpse, they immediately froze on the ground. Cheng Li. How could it be him? Madman was also dumbfounded. That's right. This corpse was the outer court elder, Cheng Li. He just died not long ago, but why would he appear in my cave? Senior brother Madman, did you find anything like a spatial divine object? Hue Yi looked at Madman and asked. No. But someone must have deliberately sent it here. But what is this person's purpose? Madman frowned. Boom. But at this moment, the cave stone door was forcefully broken open. Madman and the other two looked over and saw a familiar figure standing at the door. Jin Yun Chang. Madman's eyes darkened. Cheng Li? You guys actually joined hands to kill Elder Cheng? Jin Yun Chang looked at the dead Cheng Li lying on the ground and his eyes suddenly widened as he roared, Come quickly, Madman, Hui Yi, Mu Tianyang, kill Elder Cheng. His voice was like a bell, spreading in all directions. What? Madman and the others killed Elder Cheng? The disciples of the 10 sacred peaks immediately ran out of the cave and flew towards the 4th cave. They really killed him. Aren't they too bold? Cheng Li is an outer court elder. Even if he is Madman, he doesn't have the authority. The place suddenly became noisy. Madman and the other two looked at the disciples outside, then looked at Jin Yun Chang, then lowered their heads to look at Cheng Li. They immediately understood. This was yet another meticulously planned murder plot, and Jin Yun Chang was one of them. Jin Yun Chang, you dare to frame me. Madman's body suddenly emitted a monstrous killing intent as he rushed in front of Jin Yun Chang and grabbed his neck. His eyes were cold and bone-chilling. Madman, don't talk nonsense. Who dares to kill Elder Cheng and then frame you? If you are a man, you must dare to take responsibility for your actions. Jin Yun Chang roared, his face pale. You still dare to deny it, you are courting death. Madman's killing intent rose. But suddenly, a cold shout sounded. Madman, stop. Following closely, Shangguan Fenglan descended from the sky. Jin Yun Chang hurriedly said, Hallmaster Shangguan, quickly save me. This madman is completely crazy. Not only did he kill Elder Cheng, he also wants to kill me. You still dare to talk nonsense. Madman was furious. Shangguan Fenglan shouted, let him go. Madman raised his head and stared at Shangguan Fenglan, his eyes flashing with an astonishing cold light, but under Shangguan Fenglan's majesty, he finally let go of Jin Yun Chang. Jin Yun Chang hurriedly ran behind Shangguan Fenglan and said, Hallmaster, Cheng Li's corpse is inside the cave. Shangguan Fenglan landed at the entrance of the cave and looked at Cheng Li's corpse. She turned to look at Madman and sighed, Madman, I'm afraid even the Great Elder won't be able to save you this time. We didn't kill Cheng Li, someone sent his corpse here before. Hui Yi and Mu Tianyang hurriedly said. Madman did not speak and kept staring at Jin Yun Chang. That cold gaze made Jin Yun Chang unable to help but feel fear. Sent here? Shangguan Fenglan frowned. We swear that we definitely didn't kill Cheng Li. You should also understand Madman. Although Madman is usually lawless, it is only limited to the disciples of Nine Heavens Palace. He doesn't dare to act recklessly against people of the elder level. Hui Yi said solemnly. Shangguan Fenglan's eyes flashed slightly, looking at Madman and Mu Tianyang. She said, follow me to the law enforcement hall. Jin Yun Chang, find a place and bury Cheng Li. Yes. Jin Yun Chang respectfully responded. Chapter 2132. After Jin Yun Chang left with Cheng Li's corpse, Hui Yi and Mu Tianyang looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Mu Tianyang stepped forward and patted Madman's shoulder. I know you're angry now, but things have already come to this. No matter what we say, no one will believe us. Let's go to the law enforcement hall first. I believe that the First Elder and Shangguan Fenglan will investigate the truth and clear our names. Madman retracted his gaze and glanced at Mu Tianyang and Hui Yi. He looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, let's go. Shangguan Fenglan soared into the air. Madman and the other two followed behind Shangguan Fenglan. But at this moment, a white-clothed youth holding a folding fan appeared behind the crowd on the left. Yu Zijie. Madman's eyes were sharp and he immediately noticed the white-clothed youth. His face suddenly turned cold. He's also here. Could this matter be related to him? Mu Tianyang and Hui Yi were surprised. Yu Zijie looked at the three from afar with a bright smile on his face. Look at how happy he is. It's obvious that he's the one who brought Cheng Li's corpse here. Madman transmitted. This person's goal is indeed you. Hui Yi, Jiang Haotian, and I were all implicated by you. Mu Tianyang sighed inwardly. What's the use of saying this now? Madman stared at Mu Tianyang and then looked at Yu Zijie. His lips didn't move as he silently said, "Kid, you're dead. I'll wait." Yu Zijie also moved his mouth and silently smiled. I really didn't expect Madman and the others to be so daring. Yeah. First, Jiang Haotian used his power for personal gain and killed someone to silence them. Now, the three of them are colluding to kill Elder Cheng Li. Is there really no one who can control them? Wrong. This time is different from the past. In the past, Madman did whatever he wanted and the people he killed were mostly disciples. Therefore, all the big shots turned a blind eye to it. However, this time around, he killed an elder. Although Cheng Li's position in Nine Heavens Palace isn't high, not even comparable to the heaven-ranking disciples, he is still an elder. This matter definitely won't end well. Even if he's a madman, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape safely this time. This is also a good thing. Indeed. Now that the madman is gone, we can relax. It's best to lock him up in prison and never let him out again. People were discussing in low voices, and there was a faint smile on their faces. An hour later. Prison. The three young men walked into the prison angrily. I've already said that we were framed. Why are they still locked up in prison? One of them said angrily. This person was dressed in purple, with long hair and an extraordinary temperament. Just bear with it. Lana also knows that we were framed, but without evidence, what can she do? Moreover, Lana has already taken good care of us. Just like Jiang Haotian, we're all just ordinary prisoners. Speaking of which cell is Jiang Haotian locked in? He must be very surprised to see us come in. Brother Jiang Haotian, do you hear my voice? Respond if you hear me. A fiery-haired young man shouted. He was also wearing a fiery red robe, and his entire person looked like a ball of flame. That's right. These three people were the madmen, Mu Tianyang, and Hu Yi. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Why did he seem to hear Hu Yi's voice? Brother Jiang, we're here to see you. Hu Yi's voice sounded again. It's really him. Qin Feiyang was startled and quickly left the ancient castle. He appeared in the prison and said loudly, I'm here. Da. Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps, three figures quickly appeared outside the iron gate. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them and said with a smile, You missed me so soon? Yes. A day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. Hu Yi chuckled. Qin Feiyang was quite moved. Bang! The madman raised his foot and kicked the iron gate open. Then, he looked around the prison and frowned. This place is also for people to stay? It can't be helped. It's a prison after all. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hu Yi said, When you came in, did anyone make things difficult for you? Yes, there was. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a frown, You're really here to see me? Hu Yi nodded and said, Of course. Why else do you think we're here? Mu Tianyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Don't listen to his nonsense. We were also imprisoned by Shangguan Fenglan. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hu Yi said with dissatisfaction, Brother Mu, why are you so straightforward? I want to continue teasing him. Is this the time to joke? Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes. Wait. What the hell is going on? Senior brother madman, is what Mu Tianyang said true? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The madman nodded. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why were these 3 people also locked up? Who was the one who kicked the door just now? Suddenly, accompanied by a cold shout, 5 black-clothed men walked over boldly and decisively. The 5 of them had bloodstains on their bodies and looked fierce. Who are they? Mu Tianyang was suspicious. They are the law enforcers in the prison. They are specifically responsible for interrogating and torturing prisoners like us. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Mu Tianyang said, We are just ordinary prisoners, they shouldn't dare, right? Not necessarily. When I came in, there were 2 law enforcers who wanted to torture me. But I'm afraid they won't this time. After all, senior brother madman is here. Qin Feiyang glanced at the madman with a smile on his face. What are you doing? Who gave you the guts to kick the door? The 5 men walked over and looked at Qin Feiyang's group of 4 angrily. Qin Feiyang's group didn't say a word. The madman was still looking around the cell. Because of this, his back was facing the 5 of them. One of the burly men shouted, "Jiang Haotian, I'm asking you a question. You ask and we have to answer. You have such a big face." The madman said indifferently, "Presumptuous. Do you know where this is? How dare you be so arrogant?" The 5 of them were furious. "Then do you know who I am?" The madman slowly turned around and looked at the 5 of them with a gloomy face. Madman. The 5 of them stared at him. Why did this devil incarnate come to the prison? The madman crossed his arms and said coldly, "I am the one who kicked the door. What do you want?" No. Kick as much as you want, until you're satisfied. Sorry to disturb you." The 5 of them quickly waved their hands and disappeared as if they were running for their lives. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Friends' face slapping is indeed different." The madman smiled proudly, "You just said that when you came in yesterday, someone came to find trouble with you." Qin Feiyang nodded and briefly explained the situation at that time. After listening, Huiyi shook his head and sighed, "I really didn't expect that after Feng Wenhai was expelled from Nine Heaven Palace, there would still be people willing to work for him. From this, it can be seen how terrifying Feng Wenhai's influence in the enforcement hall was." Mu Tianyang said. Qin Feiyang frowned, "Let's not talk about this first. How did you guys come in?" Mu Tianyang sighed, "It's a long story, let's find a place to talk." Qin Feiyang looked meaningfully at Mu Tianyang and smiled, "Then let's go to my spatial divine artifact." Clearly, Mu Tianyang didn't want to talk about some things in the prison because the walls had ears. And the spatial divine artifact Qin Feiyang mentioned wasn't the ancient castle, but the Black Tortoise world. In the depths of Nine Heaven Palace, in a courtyard, a divine power barrier enveloped the main hall. Inside the barrier, Feng Yuan sat in front of a tea table, angrily glaring at Jin Yunchang. "What are you doing? Who told you to act on your own?" Jin Yunchang asked suspiciously, "Father-in-law, isn't this a good thing?" "Good. Then tell me, what's good about it?" Feng Yuan said angrily. "Now that the 4 of them are locked in prison, isn't that good?" Jin Yunchang retorted. "But do you know that they're just ordinary prisoners? This means that Shangguan Fenglan doesn't believe that they killed Cheng Li. Shangguan Fenglan will definitely investigate to the end," Feng Yuan said. Jin Yunchang smiled and said, "Father-in-law, don't worry, we did it very cleanly. Shangguan Fenglan definitely won't be able to find out." "You're still proud? Do you know what the consequences will be if it's found out that Cheng Li was killed by you and Yu Zijie?" "You don't know? Then this old man will tell you. Yu Zijie is the disciple of the second elder. Even if the matter is exposed, the second elder will find a way to protect him." "What about you? Who will protect you?" "This old man's position in Nine Heaven Palace is not as high as the second elder, so I definitely won't be able to protect you. At that time, you will be the scapegoat," Feng Yuan shouted. "What about my son? Are you going to let him die in vain? He's also your grandson." "Father-in-law, to tell you the truth, ever since he died, I've been thinking about avenging him. This time I finally found an opportunity. How can I let it go like this?" Jin Yunchang said bitterly. Hearing this, Feng Yuan fell silent. "Father, in fact, this matter was planned by me. It has little to do with Yunchang." But suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Following closely, a purple-clothed woman appeared out of thin air in the enchantment, standing beside Jin Yunchang, and bowing to Feng Yuan. "Huiao." Feng Yuan was taken aback, hurriedly got up, and said in surprise, "When did you come out of seclusion?" "A few days ago," the woman said. "That's right. This person was Feng Zihon and Feng Zijuan's mother, the law enforcement hall elder, Yin Hui. A few days ago." Feng Yuan was slightly taken aback, and said suspiciously, "Since you came out of seclusion, why didn't you tell this old man?" "The news of me coming out was deliberately concealed, because I didn't want to attract the attention of Jiang Haotian and the others, and I wanted to investigate one thing." Yin Hui respectfully replied. "What is it?" Feng Yuan asked. Yin Hui's eyes flashed with a cold light, and said in a deep voice, "Who killed Zijuan?" Feng Yuan asked, then did you find out? Yes. Yin Hui nodded. Chapter 21:33. Who? Feng Yuan asked. His old eyes flashed with killing intent. Jiang Haotian. Yin Hui enunciated each word. What? It's really him. Feng Yuan was stunned and hurriedly said, do you have evidence? Yes. Yin Hui nodded. Quickly show it to this old man. Feng Yuan was impatient. He had long suspected Qin Feiyang, but because there was no evidence, he could only put this matter aside. Father, don't be anxious. I still have something to do. When this matter is done, I will tell the truth in front of the Great Elder. At that time, Jiang Haotian will definitely die. Yin Hui said. All right then. Feng Yuan nodded, pondered for a while, and said, but Mu Tianyang, I've heard about Mu Tianyang's relationship with you from Yunchang, but he's just a subordinate, it doesn't matter if he dies. Moreover, Zijuan's death is also related to him. Yin Hui said. It's also related to him? Feng Yuan was surprised. Damn it. Then all the more we can't let him go. Actually, to tell you the truth, this old man originally planned to kill him immediately after eliminating Jiang Haotian. This time, Mu Tianyang also gave this old man an idea, saying that we should bring Jiang Haotian and Huiyi into the Sky Dragon Sea. This way, there will be a lot of opportunities to kill them. But now it seems that there's no need for that. However, this old man is very concerned about the blood blade in Mu Tianyang's hand. If there's a chance, we must get it. Feng Yuan said. Prison. Inside the Black Tortoise realm, Qin Feiyang's group of 4 sat around a stone table in the courtyard. Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang again? Qin Feiyang frowned after listening to Mu Tianyang's story. Mu Tianyang said, you also guessed that Jin Yunchang was involved in this matter? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at Mu Tianyang and said, aren't you with Feng Yuan now? Does this have anything to do with Feng Yuan? I haven't heard him mention it at all. However, since Jin Yunchang is involved, this matter must have something to do with him. Mu Tianyang said. Huiyi smiled and said, it seems like Feng Yuan doesn't truly trust you. I don't know if he trusts me or not. But why do I feel like there's something fishy about this? Mu Tianyang frowned. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang and Huiyi looked at him suspiciously. A few days ago, I gave Feng Yuan the idea to go to the Heavenly Dragon Sea and eliminate you all on the way there. Logically, he shouldn't have attacked you all at a time like this. Mu Tianyang said. Huiyi pondered for a moment and said, could it be that he changed his mind at the last moment? Mu Tianyang rubbed his forehead and sighed, maybe. No matter what, we can't let our guard down this time. Because we don't know what Feng Yuan and Yu Zijie are planning. Also, Yu Zijie blatantly came to frame us. Could it be related to the Second Elder? Qin Feiyang said. Second Elder. When Huiyi and Mu Tianyang heard this, their hearts became heavy. If it was really related to the Second Elder, then this matter would not be ordinary trouble. I didn't expect it. You guys actually did so many things behind my back, especially you, Mu Tianyang. You actually lurked around Feng Yuan. At this time, Madman, who had not spoken all this time, looked at the 3 of them and said. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior Brother Madman, take us to your spatial divine object for a stroll. Madman was slightly taken aback, shook his head and said, there's nothing to stroll around. Qin Feiyang said, is there nothing to stroll around, or do you not want us to go in? Why do you talk so much nonsense? Madman glared at Qin Feiyang, stood up and scanned the Black Tortoise realm, and said, I'll take a good stroll around your spatial divine object first. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. With a wave of his hand, he brought the 3 of them out of the Black Tortoise realm and appeared in the prison. Madman immediately glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, there's nothing to stroll around in my spatial divine object. Lotus Lake. A black-haired old man appeared out of thin air and hurriedly entered the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Shangguan Fenglan sat alone at the coffee table with her head lowered and a frown on her face. She didn't even notice the black-haired old man walking in front of her. The black-haired old man frowned and said, Fenglan. Shangguan Fenglan shuddered and hurriedly raised her head to look at the old man. Then, she immediately stood up and bowed. Greetings, Great Elder. The Great Elder sat opposite Shangguan Fenglan and asked, Are you worried about Jiang Haotian and the others? Shangguan Fenglan nodded. This old man is also here for this matter. Did they kill Cheng Li or not? The Great Elder frowned. No. You also know Madman's personality. Although he is arrogant and domineering, he still has a sense of propriety. And Madman also said that it was Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang who worked together to frame them. Shangguan Fenglan said. Then do you believe it? The Great Elder asked. Of course I believe it, and I have already sent my confidants to secretly follow the two of them. I just don't know if they can find evidence. Shangguan Fenglan said. No matter what, this matter must be investigated clearly. If it was really Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang who framed them, then even if Feng Yuan and Second Elder plead for them, this old man will not let them off, the Great Elder said solemnly. Shangguan Fenglan said with a smile, It seems that you still care about Madman. Sigh. After all, for so many years, he is like this old man's grandson. Now that something has happened to him, how can this old man not worry? The Great Elder sighed. Da. Before the Great Elder's voice fell, accompanied by a series of footsteps, a black-clothed man walked in. Seeing that the Great Elder was also here, the black-clothed man was stunned, then quickly bowed and said, Greetings, Great Elder. The Great Elder nodded. How is it? Shangguan Fenglan looked at the black-clothed man and asked. The black-clothed man shook his head and said, Since Yu Zijie left the Saint Peak, this subordinate has been secretly following him, but from beginning to end, he has never mentioned anything about framing Madman and the others. Shangguan Fenglan frowned and said, I didn't expect this child to be so cautious. Yu Zijie is a shrewd person, how could he let us easily catch him? The Great Elder shook his head and asked, What about Jin Yunchang? This subordinate is not sure. Because Jin Yunchang was followed by Wang Yun. The black-clothed man shook his head. Before his voice fell, another black-clothed woman hurriedly walked in. This woman was Wang Yun. Shangguan Fenglan hurriedly said, Wang Yun, how is it? Wang Yun bowed to the Great Elder and said, Jin Yunchang went to see Feng Yuan, and this subordinate also saw a person. Who? Shangguan Fenglan asked. Yin Hui. Wang Yun said. Yin Hui? Isn't she cultivating in seclusion? Shangguan Fenglan was surprised. I'm not sure either. Feng Yuan set up a divine force barrier, I can't hear what they are saying. But there is one thing that is very strange. Before Yin Hui appeared, Feng Yuan seemed to be a little angry, as if he was scolding Jin Yunchang. But after Yin Hui appeared, Feng Yuan's attitude changed. In the end, they even talked and laughed. Wang Yun said, Yin Hui, Feng Yuan, could it be that this matter is related to Yin Hui? The Great Elder frowned. Great Elder, why don't we use your method of astronomical phenomena to monitor them? Shangguan Fenglan suggested. It's useless. Because what you can think of, they can also think of, so they will definitely prevent this old man from spying. And the divine force barrier set up by Feng Yuan is the best proof. The Great Elder shook his head. Then what should we do? Shangguan Fenglan raised her eyebrows. Wang Yun said, Great Elder, Hallmaster, why don't we capture Jin Yunchang? Jin Fatso was killed by Jiang Haotian, Jin Yunchang hates Jiang Haotian to the bone, I'm afraid that even if we torture him, he won't tell the truth. And Yu Zijie is even more so. Before we have evidence, if we make a move on him, I'm afraid that before the interrogation begins, the Second Elder will already come to our door. Shangguan Fenglan sighed. Wang Yun nodded, it made sense. Shangguan Fenglan pondered for a while. She looked at the First Elder and said, First Elder, I think we should bide our time on this matter because they will definitely have a next step in their plan. When the time comes, we will deal with them. All right. The Great Elder nodded. In the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. To Shangguan Fenglan's surprise, Feng Yuan, Jin Yunchang, Yin Hui, and Yu Zijie didn't do anything these 2 days. However, the disciples of the sect, as well as the people outside of the sect, were discussing these two matters. How is it possible? Jiang Haotian is such a kind person, Why would he do such a thing? Could it be that he was pretending to do all those things in the past, deliberately doing it for us to see? Pretending? I don't believe it. There must be something fishy about this. Yes, I don't believe it either. Even if Yu Zijie has evidence, even if they caught him in the act, it doesn't mean that this matter is true. Moreover, based on the video released by Yu Zijie, those 4 people do deserve to die. That's right. At first, they agreed to 400,000 soulstones, but in the end, they went back on their word and changed it to 4 million, and Jiang Haotian also agreed. But in the end, when they saw that Jiang Haotian was easy to bully, they actually asked for 100 million soulstones each. If it were me, I would also want to kill. Besides, it's just a private transaction with others. What's so strange about it? Can you guarantee that no one else in the resource hall has done such a thing? It's just that no one knows. In short, we can't just say that Jiang Haotian is a hypocrite based on this matter. Some people had always trusted Qin Feiyang and exonerated Qin Feiyang. But there were also people who talked behind his back, saying that Qin Feiyang was a hypocrite. In short, there were people saying all kinds of things. The most worried person was Shangguan Qiu. One had to know that in the entire North region, only Qin Feiyang and Mu Tianyang knew how to refine the 9 Chu Yellow Dragon Pill, 9 Transformation Dragon Blood Pill, and 4 Symbols Infinite Divine Pill. But now, both of them were locked up in prison. If there were any accidents, then no one would be able to refine these pills in the future, right? She had also asked the Vice Pavilion Master and the Pavilion Master about this matter. But whether it was the Pavilion Master or the Vice Pavilion Master, they all had the attitude of waiting and watching. Because this was an internal matter of Empyrean Palace, they couldn't interfere. Chapter 2134. Another 3 days passed. In other words, 5 days had passed since the incident. This morning, a purple-clothed young man came to the prison. In the prison, Qin Feiyang and the other 3 were not as worried as everyone imagined. In the middle of the cell, there was a large iron pot. Below it, a cluster of 3rd-grade alchemy fire burned the bottom of the pot red. In the big pot, there was a pot of fragrant meat stewing. Qin Feiyang and the other 3 sat around the iron pot, eating meat and drinking wine while chatting happily. The entire prison was filled with the rich aroma of meat and wine. The meat and wine, the big iron pot, and the alchemy fire were naturally found by Qin Feiyang from the Black Tortoise world. The Black Tortoise world was an independent world. As for this suggestion, it was proposed by the madman. Anyway, it was boring to stay here, so it was better to drink wine and eat meat. In other words, in the past 5 days, they had been eating, drinking, and playing. Qin Feiyang was not in the mood to do so. Because he wanted to cultivate. But the madman had been watching him, so he could not go to the castle, so he could only play with the other 3. The enforcers in the prison were all dumbfounded. Because it was the first time they saw someone who was still in the mood to eat meat and drink wine after entering the prison. Boom! The prison's stone door opened. The purple-clothed young man walked in and immediately smelled the fragrance of meat and wine. What's going on? The purple-clothed young man was a little stunned. He followed the fragrance of meat and wine, and when he saw the situation of Qin Feiyang and the other 3, he was immediately stunned at the door. What the hell? Are they really here to stay in the prison? Qin Feiyang and the other 3 also noticed the purple-clothed young man and were slightly stunned. Then, Qin Feiyang stood up, looked at the purple-clothed young man, and asked with a smile, "Gongzi Feng, why are you here?" "I'm here to see you," Gongzi Feng answered instinctively, but before he finished, he frowned and said, "Wait, what's going on? Isn't it obvious? We're drinking wine and eating meat." Huiyi grinned. Gongzi Feng was a little stunned. How could there be preferential treatment in this prison? These fellows were too arrogant. Where did they place the enforcers in the prison? "Since you're here, let's go together." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, took out a stool, and placed it at the side. "That's not a good idea." Gongzi Feng was somewhat hesitant. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Crazy is here. Don't be afraid." Gongzi Feng glanced at the madman, then looked at Mu Tianyang and Huiyi. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll accompany you in your madness." As he spoke, he walked to Qin Feiyang's side and sat down on a stool. Then, he picked up the wine pot beside him and took a big gulp. Madman glanced at Gong Zifeng and sent a voice transmission. "Kid, you're acquainted with this person?" "Yes. In the past, he contributed a lot in dealing with Feng Wenhai and Feng Yuan." Qin Feiyang thought. Madman was stunned. Mu Tianyang asked, "Gong Zifeng, are you really here to visit us?" "Not really." Gong Zifeng shook his head and looked outside the door. He asked in a low voice, "Is it convenient to talk here?" Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other. Madman waved his hand and set up a divine power barrier. He looked at Gong Zifeng and said, "Speak now." Gong Zifeng took another sip from the wine pot and said in a deep voice, "Actually, all of this is Yu Zijie and Jin Yunchang's plan. It seems that you're here to tip them off. But we've already guessed what you said." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Guessed?" Gong Zifeng was stunned and shook his head with a smile. "That's right. With your brains, you should be able to think of this." Qin Feiyang said, "Although we can think of this, there are still many doubts in our hearts. Can you answer us? This matter isn't as simple as you think. Yesterday, I asked Jin Yunchang to go to the Yulon Pavilion and drank with him until midnight. I believe that you've already guessed that I asked him to drink with me to get information from him. Although Jin Yunchang is my uncle, he usually ignores me. At first, he didn't mention a single word about this matter. However, under my fawning and currying favor with him, coupled with the effects of alcohol, he finally revealed everything. The real mastermind of this matter is actually Yin Hui," Gong Zifeng said. "Yin Hui?" Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other. Some time ago, she already came out of seclusion, but she didn't say anything. She has been secretly investigating the cause of Feng Zijuan's death and plotting how to get rid of you," Gong Zifeng said in a deep voice. Madman frowned and said, "I didn't expect that woman to be so shrewd. Quite terrifying. And I heard that she has already found evidence of Feng Zijuan's death." Gong Zifeng said, "That's not scary, right? Only the few of us know about this matter. Even senior brother Madman doesn't know." Qin Feiyang frowned. "What? You killed Feng Zijuan?" Madman was stunned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Madman said, "In that case, you were also the one who extorted White Tiger's blood essence." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded again. "Fuck, I just took office, and you're already causing trouble for me. Do you believe that I won't destroy you?" Madman said angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and looked at Gong Zifeng. "Are you sure that Yin Hui has already found evidence?" Jin Yunchang said so. "I'm not sure whether it's true or not." Gong Zifeng shook his head, his face full of worry. "Because he was the one who killed Feng Zijuan. Even if they find out, you don't have to worry. Because according to the current situation, they don't know that you are also involved. Otherwise, Jin Yunchang wouldn't have gone drinking with you," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Gong Zifeng was stunned and said, "That makes sense, but we still can't be careless." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Then how did they set up the trap? And that Yu Zijie, how did he know that the four of them would come to my cave abode at night to trade with me for the Dragon God's flower?" "This is Yin Hui's trap. Yin Hui gave them the Dragon God's flower. Because she found out that you are an alchemist and might be interested in the Dragon God's flower, so she asked the four of them to bring the Dragon God's flower to the resource hall. Of course, at first, she wasn't completely confident that you would take the bait. But she didn't expect that you would really take the bait. Then, she carried out her plan. First, she found Yu Zijie. Because of senior brother Madman, Yu Zijie held a grudge against you. After hearing Yin Hui's plan, he agreed without a second thought. Then, she found Jin Yunchang. You killed Fatso Jin, so it was even more impossible for Jin Yunchang to refuse. Then, what happened next happened. Gong Zifeng said. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Huoyi said unhappily, "Brother Jiang, look, it's all your fault. If you didn't have any ideas about the Dragon God's flower, none of this shit would have happened. You can't blame Brother Jiang for this. Even if the bait of the Dragon God's flower failed, Yin Hui would have sent out a bait that was even more tempting. It's just a pity that the four of them died unjustly. Gongzi Feng sighed. Qin Feiyang said, this is the result of being greedy. If they didn't listen to Yin Hui, would they have died? Gongzi Feng nodded, looked at the four of them, and said, that's what happened. I wonder if you have any plans now? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, I do have one, but it'll have to rely on you. Rely on me? Gongzi Feng was stunned. Yes. As long as you can get evidence that they framed us, then we can turn defeat into victory. Qin Feiyang said. This, I'm afraid I can't. Gongzi Feng was a little troubled. If you can ask Jin Yunchang out once, then you can ask him out a second time. As long as you record your conversation with Jin Yunchang, then it can be used as evidence. Qin Feiyang said. Gongzi Feng pondered for a while and nodded, okay, I'll give it a try, but you have to promise that you will protect my safety afterwards. Because once I take out the evidence, Feng Yuan and the others will definitely not let me go. Frenzy said domineeringly, don't worry, I'll protect you in the future. Thank you, senior brother Frenzy. Gongzi Feng hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. With Frenzy's protection, there would definitely be no problem. Mu Tianyang held the wine pot and said with a smile, come, let's continue drinking. Gongzi Feng also held the wine pot and drank with the four of them. About an hour later, Gongzi Feng put down the wine pot and stood up with a smile, I can't stay any longer in case Yin Hui becomes suspicious. I'll go back first. Be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded. Gongzi Feng nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Big brother Jiang, you know where Ji Yong is, right? I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then where is he now? I heard from Jiao Xiaolong that you're going to ask him to help me. Why haven't I seen him after so long? Gongzi Feng was suspicious. There's a change of plans. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Gongzi Feng nodded and said, then can you tell me? To be honest, I really need someone who can give me advice. Ji Yong is indeed smart, but he doesn't want to enter the Nine Heavens Palace now. Let's not force him. Qin Feiyang said. Gongzi Feng smiled and said, just tell me, I want to talk to him personally. Qin Feiyang hesitated and nodded, all right, his now. But Qin Feiyang's words stopped abruptly as his eyes flickered slightly. What's wrong? Gongzi Feng looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, with us giving you advice, you don't need him anymore. Gongzi Feng said, I can't trouble you guys for everything. After all, you guys have your own things to do. Mu Tianyang transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? Isn't it just Ji Yong? There's no harm in telling him. Hu Yi and Frenzy also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang said inwardly. What's wrong? The three of them were even more confused. Gongzi Feng and I have known each other for a long time. Why didn't he ask about Ji Yong's whereabouts before? Moreover, Jiao Xiaolong is a spy I placed beside him. Logically speaking, such a sensible person like Jiao Xiaolong shouldn't tell Gongzi Feng that I have the idea of letting Ji Yong help him. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Chapter 2135. You're saying that there's something fishy going on? Mu Tianyang was bewildered. I don't know. I just feel uneasy. I think it's better to confirm it. Qin Feiyang secretly said. He glanced at Gongzi Feng and took out an image crystal. Who should I send a message to? Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Jiao Xiaolong. Qin Feiyang secretly said. It's useless. Because we can't send a message to anyone outside here. The madman transmitted. Can't send a message? Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that you're thinking too much? Gongzi Feng killed Feng Zijuan with his own hands. This is enough to prove his sincerity. Mu Tianyang secretly said. If it was someone else, I wouldn't be suspicious. But this person's position is unstable. I'm a little worried. Moreover, I believe that Jiao Xiaolong won't easily reveal this matter to Gongzi Feng. Taking a step back, even if there's no problem with Gongzi Feng, it's best to confirm it first. After all, what we encountered this time is different from the past. If we're not careful, we might lose our lives. In short, it's never wrong to be careful. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Jiang Haotian's words make sense. This time, we suffered because of our carelessness. Otherwise, why would we stay in this damned place? The madman transmitted. That's true. Mu Tianyang secretly agreed. Gongzi Feng looked at the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's hand and asked suspiciously, Big brother Jiang, what are you doing? Nothing. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and looked at Gongzi Feng with a smile. We've known each other for a long time, right? Gongzi Feng nodded and smiled. We knew each other before you entered the Nine Heavens Palace. I still remember that your cultivation back then was lower than mine. But now, you've surpassed me. Yes. Time really flies. Qin Feiyang sighed. Gongzi Feng was even more confused. What was he talking about? Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly became serious. He formed a seal with both hands and a puppet seal appeared. Gongzi Feng stared at the puppet imprint in surprise and said, Big brother Jiang, this is, back then, when Qin Feiyang controlled Raiko Yang, Gongzi Feng was also present, but he didn't say anything in the crowd. Thus, he knew that the mark was a kind of control-type secret art that possessed the ability to read the memories of others. Although you don't have a good relationship with the Feng family, you are still their family. You must know a lot about what they have done. And now, I need to understand this. Speak. You won't be able to finish speaking in a short time, so I want to read your memories directly. Don't worry, after reading your memories, I will immediately remove my control over you. Qin Feiyang said. When Gongzi Feng heard this, his expression changed slightly, and he retreated somewhat flustered. What happened? I don't mean you any harm. I just want to know what they did. Qin Feiyang looked at Gongzi Feng suspiciously. If you want to know all these, I can find a time to tell you everything. There is no need to read my memories. Gongzi Feng looked vigilant. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Didn't I say just now? This is more efficient. If you tell me, how long will it take? Moreover, I might forget some things. Seeing that Qin Feiyang insisted on reading his memories, the panic on Gongzi Feng's face became more obvious. Is there really something fishy? Frenzy and the other two couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with you? Isn't it just reading your memories? What are you afraid of? Could it be that you did something wrong to me, and you don't dare to let me read your memories? Qin Feiyang frowned. No. You are so good to me. How can I do something wrong to you? Gongzi Feng waved his hand repeatedly. Then what are you feeling guilty about? Hurry up. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the puppet imprint flew towards Gongzi Feng's head. Gongzi Feng hurriedly hid to the side and said with a smile, Next time. I still have something to do and have to go out immediately. Senior brother Frenzy, please remove the divine power barrier. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he nodded to Frenzy. Boom. Frenzy released his pressure and directly imprisoned Gongzi Feng. The puppet imprint immediately entered Gongzi Feng's head like a stream of light. Gongzi Feng immediately held his head and howled miserably. What are you doing? But at this moment, an old voice exploded in the prison like a thunderclap. Following that, an old man appeared outside the barrier. It was Elder Yun. Elder Yun waved his hand and the barrier set up by Frenzy instantly shattered. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang brought Frenzy and the other two and disappeared without a trace. Elder Yun scanned the empty prison and couldn't help but frown. Black Tortoise World. Above the medicine field. Huoyi frowned and said, Senior brother Frenzy, didn't you use a barrier to isolate it? Why can that old man still see it? Frenzy said, the barrier can only have the effect of soundproofing. So it's like that. Huoyi nodded. In other words, although Elder Yun couldn't hear what they were saying, he could see what they were doing. Immediately after, the three of them looked at Qin Feiyang and Gongzi Feng. Gongzi Feng's face was filled with pain as he felt as if his soul was being torn apart. And Qin Feiyang's face gradually darkened. Seeing this, Mu Tianyang frowned and said, It seems that there really is a problem with this person. Huoyi smiled and said, If that's the case, then Brother Jiang will probably be angry. Qin Feiyang's kindness to Gong Zifeng was obvious to all. If Gong Zifeng really did something to betray them, then it would be chilling. Boom. A moment later, a terrifying killing intent suddenly rushed out from Qin Feiyang's body. The pain on Gong Zifeng's face also disappeared. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was drowned by the killing intent again. His body and mind trembled, and his whole body was cold. What's wrong? Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "His purpose of coming to the prison this time is actually to get Ji Yong's whereabouts from my mouth." The three of them frowned. And all of this was ordered by Yin Hui. And Jiao Xiaolong is already dead. Qin Feiyang said. Who killed him? Huiyi's face changed. It's him. Qin Feiyang pointed at Gong Zifeng. Damn it. Huiyi's eyes were gloomy. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, I knew it, Jiao Xiaolong wouldn't talk too much. It turns out that he was forced to do so. In fact, he already knew that Jiao Xiaolong was a spy that I planted beside him, so he killed him. Mu Tianyang said, in other words, Gong Zifeng really betrayed you? Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Gong Zifeng, asking, what else do you want to say? At this moment, Gong Zifeng was like a pile of mud, paralyzed in the void, despair written all over his face. He turned a deaf ear to Qin Feiyang's words. Mu Tianyang frowned and said, what's going on? Quickly tell us. Who? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and moved his gaze away from Gong Zifeng. He looked at the three of them and said, Feng Wenhai was expelled from the Nine Heavens Palace, and Feng Zijuan was killed. Feng Yuan and the others hid it from Yin Hui because they didn't want to disturb her cultivation. When she came out of seclusion and found out about these things, she was furious. However, this woman is extremely shrewd. She suppressed her anger in her heart and secretly investigated everything. But because we did it cleanly, she couldn't find any clues. She was even prepared to give up. At the same time, Feng Zijuan's death made her very tired, but she also opened up a lot and wanted to accept Gong Zifeng. So, she found Gong Zifeng and said that she wanted to give his mother a status and that he would be her son in the future. She did this because she considered the issue of carrying on the family line. After all, Gong Zifeng is the only male in the Feng family. When Gong Zifeng heard this, he was naturally very happy. When Qin Feiyang said this, Madman frowned and said, so he betrayed us? It's not that simple. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Madman was stunned and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at Gong Zifeng and sighed, to be honest, I've always underestimated this person. Madman and the others looked at each other and were even more confused. When he heard that Yin Hui wanted to help his mother and treat him as her son, he was overjoyed. However, he suddenly thought of the real cause of Feng Zijuan's death. Feng Zijuan died in his hands. Once this matter is exposed, what will the consequences be? This was a question that he didn't even dare to think about. After thinking about it again and again, he finally thought of a bold plan to silence us. Qin Feiyang said, silence us? The three raised their eyebrows. Yes. The target of silence is naturally us. Because I saw him kill Feng Zijuan with my own eyes. And although you guys weren't present at the time, you have a good relationship with me, so you definitely know about this. So, he wants to get rid of all of us. First, he took the initiative to find Yin Hui and tell her that Feng Zijuan was killed by us. Second, he set up a trap to put us in prison. This is to pave the way for the third step. The third step is to enter the prison and use his relationship with us to find out Ji Yong's whereabouts. Because Ji Yong has a good relationship with me, he was worried that Ji Yong would know that he killed Feng Zijuan, so he wanted to silence him as well. And the fourth step is to enter the meeting hall and say the cause of Feng Zijuan's death in front of the big shots, completely ending our lives. Qin Feiyang said, I'll go. These steps are one after another, and they are all linked together. It can be said to be flawless. I really didn't know that he was such a terrifying schemer before. Mu Tianyang and the other two were shocked. Qin Feiyang said with a wry smile, not to mention you guys, even I didn't see it before. Mu Tianyang asked, then what did he say to Yin Hui? He told Yin Hui. On the night of Feng Zijuan's death, He had something to say to Feng Zijuan, and then he happened to see me killing Feng Zijuan. Yin Hui was already very angry about Feng Zijuan's death, so he didn't have to deliberately create a false impression. Yin Hui would believe any excuse he made up. Qin Feiyang said. Indeed. However, since young Master Feng said that he saw you kill Feng Zijuan, he has been hiding it in his heart all this time and didn't say it out loud. Didn't Yin Hui get angry? Mu Tianyang said. Yin Hui also asked him why he didn't say it earlier. Young Master Feng is smart. He said that he was afraid that I would take revenge on him, so he didn't dare to say it. Qin Feiyang said.